Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Egyptian Pantheon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Egyptian Pantheon. The Egyptian gods found themselves at a crossroads. Their civilization had vanished, and without worshippers, the gods grew weaker. Horus, the current ruler of Egypt, stood with the other gods, prepared to sacrifice themselves in battle. They understood that unlike the Greek gods, they would not return naturally if they fell. As long as their bodies remained intact, they could be revived, just as Osiris, Horus's father, had been when his uncle Seth usurped the throne and took his eyes. In that instance, Seth had killed Osiris and dismembered him. After recovering his eyes, Horus defeated Seth, and his mother Isis resurrected Osiris by reassembling his fragments, subsequently banishing Seth to the desert. But what enemy did they face? It was Apep, also known as Apophis. Apophis was a serpent that sought to halt the progress of Ra's solar bark in an attempt to disrupt Ma'at, the cosmic order and justice, and unleash chaos. Apophis represented chaos and attacked Ra, causing solar eclipses. When the Egyptians were still in their glory, Ra had been able to keep Apep at bay effortlessly, but with the fall of the Egyptians, his power waned. Apep charged at them, and the gods wasted no time unleashing their power, some transforming into other forms, like Seth, Horus, and Amon-Ra, who had fused together. Horus intended to fly directly toward the beast but received a blow to his stomach that knocked the breath from his lungs. Looking up in surprise, he saw that it was his father who had struck him. His father placed a chest in his hands, and Horus watched as a rift opened in space, throwing him inside with the chest. The rift sealed, and the gods charged at Apophis. Apophis was held back, but it was too late. A brilliant light enveloped the remaining gods, and boom! The gods had sacrificed themselves, taking Apophis with them. When the smoke cleared, there were no traces left of Apophis or the gods. The rift began to open again. Horus, unsure of where it would lead him, was still processing what had just happened. His parents, his uncles, and even his partner, the goddess Hathor, seemed to have known about this, as they showed no surprise when his father struck him and cast him into the rift. As the rift opened, he attempted to spread his wings but found he could not. He could still feel his divinity, as strong as when he was born. Unlike his relatives, the disappearance of the Egyptians did not affect him, and he did not understand why. Horus could not stop his fall, creating a cloud of dust upon landing. When it dissipated, he saw what he had caused. Beneath him lay a young boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Horus inspected the child, hoping to find even a trace of life to heal him, but it was too late. The boy had passed away. With a heavy heart, Horus searched the boy's mind, discovering he was in a continent called the Elemental Nations, in a ninja village named Konoha, and that the boy belonged to a ninja clan. Horus lifted the boy's body, and it ascended into the sky, new stars appearing in the firmament. He knew he could not be discovered, as he was unaware of the gods in this world. He decided to take on the boy's form, allowing events to unfold as they were meant to. Horus returned to the boy's home and opened the chest, surprised by its contents. Inside was the brain of Thoth, Ra's spear, and a vessel containing the divine head of Seth, a jackal. Horus could feel it. Within the jar was Seth's divine energy. Realizing this, he understood that from the beginning, they had no intention of returning and that he would not participate in the battle. Years passed since Horus took on the form of Minato Namikaze. He became so accustomed to this identity that he forgot his original name and grew used to being called Minato. He fulfilled the boy's dream by becoming Hokage and shared his past with Kushina and the Hokage, as it was something they needed to know, which Hiruzen classified as a top-secret matter. Horus fell in love with a mortal, a girl from an allied village of Konoha who had been sent as the new warden of the Kyuubi. During this time, Horus discovered that the beings known as Bijus were fragments of a being with power close to a primordial, known as Shinju, a creation of the Shintoists. Whenever the Shintoists believed one of their creations was not progressing, they sent the Shinju to reform the world, as it both created and destroyed. He also learned that the Greeks had visited this place, and the Uzumaki clan, his wife's clan, had been blessed by Hestia, the goddess of home and family, the greatest of the Olympians, along with other families with Greek ancestors or blessed by the Shintoists. The Reikij's family descended from Ares, which explained their foolishness. He also discovered that Kushina was the daughter of Hades, a demigod, which accounted for her fiery temperament when angered, as Hades was usually calm but had a strong character when provoked. Horus spoke daily with Kurama, as he had learned the Biju's name. Despite what others said, Kurama was a reasonable being who, like his siblings, only desired freedom, representing the forces of the world, something the first Hokage foolishly disrupted by handing the Bijus over to the villages. During this time, he received the best news he had had in a long while. He was going to be a father. This brought him joy but also made him nervous, not for himself but for Kushina. He knew that Kurama would not pose any threat, as they were on good terms, but he was aware of external forces, and he could not fully use his divine powers. Horus knew he had to do something with Thoth's mind and Ra's spear. He always carried the spear with him, but the mind and divine energy of Seth remained at home. When his baby reached 7 months, Horus took Seth's energy and Thoth's mind and infused them into his child while Kushina slept. Horus felt the divine essence of his son strengthen, but an unsettling feeling washed over him. To prepare for what was to come, he decided to fortify his baby. Fast forward to the present. While Biwako Sarutobi, the wife of the third Hokage, was tending to the baby Kushina had named Naruto, a masked stranger appeared, threatening her and taking her child. With a kunai pressed against Naruto's neck, Horus experienced a sense of weakness for the first time, faced with the impossible choice between his wife and his son. Horus made the painful decision to step away from his wife. The masked figure tossed Naruto into the air, but Horus caught him, only to notice an explosive tag attached to the blanket. He quickly released it and vanished with his son in his arms. Moments later, he found his wife on the ground and placed Naruto beside her before pursuing the masked intruder. Their confrontation forced the enemy to flee, but Horus caught sight of Kurama attacking the village, an act he knew Kurama would never willingly commit. He noticed the Sharingan reflected in Kurama's eyes. In a flash, he summoned Gamabunta, who landed heavily on Kurama, momentarily pinning him down. Horus and Gamabunta battled the Nine Tails until Kushina, with her remaining strength, managed to bind Kurama with her chains. Horus understood that Kurama could not be allowed to roam free, so he resolved to seal him within his son. However, Kushina vehemently opposed this idea, scolding him for even considering it, knowing the life that Jinchuriki led. Yet, Horus had faith in their son and began the sealing ritual, placing Naruto in position and forming hand seals. Kushina insisted that Horus should be with Naruto, to help him and watch him grow. At that moment, Kurama, realizing he was about to be sealed again, attempted to eliminate his new vessel. However, Horus and Kushina intervened, taking the brunt of Kurama's attack. With a determined shout, Minato activated the sealing technique, extracting Kurama's chakra and sealing it within Horus's mortal form. Horus decided to leave a part of himself within Naruto to assist him when needed. After exchanging final words with Kushina, he managed to heal her enough to prevent her from dying. The barrier separating the sealing space collapsed, and the third Hokage entered just in time to hear Kushina whisper their son's name before she fell into a coma. Horus urged Hiruzen to protect Naruto and wished for the village to see him as a hero for carrying the Nine Tails within him, before departing from the world. Horus's soul dissipated into nothingness, leaving only his body behind as he journeyed to the afterlife to reunite with his parents. Hiruzen approached Kushina, noting that she was still alive. Aware of the potential chaos that could ensue, he decided to keep her under the watch of Anbu and a medic until she recovered, knowing she would serve as a deterrent against future troubles, as the civilians would not remain calm. Naruto grew up as a mischievous child, intelligent but not showing it to others. He formed a unique bond with Kurama, the Nine Tails, though they were not exactly best friends. They had a mutual understanding. Thanks to the mind of Thoth, Naruto possessed extensive knowledge in various fields. When villagers chased him on the anniversary of the attack, he would hide in the shadows, a skill he discovered while fleeing on his 6th birthday, able to manipulate shadows like a Nara. Kurama shared stories of his parents and the role he played in their demise, yet Naruto forgave him. One day, Naruto confronted the third Hokage for lying to him and demanded the house of his parents, threatening to unleash the Nine Tails if his demands were not met. The following day, he found keys and a scroll containing his parents' belongings waiting for him in his apartment. Naruto learned he was a demigod, the true name of his father being Horus, a fallen god whose home had been destroyed, leaving him the last of his kind. However, he knew little beyond that and sometimes felt as if he were being watched. With Kurama's guidance, who had observed Minato's training, Naruto began practicing jutsus and honing the inherited abilities from Horus, such as enhanced vision, allowing him to see things from a great distance. His left eye had the power to paralyze enemies, granting him perfect aim and a heightened sense of focus in battle. To others, he was the demon, someone unworthy of being a ninja, but Naruto paid no mind to their opinions. He stopped attending the academy after stealing a forbidden scroll, memorizing its contents in a single reading, a talent he had possessed since birth. During the Chunin exams, Team 7 faced a challenging day. They found themselves battling an opponent who had removed his face as if it were a mask, as noted by the only female member of the group, a pink-haired girl with green eyes. To be honest, this team had not had a good start to their missions. First, a C-rank mission escalated to a B-rank when Demon Brothers appeared with the intent to eliminate their charge, ultimately becoming an A-rank mission when one of the 7 Mist Swordsmen, wielding the Kubikurabocho, showed up. After that, as soon as they arrived in the village, they received news about the Chunin exams. 2 members of the team accepted the challenge, eager to improve their shinobi ranks, while the only woman agreed mainly to gain the approval of her crush. As they progressed through their mission, they first encountered a team led by a bloodthirsty maniac. They attracted the attention of many teams as enemies, along with various rookies, leading them to their current predicament. One of their teammates was sent flying by a gust of wind, pursued by a massive serpent that seemed intent on ending his life. Meanwhile, they were engaged in battle with a woman who had changed her appearance by tearing off her face like a mask, and she appeared to be targeting the other male member of the team, who was trembling with fear. The black-haired member, determined to overcome his fear, stabbed himself to push through and launched himself into the fight. The healthy female member was worried for her crush, disregarding the peril of her other teammate. She watched as her beloved threw the scroll they needed to pass the exam, hoping to distract the enemy and buy them some time. However, in mid-air, the scroll was caught by their other teammate, a blonde with blue eyes, though this time his eyes were blood-red with slit pupils, and his usual cheek whiskers were more pronounced, with elongated canines. He delivered a powerful kick to the pale-faced man, landing in a defensive stance with his arms crossed and a red aura surrounding him. The blonde, still holding the scroll, addressed the black-haired member, who was named Sasuke, while keeping his gaze fixed on the pale man. Sasuke expressed his frustration, stating they needed to save themselves. The blonde, named Naruto, pointed out the danger they faced, reminding Sasuke that the exam allowed for lethal force, and questioned why they wouldn't be killed after obtaining the scroll. The pale man, injured but still standing, taunted Naruto, admitting that the blow had hurt. He then declared his intent to deal with Naruto first, suddenly appearing beside him. Naruto turned slowly, only to be struck and sent flying, ensnared by a serpent-like tongue around his neck. The pale man remarked on how the chakra from the fox enhanced Naruto's abilities but noted that due to interference in his training, he was weak. He intended to see what would happen if he destroyed Naruto's source of power. With that, he ignited flames on his fingers and moved them into Naruto's abdomen, causing him to scream in pain as the flames seared his skin, leaving a mark of 5 burns. The pale man tossed Naruto aside, leaving him visible to his teammates. The pink-haired girl, horrified, threw a kunai that lodged into Naruto's jacket, pinning him to a tree. She then turned her attention back to Sasuke, ready to confront the pale man. After searching for a safe spot, the pink-haired girl had laid her 2 teammates in the hollow trunk of a tree, placing a damp cloth on their foreheads to cool them down. Hours passed as she tended to them until she heard a branch snap. Peering outside, she spotted the sound team perched on a branch across the clearing from where her teammates lay unconscious. Gathering her courage, she stepped out of hiding, taking a defensive stance at the entrance. The bandaged leader of the sound team offered her a grim choice: hand over Sasuke or face dire consequences. The pink-haired girl, unwavering, demanded to know what they wanted with Sasuke. The female member of the sound team insisted they would kill her if she refused to comply. Determined to protect Sasuke, she moved closer to the hollow of the tree. The bandaged leader ordered the female member to eliminate the girl and retrieve Sasuke to end the encounter swiftly. The first attack from Zuka destroyed the tree where Naruto and Sasuke were, but Sakura managed to pull Sasuke to safety, while Naruto remained buried under the debris, shocking the onlookers who witnessed her choice to save her obsession over a teammate. As the sound ninjas prepared to attack again, the scene froze when Sakura was struck by none other than Sasuke, who was rising with a dark, purple aura surrounding him. He marveled at his newfound power, but his voice carried a chilling tone. Sakura, shocked and hurt, called out to Sasuke, who brusquely told her to move aside. Obeying, she stepped aside as he scanned the area for a target. His gaze fell upon the sound team, ready to unleash his power. Everyone watched as Sasuke had broken Zuku's arms without hesitation or remorse, seemingly intent on tearing them from the boy who was only screaming in pain. The area was engulfed in an absolute silence that had once been a battlefield, now overshadowed by a heavy sense of death that left everyone paralyzed. They noticed a mound of earth and broken branches shifting, and the genin from the leaf and sound knew that was where Naruto was. The ground trembled more violently until a bloodied arm emerged, clearly tearing further with each passing second. With a sudden force, Naruto's entire body burst forth, standing tall for all to see his condition. He was covered in wounds and blood, but within moments, they began to heal. A faint golden aura surrounded him, and his eyes sparkled like sapphires. Orochimaru had sealed his chakra, forcing his body to awaken its divine energy completely. Naruto kept his gaze fixed on Sasuke, who had released Za only to ignore the Uchiha and focus on the sound team, much to Sasuke's frustration as he clenched his fists. Sasuke thought to himself that Naruto was infuriatingly ignoring him. He declared that Naruto should leave his scroll behind and run away, warning that if he sensed him in the next 5 seconds, he would take action. Naruto's cold and serious voice sent a chill down everyone's spine as he responded that he would kill them if they didn't leave. Dosu, not wanting to hear more, dropped the scroll they needed, grabbed his 2 teammates, and fled. He didn't want to discover whether Naruto would fulfill his threat. He had seen enough. Facing a monster like Naruto was not part of the Sound Kage's orders. As Naruto approached the scroll, he was suddenly met with a kick to the face from Sasuke. Sasuke challenged Naruto to fight, frustrated that he had let his prey go. But before he could finish his thought, Naruto slammed him into the ground, holding his leg and striking him repeatedly. After ensuring Sasuke was incapacitated, Naruto released him and turned, only to be confronted by an angry Sakura. Sakura exclaimed in disbelief at Naruto's actions, but her complaint was cut short when he struck her in the abdomen, leaving her unconscious on the ground. He then looked at the 2 scrolls in his hands and turned to the other teams, who were on guard, fearful after witnessing the beating he had just given his teammates. Naruto announced that he was leaving, grabbing both of his unconscious companions and leaping into the trees toward the Hokage Tower, winking at Tenten and Ino, who both blushed at the gesture. Shikamaru, sitting down with Chuji beside him, sighed heavily, wondering what had happened to Naruto. Chuji, too frightened to eat, asked what had occurred. Shikamaru deduced that something significant had happened to Naruto, predicting many changes ahead. They decided it was time to move. Niji instructed Tenten to wake Lee, who was obsessed with youth like their sensei. Shikamaru reminded everyone that they had 3 days left to complete the test and needed to reach the tower to rest, especially since they still lacked the Sky Scroll. Lee, now awake and seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, declared that he hoped their youthful flames would not fade and that they would meet again at the Tower of Death. Meanwhile, Naruto was leaping from branch to branch, carrying his teammates, who were still asleep, toward the Tower of Death at a dizzying speed. In just 2 hours he arrived at the entrance of the tower. Setting his companions down, he pulled out the scrolls and examined the board, quickly understanding what he needed to do. He opened the scrolls and tossed them to the ground, which exploded in a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it revealed his teacher, Irika Yumino. Irika congratulated them on completing the second round of the Chunin exams but fell silent upon seeing the state of Team 7, two unconscious on the ground, one looking as if he had been run over and the other sporting a new hairstyle. The only one awake was Naruto, with marks on his cheeks. Irika asked what had happened to his teammates. Naruto replied that he would explain later but wanted to sleep now. He requested Irika to take the two to rest and to call the Hokage, as he had some things to discuss. Irika, surprised by Naruto's serious tone, nodded in agreement. He instructed Naruto to go up the stairs, where there was a hallway with rooms, reminding him to mark the village symbol on the door to prevent anyone else from entering. So far, only the Sand team and one Sound team had arrived. Naruto nodded and made his way to rest, feeling his muscles pulse with pain from the change. The forest was not a suitable place to sleep, so he had rushed to the tower, ignoring the urge to rest. Once in his room, Naruto lay down to sleep, having just woken up after 12 hours of rest, as indicated by the clock on the wall. He was alone in the room, which had only one window, and he was still feeling a bit numb. Enjoying the silence, he began to review his memories for a specific reason. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, he heard a knock at the door and recognized a familiar voice. The third Hokage asked if he could enter, which made Naruto smile. He welcomed the Hokage and Irika into the room, greeting them both. The Hokage expressed relief that Naruto was okay and asked him about the mission on the wave. Naruto assumed the mission had been completed. According to Kakashi, he and Sasuke were the only ones who wanted to help the village, while Sakura and Naruto were too frightened to continue. Sasuke had defeated Zabuza's companion, a Chunin, and then Zabuza himself, with Kakashi's assistance. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura had watched in fear as the battle unfolded. The Hokage, observing the tension in Naruto's face, could see the veins standing out. Naruto, filled with rage at the thought of his name being tarnished, stood up and unleashed his killing intent. The atmosphere in the tower turned tense, as the overwhelming aura of anger filled the building, causing everyone inside to drop to the ground, breathing heavily and filled with dread at the thought of death looming over them. Teams arriving nearby seemed to retreat, unwilling to be near such a terrifying presence. The third Hokage urged Naruto to calm down and tell him what had truly happened. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fell onto the bed, his fury still simmering. He spent the next hour recounting the mission, detailing how they had defeated the Demon Brothers, how he had convinced Kakashi to continue the mission despite his concerns for Sasuke's safety, and how they had faced Zabuza. He described saving Kakashi from drowning with Sasuke's reluctant help, as Sasuke had initially wanted to abandon him. Naruto also shared how he had trained Sasuke, teaching him to climb trees and providing him with weights he had seen on Sasuke's arms and ankles. He recounted his battle with the grandson of the builder and how he met Haku. As days passed, they eventually confronted Zabuza and Haku, and how he had fought off bandits threatening the builder's daughter. He explained how he saved Sasuke from a dire fate and used the chakra of the Nine Tails to defeat Haku, who had chosen to sacrifice himself to save Zabuza from Kakashi's attack. In a fit of rage over the betrayal and the death of his daughter, Zabuza had taken down half of the enemy forces before meeting his own end. Naruto had created hundreds of clones to help the villagers drive away the bandits and complete the bridge. That was the entirety of the mission. As Naruto finished, he noticed the Hokage's face contorting with anger for the first time. The third Hokage thanked Naruto and promised to address Kakashi's lies in the mission report. He then asked about Naruto's transformation. Naruto began to explain how Orochimaru had sealed his access to the Nine Tails chakra, leaving him unconscious. In a flashback, the Nine Tails spoke to Naruto, revealing that the fourth Hokage had not only sealed the beast within him but had also inadvertently sealed Naruto's powers. When Orochimaru blocked Naruto's access to the Nine Tails chakra, his body had been forced to activate the other energy he inherited from his father, his divine power. The Nine Tails instructed Naruto to claim his true power from his father's blood. Returning to the present, Naruto explained that he had sensed Orochimaru's presence. The Hokage, watching him closely, urged Naruto to focus. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to concentrate. After a moment, He opened his eyes, revealing that he had pinpointed Orochimaru's location. The Hokage informed Naruto about an upcoming elimination round, emphasizing the importance of not boring the important guests with too many fights. He asked Naruto to devise a signal to identify Orochimaru during the preliminaries, confident that Naruto would surprise everyone. As Naruto smiled mischievously, four chains of chakra emerged from his back. Moments later, the Hokage noticed Iruka staring in shock as Naruto pointed to a mirror on the wall. When Iruka looked into it, he was astonished to see Naruto had rejuvenated the Hokage, restoring him to his 30-year-old self. Naruto explained that he had sealed the Hokage's age and suggested using a genjutsu and a transformation technique to remain inconspicuous. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, aware that he was still not at full strength. The Hokage instructed Iruka to keep the information about the Chunin exam a secret until the finals. Iruka nodded firmly, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. The Hokage then reminded Naruto to rest and head to the dining hall, while also suggesting that he use shadow clones for paperwork to ease the burden. Naruto was peacefully sleeping while Hiruzen watched over him. Hiruzen chuckled, thinking about the surprise this change would bring to the village as he stepped out. Iruka, feeling overwhelmed by the many surprises, mentioned that he needed a drink. Hiruzen called for Nico, an ANBU with a cat mask and purple hair, who appeared before him, kneeling. She was ready for orders. Hiruzen instructed her to stay in the room to watch over Naruto, explaining that he was resting due to a significant transformation. He emphasized that she should ensure no one entered the room for 2 days, and she had an hour to gather food and water to sustain herself during that time. She was also to wake Naruto if he remained asleep during the preliminaries. Nico acknowledged the order and vanished in a blur of speed. Iruka, curious about Hiruzen's protective measures for Naruto, asked why he was being guarded. Hiruzen explained that Naruto had undergone a transformation, and his body needed to adapt through rest. He reassured Iruka that while Naruto might not wake for 2 days, he was training in his mental landscape, a vast place where time passed differently. Hiruzen recalled his own experience there when Naruto was 5, noting that what felt like 2 hours to him was only 2 minutes in reality. He believed Naruto was currently in that space. In a room within the Tower of the Forest of Death, Naruto, the blonde with whisker marks, was sleeping soundly. While his body rested, his consciousness was active, working in his mental space. What was intriguing was the woman sitting across the room, keeping watch over him. She had a sculpted figure, dressed in ANBU attire, and wore a cat mask. Feeling unusually warm, she opened her ANBU uniform slightly for air and cracked the window to cool down. Unbeknownst to her, she was drawn to a pleasant scent emanating from Naruto. Following the aroma, she approached him and began to search for its source, inadvertently taking her time as her hands brushed over his arms, chest, and abdomen, feeling the sculpted muscles she knew he had from her previous assignments to care for him. Hours passed as she remained close, unaware of how she had ended up sitting atop him, now only in her pants and a blue bra that covered her chest. She felt flustered about her intentions and silently hoped he wouldn't wake up. As if sensing her thoughts, Naruto stirred and opened his eyes, looking at her with curiosity. The woman felt a rush of panic and began to apologize, preparing to move away, but Naruto easily shifted their positions, now holding her in his arms. He sensed her fear and embarrassment. He recalled that she was the one who had occasionally watched over him during his childhood. The woman confirmed this, feeling embarrassed as she admitted her feelings, unable to hold them back any longer. Naruto, aware of her intentions, pointed out that she was taking advantage of his unconscious state. The woman nodded, acknowledging her emotions as she closed her eyes, lost in thought while in his embrace. Naruto proposed a plan, suggesting they get to know each other better since she knew much about him from her past care. He mentioned that he would soon enter the SEU, and she nodded, her brow furrowing in concern. He then suggested that after the exam round, they should go on a date to learn more about each other. Curious, he asked how much time remained until the preliminaries. The woman informed him that he had been asleep for an entire day. Naruto decided they would spend the remaining day together to strengthen their bond. However, The woman's smile faded as she remembered that he would have multiple partners in the future. She asked him how many women he planned to marry. Naruto explained that the CRA would require him to marry several women, with a minimum of 6 before he turned 17, and he had 4 years left to choose them. The woman then asked who would be the first to start this journey with him. The woman introduced herself as Yugao Yuzuki, a 19-year-old who enjoyed onigiri, training in kenjutsu, and improving her skills. She disliked those who underestimated women and had dreams of becoming the strongest kenjutsu user. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, 13 years old, shared his love for ramen, training, and his loved ones, while expressing his disdain for bullies and those who harm others. His aspiration was to form a family and become the strongest ninja in the elemental nations. Yugao found herself comfortably resting against Naruto's chest as he gently ran his fingers through her hair. Naruto playfully suggested they take their time to do what she had planned, causing Yugao to blush and hide her face against him. He reassured her that she deserved better than to be with someone who didn't appreciate her strength, embracing her as she nodded in agreement. Naruto mentioned her ability to use shadow clones, and she confirmed it by looking into his brown eyes, which clashed with his blood-red gaze. He suggested she send a clone to end her current relationship, admitting that he felt jealous of the beautiful woman in his arms who had just confessed her feelings. Yugao smiled, realizing that she wasn't truly in a relationship and was grateful for the warmth of Naruto's presence. Outside, Yugao sent her clone to break up with her partner, ensuring she was dressed first. She also wanted to inform the Hokage and her friends. Content, she snuggled against Naruto, and they both fell asleep in that position. Hours later, Yugao woke up, having received the memories from her clone. She smiled, pleased with the outcome, but blushed when she noticed her attire. Dismissing her embarrassment, she carefully got dressed in her ANBU armor and woke Naruto, who opened his eyes to find her offering him fruits and bread. They shared a meal together, with Naruto enjoying the food while Yugao rested her head on his shoulder. After an hour, they finished eating and dressed in their battle attire. Yugao put on her mask and led Naruto to the location of the preliminaries. Before they left the hallway, she shared a brief kiss with him, which he reciprocated, and then she disappeared in a flash, leaving him smiling. As Naruto entered the arena for the preliminaries, he noticed various teams from the Leaf, Sound, and other villages. Ignoring them, he approached his teammates, one of whom appeared unfriendly while the others seemed annoyed, likely recalling a previous encounter. He stood beside them, undeterred. Sakura, one of his teammates, demanded an apology from Naruto, preparing to strike him. However, he caught her hand and warned her coldly, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Sakura backed away, seeking refuge with Sasuke. An hour later, the Jounin instructors, along with the Hokage and the exam censors, appeared before the crowd. Naruto spotted Yugao in the back, and he winked at her, causing her to blush slightly behind her mask. Hey, Gecko, the censor in charge of the preliminaries, explained the rules. He mentioned that names would appear on the screen, and those who lost would be disqualified, while the winners would advance to the third round of the Chunin exams, which would be a tournament of battles. The Hokage added that even if someone won the tournament, they would not be promoted if they did not demonstrate the necessary skills. He glanced at Naruto, knowing he was searching for Orochimaru. As the drawing for matches began, the first few battles were announced, with various competitors taking the stage. The tension built as the 7th match was revealed to be between Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki. Kiba boasted about his victory, unaware of the danger he was in. As Naruto calmly descended the stairs, the spectators anticipated the fight, sensing the intensity in the air. Kiba, overconfident, taunted Naruto to give up, oblivious to the dark aura surrounding him. The Hokage silently hoped that Naruto would not take things too far, knowing how quickly he could end the match. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as the battle was about to begin. It was the general thought as Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. Orochimaru observed him with a smirk, wondering what this change would bring and if Naruto could serve as a future vessel. When Naruto met Orochimaru's gaze and smiled, the villain's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe he had been discovered. Hayate announced that they were ready, and Kiba positioned himself on all fours, chakra radiating from his body, causing his hair to become more disheveled, his nails to lengthen like claws, and his fangs to grow sharper. Meanwhile, Naruto simply shoved his hands into his pockets, appearing bored, while Kakashi shook his head at the foolishness of his student, who had been ignoring him the entire time. With a leap, Hayate stepped back, signaling the start of the match. Naruto wasted no time, launching a powerful kick that sent Kiba crashing into the wall, leaving everyone in shock, including Kakashi, who blinked in disbelief at how quickly the situation had escalated. Naruto shrugged, expressing his boredom. He would have preferred to fight the boy with the pumpkin or the one with the girl-like hairstyle, pointing at Gaara and Neji, the latter of whom scowled at the comment. He taunted Kiba, who had just gotten back on his feet, clearly irritated. Kiba, furious, charged at Naruto, who merely smiled in response. As Kiba approached, Naruto sidestepped effortlessly, keeping his hands in his pockets. He then kicked Kiba again, sending him flying across the arena to collide with the opposite wall. Naruto remarked on Kiba's predictability, noting that his attacks were driven by blind rage. Kiba's anger only intensified at Naruto's words. He shouted in frustration, and Akamaru joined him, both ready to attack. Naruto glanced at the Hokage, who understood that he would soon give the signal they had discussed. In the stands, Shino observed with his usual stoic demeanor that Kiba was going to lose. Kurenai acknowledged this, stating that Kiba's pride would be his downfall. Despite her serious tone, her thoughts drifted to a conversation with a friend about love, making her feel an unexpected annoyance. As the match continued, Naruto effortlessly dodged Kiba's attacks, moving gracefully across the field while avoiding Akamaru's fangs. Kiba, regaining a bit of composure amid his fury, vowed that Naruto would pay for this. He commanded Akamaru to transform into a clone of himself, declaring that Naruto wouldn't be able to evade his attacks now. Kiba unleashed 2 smoke bombs, filling the arena with a thick cloud. As the smoke billowed, he shouted his technique, and everyone braced for the outcome. When the smoke cleared, they expected to see Naruto defeated, but instead, they found only craters where Kiba's attacks had landed. A whistle drew their attention to the massive stone hands, where they spotted Naruto casually sitting and eating an apple. He remarked that Kiba was too slow, indicating he was done playing. Suddenly, the sound of chains echoed, and 9 golden chains emerged from behind Naruto, surrounded by a shimmering chakra. Kiba leaped to avoid 5 of the chains as they shot toward him, narrowly escaping their swift, sharp tips that embedded themselves into the ground. Naruto urged Kiba to run as the remaining chains anchored themselves to the walls, while he stood atop them, looking down. Naruto warned Kiba that the chains were not only fast and sharp but also unbreakable. Kiba, filled with rage, declared he would never surrender, asserting his identity as an alpha. He consumed a red pill and tossed another to Akamaru, who transformed, his fur becoming wild and red. Naruto, wielding a katana that glimmered with chakra, urged Kiba to surrender or face dire consequences. Kiba, undeterred, charged at Naruto alongside Akamaru, executing their combined technique. Naruto, however, gracefully evaded their attack, landing behind Kiba and delivering a swift cut. Kiba fell to the ground alongside Akamaru, both showing signs of injury. Naruto proclaimed his victory and began walking away, the katana dissipating into thin air. Kiba, refusing to give up, struggled to rise, blood seeping from his wounds. Naruto, realizing the severity of Kiba's condition, rushed forward and struck him on the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. He declared his victory once more. Naruto walked toward the stairs. Hayate announced that the winner was Naruto Uzumaki as the medics entered with a stretcher to take Kiba and Akamaru to the infirmary. As Naruto ascended the staircase, he encountered his teammate, who often fainted in his presence. Now, however, he understood the reason behind it, so he simply smiled, curious about her reaction. Hinata, blushing and stammering as usual, offered him a salve she had made in case he had any injuries. She hoped he would accept it. Naruto thanked her, explaining that he had no injuries but that it might come in handy another day. As he took the salve, he gently brushed his hands against hers, infusing a bit of yang chakra to help her feel more at ease. Hinata, feeling a bit calmer, insisted it was nothing important. She was unsure why she felt this way when Naruto leaned closer, placing a hand on her shoulder and whispering in her ear. He advised her to keep her movements fluid and quick during combat. Hinata, blushing, felt a mix of confusion and happiness at receiving advice from Naruto, unaware that he was still channeling chakra to help her. Wishing her luck, Naruto kissed her cheek. Hinata, flustered, nodded in gratitude for his support. This moment was observed by a jealous Yugao, who, while knowing she would share Naruto, was still unaccustomed to seeing her fiancé flirt with another girl. Meanwhile, Kurenai, Hinata-sensei, watched the scene with mixed emotions, feeling happy for her student but also inexplicably annoyed, which she decided to dismiss as nothing significant. In the stands, an envious Uchiha watched the interactions with frustration, believing that the power Naruto possessed should belong to him. He thought about how he needed that strength to confront his brother, feeling that it was unfair for someone like Naruto to be stronger than him. He vowed to obtain that power, determined that nothing would stop him. Heiei called for everyone's attention, announcing the next match. Yoroi Akato was set to face Sasuke Uchiha. After the match concluded, Heiei declared Sasuke the winner, noting how Yoroi was carried away on a stretcher while Kakashi escorted Sasuke. The next match was announced, Hinata Hyuga against Neji Hyuga. Everyone watched as Hinata appeared nervous, but recalling Naruto's words, she steeled herself. As Neji advanced, it seemed he would overpower her, but suddenly, Naruto intervened, stepping onto the arena and placing his foot on Neji's head, pinning him down. Naruto warned Neji that he was almost as despicable as the Uchiha and advised him to change his mindset. He made it clear that if they met in the finals, he would ensure Neji could never use his hands again. With that, he released Neji, who fell unconscious from the pressure. Naruto then approached Hinata, who was exhausted but still standing, and lifted her in a bridal carry, causing her to hide her face against his chest in embarrassment. He told her he was taking her to the hospital and would catch up later. In a flash, he disappeared, leaving the audience in awe of his speed. Heiei, regaining his composure, announced Neji as the winner after the medics took him away. The next match was between Gaara Sabaku and Rock Lee. Lee jumped down from the platform, while Gaara walked down the stairs. After the fight concluded, Naruto stood up, his cold red eyes fixed on Gaara. Naruto confronted Gaara, stating that Lee was his friend, even if he was a bit unusual. Just then, he noticed Lee staggering forward, his eyes white and limping slightly, shocking everyone with his determination to continue despite being unconscious. Naruto appeared in front of him, gently pushing him down to rest. He announced that he would take Lee to Gai-sensei, disappearing in a flash once again. Heiei declared Gaara the winner, prompting the crowd to react. Heiei then informed everyone that a draw would take place to determine the matchups for the finals in a month. Anko, the examiner for the second exam, instructed everyone to choose a paper with a number to decide their turn in the tournament. As the sun set over the hidden leaf village, Naruto exited the hospital after his medical checkup following the second exam. Outside, he encountered Hiruzen. Naruto leaned against the wall, asking who he would be fighting. Hiruzen replied that Naruto's first match would be against Neji Hyuga, while Sasuke would face Gaara. Naruto smiled to himself, thinking he could take down an arrogant opponent. He would have preferred to face Sasuke for the humiliation, but he was content with Neji. Hiruzen handed Naruto some documents, explaining they contained his birth records and marriage certificate, confirming he was the son of his parents. He mentioned that the council would likely request a meeting the next day, and he had informed the daimyo, who would arrive incognito that evening. Hiruzen also mentioned that Naruto would be given the Senju estate, a mansion built jointly by the Uzumaki and Senju clans in the early days of the village. Naruto thanked him and expressed his intention to investigate training on his own, anticipating that Kakashi would only want to train Sasuke since he was up against a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen observed Naruto, noting how much he resembled Kushina in that regard. He advised Naruto to hide around the corner, sensing Kakashi and Ebisu approaching, unsure why Ebisu had been assigned to teach Konohamaru. Hiruzen offered to take over for 2 weeks to help Konohamaru become capable of defeating a high-ranking genin. Naruto expressed his thoughts while Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, hiding to observe what would unfold with Kakashi. Naruto remained in place as Ebisu moved forward, allowing Naruto to create a clone and send it after Ebisu, who was unaware that the figure following him was a clone. After Ebisu and his clone disappeared, Naruto remarked on the situation. Hiruzen, disappointed in Kakashi, reflected on how Kakashi's ego clouded his judgment, especially seeing how Sasuke mirrored him. Naruto then shared his plans, asking Hiruzen to inform Nico about his home and to let the finals announcer know that he intended to reveal his true name during the finals. He also mentioned that he would send a clone for the council meeting, hoping it wouldn't be a bother. Hiruzen smiled and encouraged Naruto to train hard, reminding him that he would be the Hokage's advisor when the time came for Naruto to take the position. Naruto promised to return in a month and urged Hiruzen to consider giving Konohamaru to him, assuring that he would make him stronger than any other ninja. With that, Naruto vanished into the shadows, leaving Hiruzen surprised. Hiruzen chuckled to himself, anticipating the surprises Naruto would bring in the coming month and looking forward to the upcoming exams. He addressed Nico, reminding her that today was her last day as an Umbu, and tomorrow she could be with her fiancé, advising her not to be impatient. Nico blushed beneath her mask as she and her teammates followed Hiruzen through the shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, making his way to the clan district, near the Inuzuka clan, where he spotted an old-style mansion. It was large enough to accommodate nearly 100 people. Noticing the blood seals and security measures surrounding the estate, he made a small cut on his finger and placed his hand on one of the walls. The wall glowed, allowing him entry, revealing a pristine interior as he explored the mansion. Inside, he discovered a dojo filled with weapons and several clean rooms, each equipped with a wardrobe, a personal bathroom, and a bed. As dawn broke over Konoha, a beautiful woman with purple hair and brown eyes, dressed in the standard Jounin attire and carrying a katana on her back, arrived at the Uzumaki mansion. She entered the grounds, hoping to find her fiancé. After knocking on the door for half an hour without a response, she began to worry, knowing he should be awake by now. Concerned by his absence, she decided to explore the mansion, which was vast. After another half hour of searching, she reached the training grounds and found him lying on the dirt floor. Worried, she rushed to check on him, gently resting his head in her lap and trying to wake him. After about 10 minutes, Naruto began to stir, opening his eyes to see her. Recognizing her as Yugao, he asked what had happened. She explained that she had found him on the ground and inquired about his memories. He admitted to having created over 600 clones for training, reading, and practicing his skills, each with chakra equivalent to hers. Yugao was shocked by the immense amount of chakra he had used in one afternoon, realizing he had barely recovered a third of it in the 12 hours since. Yugao scolded him for being irresponsible and insisted they go to the hospital for a checkup, firmly stating that she didn't want to hear any complaints. Naruto agreed, getting up but wobbling slightly, which alarmed Yugao. She asked what was wrong, and he explained that he was receiving memories from the clones in the library, who were diligently learning from the books. Yugao wrapped her arms around him, encouraging him to go to the hospital. As they made their way through the village, Naruto noticed several villagers recognizing him, likely due to rumors of his transformation. He allowed Yugao to guide him to the hospital. Upon arrival, just before entering, an Umbu with a bear mask appeared before them, requesting Naruto's presence in the Konoha council room. Naruto reassured Yugao that he would return in an hour or less, and though she reluctantly let him go, she asked the Umbu to bring him back for a medical examination afterward. The Umbu agreed, and with a swift movement, they disappeared, leaving Yugao to sit on a bench beside the hospital, unaware that her 3 best friends were watching her in surprise. As Naruto reappeared outside the council room, he leaned against the wall, waiting for his turn to be called. Naruto nodded as he calmed the headache he was feeling with a bit of chakra from the 9 tails. Not long after, he heard a call from inside, and upon entering, he saw the council of Konoha gathered. To his right were the heads of the clans, while on the left and at the head of the table sat the civil council and the daimyo of the Land of Fire. At a side table, he noticed the elder council and the old man. He stepped forward to face the council, sensing the chakra signature of someone who was likely the reason for his presence at the meeting. The council had requested him. Naruto observed their frowns while the clan leaders nodded, and the elder looked at him with curiosity, while his grandfather merely smiled. "Yes, young Uzumaki, let me introduce," said the one seated at the head of the table. "Don't worry, I know who you are, Daimyo-sama. I am also familiar with the clan heads and the elder council, as it is my duty as a shinobi of the village," Naruto replied, causing the daimyo to smile, appreciating that the young man had overlooked the civil council, something he had never liked. "Now, let's address important matters. I am here to witness the Chunin exams, as I do every year in Konoha. However, during my stay, I have been informed that you stole a certain weapon from the young Uchiha," the daimyo stated, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. "I don't know what you're talking about, daimyo. As far as I know, the Uchiha heir has never carried a weapon that stands out," Naruto replied, with the shinobi council nodding in agreement. "I was informed that it is a black katana with a chain attached to its hilt," the daimyo continued. "Ah, that weapon," Naruto said, biting his finger to let his blood flow. Everyone watched as the katana the daimyo mentioned formed before their eyes. "I was informed that you stole it from the Uchiha heir," the daimyo said, already assuming the answer since he had just witnessed its creation. "With all due respect, Daimyo-sama, whoever informed you that this katana was stolen is completely mistaken. Everyone just saw me create it from my own blood. How could I have stolen it if it forms from me?" Naruto explained, noticing the civil council frowning in annoyance as they saw the katana strapped to his waist. "Then that is the weapon you stole from Uchiha-sama," one of the civilians pointed out, indicating the katana on Naruto's back. "Ah, so this is the one you deduced was stolen, since you just mentioned it was black," Naruto said, unsheathing his mother's katana and revealing the blade. The clan leaders, the daimyo, and the elder council recognized it immediately. "Oh, you recognize it?" "Yes, this katana belongs to my mother," Naruto said as the black katana dissolved into blood and merged with him. "And surely the demon's katana was given to someone unworthy," a civilian began, but he lost his head in an instant as Naruto moved behind him, swiftly ending the threat. "Insult me, call me a demon, or whatever you wish, but speak ill of my parents, and I will ensure your family and loved ones experience a living nightmare," Naruto declared, his voice dark as an overwhelming killing intent filled the room, suffocating everyone present. "Naokun, enough," Hiruzen said, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm him. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone felt as if they were suffocating in the presence of the young man. After a deep breath, Naruto released his killing intent. "I'm sorry," he said, returning to where he had been standing. "Now, civil council, consider yourselves warned. Say something out of line, and I will have you arrested, regardless of your status in the village," the daimyo stated firmly. "Very well, young Naruto. I understand your displeasure and will overlook your actions since you broke the Hokage's law. However, we must first review your past crimes and finances to ensure they serve the village," the daimyo continued, to which Naruto nodded. "Agreed, but if this happens again, I will personally investigate everything and report your finances to the village," Naruto replied, with the daimyo accepting his words. "Now that there is no reason for theft, this meeting is pointless," the daimyo concluded. "Excuse me, but I have a question," one of the elders interjected. "Speak, Danzo," the daimyo replied. "If young Uzumaki is the current heir, he must restore the Uzumaki clan by marrying multiple women to do so." "I have the perfect candidate in mind," Danzo said, already plotting how to send one of his umbu. "It is true, young Naruto, you are the heir and clan leader, but once you become a Chunin, you will have your place in the Shinobi Council. For now, it is true what Danzo said, you must restore your clan," the daimyo said. Seriously, hoping that Naruto would consider the implications. "I understand, daimyo-sama, but according to Konoha's laws, I have until I turn 18 to do so, and I have 5 years left. I appreciate your help, Danzo-sama, but I will not allow you to use your tricks to gain any merit within my clan. I am not foolish, I know you seek power within my clan, so do not think I will comply," Naruto stated, causing Danzo to frown in annoyance. "How dare you, brat? You must respect me." Danzo retorted, his anger rising at Naruto's words. Respect is earned, Danzo, and you have not done so. You only claim things that have no basis to gain power, which could lead to regrettable choices in your enemies, Naruto replied, noticing Danzo gripping his cane tightly in frustration. You disrespectful brat. I will not allow you and your tainted blood to take the power I have earned. Danzo shouted, standing up as if to act. Respect whom? Naruto challenged. You little punk, don't get too cocky, Danzo growled, grabbing the bandages on his arm, alarming the civilians and the other elders. Oh, the old man is upset, Naruto remarked, a smirk on his face. Brat. Danzo exclaimed furiously as he ripped off the bandages and the right side of his kimono, revealing a pale arm with what appeared to be a face on his shoulder, along with multiple Sharingan eyes on his arm. Naruto declared that he was ready, and chains surrounded Danzo, with 2 wrapping completely around his arm, while 3 others encircled his body. 1 chain affixed a chakra suppression tag to his chest, and another wrapped around his head, with the tip of 1 chain pointed directly at his eye. Naruto stated that there was enough evidence against the old man, with Hiruzen standing beside him. Hiruzen expressed his surprise at what Danzo had hidden beneath his bandages. Suddenly, several Umbu appeared from the shadows, only to be immobilized by Shikakunara's shadow techniques. Chusa Akimichi restrained 2, Some Inazuka had 2 under control with her dog Kuramaru managing another pair, while Inoichi Yamanaka switched places with one of the Umbu and subdued another with a kunai. Mikoto Uchiha captured 2 with a kunai by summoning the arms of Susanoo to trap them. Hiruzen presented the evidence to the daimyo, explaining that it was necessary to execute Danzo Shimura and investigate his activities to bring all involved to justice. The daimyo, with fingers interlaced, granted permission for the investigation and judgment of those involved in Danzo's plans against Konoha. He then turned to Naruto, instructing him to remove Danzo's arm and reveal what was hidden beneath the bandages over his eye. Naruto agreed and, drawing his katana, severed Danzo's arm. He then told Hiruzen that he could heal the stump, prompting Hiruzen to channel chakra into his hand and cauterize the wound. Naruto informed everyone that the chakra signature he sensed from the Sharingan eyes on Danzo's arm was also present in his eye. As he moved the chain, he revealed that Danzo had a Sharingan in the socket of his eye. Mikoto Uchiha recognized the eye and expressed concern. Hiruzen inquired about the situation, and Mikoto identified it as Shursue's eye, recalling that Shursue was known for his rapid teleportation jutsu. She explained that he had vanished overnight, and Itachi had been searching for him, as they were best friends before the Uchiha clan massacre. Hiruzen realized that Danzo was the reason for Shursue's disappearance. He instructed Mikoto to take the eye, as it belonged to her clan. Mikoto approached and removed the eye, causing Danzo pain. Danzo threatened that he would kill them as seals appeared on his chest. Naruto warned everyone to take cover and, invoking more chains, created a massive sphere of chains with Danzo trapped inside. The chains glowed for a moment before settling down. Naruto sighed and fell to one knee, with Hiruzen crouching beside him, concerned for his well-being. Naruto explained that he was overwhelmed by memories from his clones, leaving him exhausted. Before he could finish, he collapsed, and the chains vanished, leaving ashes on the ground as Hiruzen caught him in his arms. Hiruzen addressed the daimyo, stating that he had full authority to investigate Danzo's movements and execute all involved. He noted that Naruto would be subject to clan restoration laws when he became a Chunin, and that he was now an unofficial Chunin. Once the finals were over, he would be promoted to a high-ranking Chunin. Hiruzen emphasized that what had occurred was a top-secret matter, warning that anyone who revealed details would face execution, regardless of their status in the village. He ordered an Umbu to take Naruto to the hospital and keep watch over him. The Umbu complied, disappearing with Naruto toward the hospital. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a dark-haired figure seethed with anger, realizing that his plan to gain power had failed, and now his weak companion possessed the strength he desired. As the Umbu carried Naruto to the council meeting, Yugao waited on a bench outside the hospital for the return of her fiancé. 3 shadows loomed over her, and when she looked up, she saw her best friends, Kurenai, Enko, and Hana. Yugao greeted them, noticing Kurenai in her typical attire and Anko in her signature outfit, while Hana wore her Chunin uniform with her loyal dogs by her side. Anko teased Yugao about her engagement, causing her to blush. Yugao explained that it had happened suddenly, and she was still processing it. Anko pressed for details about her fiancé, while Hana expressed curiosity. Kurenai, ever the sensible one, seemed ready to advise Yugao against dating someone younger. Yugao decided to stall for time until the Umbu returned with Naruto. She playfully suggested they guess who her fiancé was. Hana guessed Hey-8, but Yugao shook her head, revealing that she had ended things with him, surprising her friends. They noted that they hadn't seen much of her lately since she had been busy as an Umbu. Kurenai questioned why she was dressed as a jounin instead of in civilian or Umbu attire. Yugao explained that she had retired from the Umbu and was now a jounin, which the Hokage was aware of, as yesterday had been her last day of service. Just as they were about to ask more questions, a smoke cloud appeared, revealing an Umbu with a bear mask carrying an unconscious Naruto on his back, alarming Yugao. She rushed to ask what had happened. Yugao approached Naruto and lifted him into her arms, carrying him into the hospital with the help of Oso. There had been significant events at the council meeting, leaving Naruto exhausted. According to the third Hokage's orders, he needed to rest, especially after leaving hundreds of clones to study and train, which were now sending him memories. Oso mentioned that he had a message to convey. Yugao nodded as she placed Naruto on a stretcher brought in by the doctors, who did not recognize him. Oso conveyed the message that everything that happened at the council was classified until the third Hokage decided otherwise, warning that revealing any details could lead to severe consequences. Yugao nodded again as she entered the room where the doctors were examining Naruto, her friends following closely behind. Anko teased Yugao about her mysterious fiancé being the fox, which made Yugao nod in acknowledgement. Kurenai, feeling a bit uneasy, pointed out that Yugao was younger than Naruto. Yugao replied that she was aware of that, but as ninjas, their lifespans were short. She didn't want to live a life filled with regrets if she could be with the person she wanted. As the doctor approached, he asked who was a relative or close acquaintance. Stepping forward, Yugao declared herself as Naruto's fiancé, while Kurenai frowned, Hana looked curious, and Anko smirked playfully. The doctor informed them that Naruto was fine and only needed to rest for a day. He had no injuries, just a lack of chakra, which was surprising given that his chakra coils were highly developed, exceeding even the Hokage's. He had a mild concussion and was receiving memories from his clones, which caused his fainting spell. The doctor advised that Naruto should rest for the day to recover at least half of his chakra and regain consciousness. Yugao assured the doctor that she would make sure Naruto rested for at least 2 days. After the doctor left, she sat beside Naruto, holding his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze, which brought a smile to her face. As Naruto stirred, he groaned about his head. Yugao encouraged him to lie back down, reminding him that the doctor had said he needed to rest and asked if he had been receiving memories from his clones. Naruto confirmed that his clones were dissipating and returning memories to him, and he had already regained about 30% of his chakra. Yugao insisted that he still needed to rest for 2 days, wanting him to process the memories properly. She spoke with a tone that made it clear she expected him to follow her orders. Naruto agreed to rest but asked about the girl with her head down, recognizing Kurenai, Anko, and the triplets but not the brown-haired woman. Yugao introduced her as Hana Inuzuka, Kiba's older sister and the human companion of the triplets. Then, Yugao inquired how many clones Naruto had sent to train, crossing her arms with a serious expression that made him nervous. Naruto hesitated before admitting the number. When Yugao raised her voice slightly, he revealed that he had sent 100 clones to study in the mansion library, 100 for chakra control, 100 for elemental control, 100 for practicing his Kekkei Genkai and ancestry, and 200 for Kenjutsu training alongside Taijutsu, plus 100 for Fuinjutsu. Each clone had chakra levels comparable to Yugao's. Yugao was taken aback by the sheer number of clones and the amount of chakra involved, realizing why she had found him collapsed outside the mansion. She scolded him for creating such an excessive number of clones and reminded him that he was receiving memories from all of them. Naruto explained that he had just received the memories from the clones in the library and those practicing chakra control. Yugao set a new limit, stating that he could create a maximum of 300 clones for training. If he exceeded that, she would be upset. Naruto nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Yugao instructed him to go get some fruit and noted that the others had nothing to do. Kurenai mentioned that she had no plans since Shino was training with his clan, so she would accompany Yugao. Enko joined them, stating she had the week off due to the Chunin exams. Hana, on the other hand, said she needed to check on her dogs, especially Akamaru, who was exhausted and injured from his match in the exams. As they prepared to leave, Naruto realized that the trio lived together. Enko explained that it was a bit cramped in their small apartment, but they managed to be comfortable. Naruto suggested they move into the Uzumaki mansion, noting that it was spacious and he would be alone, so some company would be nice. The three women exchanged glances, considering his offer. Enko asked about the rent, while Yugao contemplated what Naruto would say. He replied that they would only need to keep the pantry stocked. Kurenai and Yugao nodded in agreement. They decided to accept the offer but would need to take care of their last expenses and inform the Hokage of their new residence. With plans made, they said their goodbyes, looking forward to their new arrangement. Naruto closed his eyes, ready to sleep. He wasn't foolish. If he tried to escape, he was certain that Yugao would catch him and give him a stern talking to. Besides, he didn't want to face the wrath of his friends, so he decided that resting was the best option. Yugao gently kissed his forehead, telling him to rest, before she began to leave with Kurenai and Enko following behind. Unbeknownst to them, Enko approached Naruto and quickly kissed his lips before rejoining her friends, which Kurenai noticed, clenching her fist in annoyance. Naruto found himself at the entrance of the Uzumaki mansion, with Yugao by his side. She hadn't left him since he woke up in the morning after being discharged from the hospital. Now, she was helping him return home. "Yugao-chan, where are Kurenai-sensei and Anko-san?" he asked, recalling that he hadn't seen them since the previous day when Yugao had brought him fruit. "They're at the house. They went to settle the last expenses for the small apartment we were in and are packing their things. They should be here tomorrow since I need to pack my things too," Yugao explained as she helped him settle onto the couch in the living room. "Alright then. Will you help me bring their things tomorrow? By then, I'll be back to full strength," Naruto replied, feeling a bit nervous under Yugao's gaze. "Tell me, Naruto-kun, have all your clones dissipated?" Yugao asked seriously. "Not yet. They should still be training. I told you I created them with chakra equivalent to yours, but they're more resilient. You know my chakra is denser than anyone else's," Naruto explained, noticing Yugao's serious expression made him uneasy. "Okay, but tomorrow you will send a clone to inform them to dissipate one by one every hour so you can process the memories, understood?" Yugao stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. Just then, there was a knock at the door, prompting Yugao to stand up and see who it was. When she opened the door, her annoyance grew as she found Kakashi and his favorite student waiting. "Kakashi, what do you want at Naruto's house?" Yugao called out, loud enough for Naruto to hear. He quickly got up and stood behind her. "I want to talk to Naruto." "Yugao, call him," Kakashi commanded. "I'm sorry, but he's resting. He overexerted himself yesterday and needs to recuperate," Yugao replied, noticing Kakashi's frown. "I don't care. I'm his teacher, so let me in," Kakashi insisted, stepping forward, only to find a kunai pressed against his neck, held by Naruto. "You heard Yugao, Hataki. Besides, I don't care what you want to discuss. You're not welcome here, and your presence tarnishes the name of those who lived in this house," Naruto said coldly, his intent clear, causing Sasuke to step back in fear. "Naruto, put that kunai down, or I will have to revoke your shinobi license as your superior," Kakashi warned, though Sasuke smirked, feeling confident. "Tell me why you're here and make it a valid reason, or I will inform the Hokage that you've invaded clan territory without permission and with hostile intentions," Naruto replied, noticing Kakashi's nervousness. It was true, he was on clan grounds, one of the founding clans of Konoha. "Sasuke informed me that the council ordered me to come to the Uzumaki mansion and that you are to teach him any jutsu from the library," Kakashi stated, with Sasuke smirking, knowing Naruto had missed the end of the meeting. Oh, and how do you know about the council meeting? It's supposed to be a secret, and revealing it is punishable by death. You knew that, didn't you, Hatake? Naruto said, watching Kakashi's eyes widen in shock. Naruto, Kakashi began, but Naruto unleashed his chains, binding both Kakashi and Sasuke. He silenced Sasuke with a swift strike while he gagged Kakashi. Yugao, go call the Hokage and have Anko or Ibiki Marino come. I have traitors who revealed a village secret. Also, if you can, summon the other Jounin and clan heads. It's time for the old man to give his verdict, Naruto commanded, and Yugao nodded. Alright, I'll be right back. Wait in the back of the complex, she said, kissing Naruto on the cheek before sprinting toward the Hokage tower. Naruto made his way to the back of the mansion, where he had collapsed earlier, with an unconscious Sasuke and a bound Kakashi struggling to speak, but their efforts were futile as they couldn't access their chakra. After waiting for about half an hour, the Hokage arrived with several Jounin, including the senseis of his teammates and the clan heads, all surprised to see Naruto. Thank you, Yugao. Here I have a traitor who disclosed confidential information and an infiltrator who was spying on the Uzumaki mansion, Naruto said, pointing at Kakashi and Sasuke, still bound by chains. Very well, Naruto-kun. First, release Kakashi, the Hokage instructed. Naruto complied, allowing Kakashi to adjust his mask before standing and speaking. Hokage-sama, you must punish Naruto and revoke his shinobi license for attacking a superior and a teammate, Kakashi insisted, with Sasuke, who had regained consciousness, still bound and silent. I see, but Kakashi, I want to know something, Hiruzen said seriously, narrowing his eyes at the Jounin's arrogance. Order me, Kakashi replied, waiting for the question. I want to know the true story about the Wave mission and why you lied in your mission report, Hiruzen demanded, causing Kakashi to lose his composure. Hokage-sama, the report I gave is the truth. How can you believe I lied about the mission report? Kakashi replied nervously, trying to mask his fear. I see. Then that explains why the seal of lies is reacting, Hiruzen said, pointing to Ibiki, who was holding a glowing seal. That seal? Naruto, I can't believe you created a seal to take credit for a mission in which you did nothing, Kakashi stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kakashi observed Naruto, who calmly pointed toward the trees where a man emerged. The man had white hair and red stripes in his eyes, which ended at his chin. He wore a green outfit with a red cloak adorned with 2 yellow circles and red sandals. Instead of the Konoha headband, Jiraiya wore what appeared to be a headband for oil. Kakashi had created the seal. The man approached the Hokage. Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi thought, unable to speak as he felt lost. He couldn't defend himself, having accused someone without knowing the full story, and the seal was the work of the legendary Sannin. Now tell me, Kakashi, how was the Wave mission? Hiruzen asked, while Kakashi lowered his gaze and began to recount the mission. The Hokage occasionally urged him to tell the truth, noticing Kakashi's hesitation to be completely honest. When he finished, silence fell over the room as everyone processed the fact that a Jounin had dared to lie in a mission report. Now tell me why you came to Naruto's quarters to request, or rather demand, jutsus from a founding clan of the Leaf, Hiruzen said, while Kakashi struggled to find his words. I came because Sasuke informed me that the council ordered Naruto to give him his jutsu so he can learn them, Kakashi explained, and since the seal did not react, they knew he was telling the truth. When did you lose your way, Kakashi? I'm sorry, but you left me no choice, Hiruzen said, standing firm before Kakashi. By my order, Jounin Kakashi Hatake loses his rank and will be reduced to Chunin. He will also be handed over to the medical division for the extraction of his Sharingan eye, a gift meant to see the world through the eyes of a comrade. However, he has failed to uphold the way of the fire, and that eye will be reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind as a memory of a comrade who sacrificed himself for the good of his friends, the Hokage commanded. As Kakashi attempted to speak, he was silenced by a seal that appeared on his chest, surrounding him with kanji that pinned him to the ground. You can't do this, Hokage-sama. You can't take away my only memory of Obito. Kakashi thought, lying on the ground. You have failed, Kakashi, as a ninja, as a... friend, as a teacher, and to the memories of a young man like Uchiha Obito. Tiger, take him away and fulfill my order, Hiruzen commanded, and an umbu with a tiger mask appeared, knocking Kakashi out and taking him away. Naruto, bring Sasuke Uchiha before me and release his GG, Hiruzen ordered. Naruto complied, placing Sasuke in front of Hiruzen and removing the chain from his mouth. Now, young Uchiha, tell me who informed you about the council meeting, the Hokage demanded. No one. I was just there because that old man with bandages gave me a camouflage seal. And even if that were the case, it doesn't matter. I am important. They can't do anything to me because I am the last Uchiha. I am more valuable than those foolish clans. I am elite. My eyes are the most important thing in this village, Sasuke declared arrogantly, looking at the Hokage as if he were the king of the world. I see. As recorded in the laws of Konoha, I cannot sentence you to death, Hiruzen replied, while Sasuke smiled arrogantly. But as you are an important asset, you will be sentenced to have your chakra sealed permanently, as well as being imprisoned and used as a breeding machine to bring the Uchiha clan into a new light, with the will of fire in their hearts, Hiruzen stated, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen in horror. You can't do anything. I am the heir of the clan. You can't do anything to me. Sasuke shouted, but then he heard a voice his mother. Sasuke, the order has been given, and although it pains me, it will be done. However, your chakra will not be sealed under my command, as the matriarch of the Uchiha requested. Jiraiya-sama can place a seal that will burn your chakra, making it impossible to heal your chakra system, Mikoto Uchiha said, leaving Sasuke paralyzed by her words. However, what Jiraiya said next made him smile. It can't be, as that seal is not in my hands, Jiraiya replied, casting a glance at Naruto, who understood the unspoken message. Mikoto was about to speak, but Naruto interjected. That seal is not in Jiraiya's hands, it is in the custody of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto stated, while Mikoto looked at him and Sasuke began to panic, ready to scream, only to be silenced by a chain. In that case, I request the heir of the Uzumaki clan to place the seal on my son, Mikoto said firmly, though Naruto sensed her sadness. It will be done, Naruto replied. He created a clone and sent it to the library, where it quickly returned. In just 5 minutes, Naruto approached Sasuke, biting his finger and writing swiftly and precisely on Sasuke's face, arms, legs, abdomen, chest, and finally his entire back, also surrounding Sasuke's curse seal, which Anko observed with a wink. When you are ready, Mikoto-sama, Naruto said, standing behind Sasuke, who was trying to break free and scream, but a chain still held his mouth shut. Proceed, Mikoto commanded, and everyone watched seriously. Very well, Naruto said, beginning to perform hand seals at great speed before slamming his hands to the ground. Seal! Naruto exclaimed, and everyone watched as the seals glowed, burning Sasuke's skin. He was enveloped in a layer of chakra, and his Sharingan eyes activated, slowly losing their red color as the chakra layer fell like drops to the ground, dispersing into the air while Sasuke screamed, muffled by the chains. After just half an hour, Sasuke was released, staggering as he stood up and quickly formed hand seals for a fire jutsu, but nothing happened. It won't work, Sasuke. You've lost your chakra, you can't use it, Naruto said, putting away the chains. Damn it! Sasuke shouted, lunging forward, but he was so slow that Naruto merely stood still and absorbed the hit to his cheek, turning his gaze away. Too slow. Naruto struck his abdomen where a seal had appeared as Sasuke fell unconscious to the ground. He explained to Hiruzen that the seal was a punishment. If Sasuke attempted to escape the village and moved more than 50 meters away, it would activate and release a poison into his body that would be fatal within 10 hours. Hiruzen, serious as he listened, took out his pipe and began to smoke. Hiruzen instructed the Umbu bear to take the young Uchiha away to begin his sentence. The repopulation of the Uchiha clan would commence once he turned 17, so it was crucial to keep him safe. As the Umbu took Sasuke to prison, Naruto noticed Mikoto's sadness. Acting on impulse, he knocked her out gently and carried her inside the mansion. It had been a tough day for her, and he wanted to help her relax. He created a clone to take care of Mikoto and ensure she could rest. Hiruzen then dismissed everyone, and they began to leave. Yugao, having passed by the room, observed Naruto's clones dissipating every couple of minutes. She expressed her curiosity about what he was doing, suspecting he was receiving the memories from his clones in the mansion's library. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed by the day's events, wished to rest and let himself drift into the world of dreams, with Yugao gently running her fingers through his red hair. Time passed as they rested together, with Yugao eventually falling asleep on the couch, unaware of their arrival at the mansion. A woman watched them sleep peacefully and remarked on Yugao's serene expression, noting how calm and happy she looked. Another woman agreed, recalling how she had hoped that her own partner would bring her the same peace, but instead, she had often seen frustration on his face. She decided to let them be, recognizing their happiness together. Anko, observing the scene, commented on Naruto's attractiveness and mused about whether Yugao would mind if she flirted with him. Kurenai, lost in her thoughts, was drawn back to the conversation when Anko's words registered. She admonished Anko for considering such actions, reminding her that Naruto was in a relationship with her friend. Anko countered, insisting that Naruto saw Kurenai as a prize, just as many men in the village did. She warned Kurenai that Naruto's interest was superficial, a bet among friends to see who could win her over. Kurenai, feeling hurt by Anko's accusations, defended Naruto, claiming he treated her as special. Anko, frustrated by Kurenai's refusal to see the truth, warned her that she would not be there for her if things went wrong. Kurenai, determined to believe in Naruto's feelings, gathered her things and left the mansion, unwilling to stay in a place where someone spoke ill of the man she cared for. Once they were gone, Yugao opened her eyes and sighed, only to hear Naruto's voice from her lap, having woken up before her. He acknowledged the seriousness of the situation and suggested that both women needed space to make their own decisions. He encouraged Yugao to be there for them when things got difficult. Confused, Yugao mentioned Anko's comment about flirting with Naruto, wondering if it would bother him if she reciprocated. Naruto observed as Yugao remained lost in thought. 2 weeks had passed in the Hidden Leaf Village since the meeting he had called at his mansion. He had received all the memories from his clones, which he was still processing due to the sheer volume. He trained his body to utilize the skills he had learned from them. Meanwhile, Hiruzen had received news that since the destruction of Sasuke Uchiha's chakra, Mikoto Uchiha had moved in with Naruto and was now a permanent resident of the Uzumaki mansion. For 2 days, Naruto had provided her with the warmth of a family, and she was happy to stay close to him. As she packed her belongings and valuable items from her home, she requested a seal from Naruto to block access to the Uchiha mansion. She took everything to Naruto's house, including scrolls from the Uchiha library, ensuring they were kept safe in the Uzumaki mansion. Naruto sealed everything in a storage scroll, secured with a blood seal that only an Uchiha or a Uzumaki in favor of Mikoto could open. This scroll was placed in the safest area of the Uzumaki library. Things had been relatively calm since the day Kakashi Hatake was demoted from Jonin to Chunin. After losing his Sharingan, Kakashi began to recognize his mistakes and failures. He realized that even after all these years, he continued to disappoint those he cared about, including Obito, who had taught him the importance of not abandoning a friend. Kakashi had done the opposite by leaving his student for another, breaking his sensei's rule of not showing favoritism, and he felt this was his punishment. For Hiruzen, everything was going well. He had learned the secret of using clones to manage paperwork, and with Naruto rejuvenating him to his best years, things seemed promising. However, they were now strategizing on how to handle the imminent invasion by Orochimaru during the Chunin exam finals, aiming to prevent casualties among their ninjas. Naruto felt a sense of calm as he followed the orders of his Hokage, staying focused on his training under the watchful eye of his fiancée, Yugao, who ensured he didn't overdo it. He also took time to spend with Yugao, Anko, and occasionally Hinata, whom he met during a visit to the hospital at Yugao's insistence, reminding him to take care of himself. The atmosphere was peaceful as Naruto shared his chakra with Hinata, helping her feel more at ease. As Naruto leaped from rooftop to rooftop on his way to the Hokage Tower, summoned by Hiruzen through an Umbu member, he arrived and entered the office. Inside, he found several Jonin, Chunin, and Sensujonin, with Yugao talking to Enko and a brown-haired girl he recognized as Kiba's sister. Approaching them, he greeted Yugao with a kiss, while Enko playfully pulled him closer, teasingly placing his face between her chest. Yugao intervened, asking Enko to let go of Naruto. Enko smirked mischievously, questioning if Yugao was afraid of losing her fiancé. Yugao responded with a playful threat about not allowing Enko to hang out with Naruto anymore, which made Enko relent, apologizing as she stood beside Naruto, linking her arm with his. Yugao leaned back against Naruto, resting her head on his chest. Hana, feeling nervous about being near Naruto, wanted to say something. She called out to him, but her gaze fell to the floor as Yugao noticed her discomfort. Separating from Naruto's embrace, Yugao whispered to Hana that she wanted to talk after the meeting. Hana felt anxious under her friend's watchful eye but returned to Naruto's arms, finding comfort against his chest. From across the room, a dark-haired girl with ruby-red eyes watched the group with irritation. She felt a mix of emotions as she observed how the men in the room looked at her with desire, including the very man she had quarreled with her friend over. However, one person stood out. When he turned to look at her, he met her gaze with scarlet eyes, not focusing on her body but connecting with her eyes. He greeted her before returning his attention to Yugao, who nestled against him, causing her jealousy to flare. She was frustrated with everything that had transpired. The discussions she had with Enko 2 weeks prior were coming to fruition. Each night since that argument, she found herself crying alone at home, missing her friends who were not there to console her. Whenever she met with Asuma, he had only made advances towards her, which annoyed her since he was so direct about it. She realized that Enko's words had been true, but her pride prevented her from accepting it, leading her toward her own downfall. The atmosphere shifted as everyone stood at attention when Hiruzen entered the room and took his seat at the desk. He addressed them, stating that 2 weeks ago, they had captured a sound ninja who had been subjected to interrogation to reveal what he knew. Now, they were gathered to discuss the information he had provided. Hiruzen addressed the gathering, capturing everyone's attention, but a Chunin interjected. He pointed at Naruto and questioned why a genin was present at such an important meeting. Hiruzen explained that Naruto had the right to be there, as per the daimyo's orders. He was an unofficial high-ranking Chunin, and regardless of the outcome of the exams, he would secure the position due to past events discussed in a council meeting. As Hiruzen spoke, Naruto stood beside him, demonstrating his abilities by using chakra chains to ensnare 2 Chunin. With everything in place, Hiruzen declared the meeting underway, activating a silence seal that ensured everyone focused on his words. After Hiruzen finished, the room buzzed with anticipation as they processed the information. Orochimaru had been sighted in the village, and it was believed he might attack. This intelligence had come from the team of Dosu, and Inoichi had sealed their memories of the interrogation. Naruto proposed a plan, receiving Hiruzen's nod to continue. His first suggestion was to ensure the safety of the civilians. He recommended deploying a team of 4 Chunin, 2 visible and 2 hidden on every street to facilitate a swift evacuation, which could be completed in 10 minutes, providing enough time to hold off any attackers. Everyone agreed, recognizing the time frame was sufficient. Next, he advised that a team of 3 Jounin and 2 Chunin should protect the village's most critical locations: the library, the academy, the prison, and the Hokage Tower. The group nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of safeguarding these sites. Lastly, Naruto insisted that while the evacuation and protection were underway, a team needed to handle Orochimaru's summons at the village gates. He volunteered for this task, confident in his abilities, although the others were unaware of his summoning skills. Hiruzen would inquire further later. For the second phase of the plan, Naruto instructed that half of the Chunin who had evacuated should remain to protect the civilian area, while the other half would engage the invaders. He emphasized the need for Hiruzen to contact the Kazekage or at least the Jounin sensei from Sunagakure to inform them of their involvement and request support during the invasion. The group nodded in agreement, understanding the strategy. Naruto warned Hiruzen that his task would be the most challenging, as Orochimaru likely intended to kill him. He suggested having Jiraiya by Hiruzen's side, though hidden. Naruto proposed sealing Jiraiya in a scroll, ready to be released when Orochimaru attempted to isolate Hiruzen. This way, they could fight together, increasing their chances of success. Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Finally, Naruto noted that someone in the village needed to handle the Jinchuriki from the sand, as they planned to use it in the attack. He could take on this role but would be unable to manage Orochimaru's summons simultaneously. However, if someone carried one of his summoning seals, he could handle both tasks, suggesting that at least 3 Jounin should perform the summoning to call upon the leader of his clan. The group exchanged glances, considering the proposal. Yugao stepped forward, declaring her willingness to assist, and her friends Anko and Hana joined her. Hiruzen approved the plan, and Naruto explained that he would confront the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. He could use his chains to restrain it and absorb its chakra, although it would leave him exhausted due to the immense power involved. Everyone nodded, aware of the challenges ahead. Once the meeting concluded, Hiruzen instructed everyone to prepare for the next day, assuring them that he would have all teams ready for the plan. As they departed to fulfill their duties, Yugao told Naruto they would meet later, as she planned to go for dango with Anko and Hana. Naruto nodded and bid her farewell with a smile before heading home, intending to grab some ramen since he had been limited to 1 bowl a day for his diet. After enjoying 20 bowls of ramen, Naruto spent some time chatting with Ayame, who he rarely saw. She felt a flutter in her stomach, feeling nervous around him, and decided she would ask her father about these unfamiliar feelings of affection. As Naruto left the restaurant, he unexpectedly kissed Ayame on the cheek, causing her to blush deeply as she hugged her legs, flustered by the gesture. He leaped from rooftop to rooftop toward the Uzumaki mansion, eager to shower and change after his training session. While moving swiftly, he spotted his Jounin sensei from Team 10 conversing with other Jounin. Among them was his friend, the pineapple-headed one, and his sturdy-boned companion. In the corner of his eye, he noticed the Jounin sensei from Team 8, where Hinata was kneeling, hugging her knees and crying. Using chakra to enhance his hearing, he tuned into their conversation. One Chunin asked Asuma when he would show off Kurenai's attractive figure. Asuma, sounding bored, replied that since distancing himself from Anko he thought he had a chance, but Kurenai insisted on a serious relationship before anything else. Another Chunin suggested that he should just go for it and break up afterward, treating it as a one-night affair, but Asuma seemed uninterested in that approach. The Chunin spoke while the others nodded in agreement. Asuma expressed his reluctance, stating that he didn't want to pretend to be in a relationship, fearing it would complicate his life and drive away the girls who pursued him. He was well aware of his popularity and believed that if anyone found out he was in a relationship, they would lose interest. The others chimed in, discussing who would bring the women to their gatherings. Naruto, feeling frustrated by the conversation, tuned out the chatter and focused on Kurenai, who appeared lost in thought. He knew the only people who could help her were likely at the mansion. Approaching her, he gently lifted Kurenai, who looked up at him in surprise. "Trust me, we need to see 2 people who can help," he said as he made his way to the Uzumaki mansion to support Kurenai during her difficult time. Upon arriving, he sensed the chakra of Yugao and Anko inside. Entering the room, he found them deep in conversation. "Naruto, is that you?" Yugao called out, recognizing his presence as he was one of the few who could enter the mansion through the barrier surrounding it. "Yes, but someone needs your support," he replied, and both women turned to see Kurenai in Naruto's arms, her expression filled with pain. "What happened?" Anko asked, noticing Kurenai's distant gaze. She overheard Asuma talking about how he would manipulate her into a relationship just to get her into bed. Naruto explained, gently laying Kurenai down on the couch as her friends rushed to comfort her. "Kurenai, look at me. Please," Anko urged, and Kurenai met her gaze, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Anko tightly. "I'm so sorry, Anko. I didn't want to pull away, and you were just trying to protect me. Please forgive me," Kurenai sobbed, and Anko held her close, offering solace. "I'm going to take a shower and then meet Hana," Naruto announced, but Kurenai grasped his clothing, pleading for him to stay. "Please don't go. I feel safe in your arms," she said, refusing to let go. Naruto nodded, creating a clone to help. He sat down with Kurenai in his lap, making her feel comfortable and secure. Where are you going, Anko? Yugao asked as she noticed Anko preparing to leave. I need to have a talk with Asarobi, Anko replied, grabbing her coat. Let it go for now, Anko. You'll see what I can do tomorrow, Naruto assured her, and Anko hesitated but ultimately agreed, knowing Naruto's reputation as a trickster in the village. But if you're not convincing, I'll handle it myself, Anko warned before sitting beside Naruto, continuing to comfort Kurenai, who remained nestled against him, hiding her face in the crook of his neck as he gently stroked her soft black hair. After a few minutes, Kurenai fell asleep in his arms. Anko, do you know where Kurenai lives? Naruto asked, and the purple-haired woman nodded. Let's go get her things so she can stay here. It's not good for her to be alone in this state, he suggested, and both women agreed, heading out to retrieve Kurenai's belongings. Naruto found himself peacefully sleeping on the couch, Kurenai still clinging to him, her head resting on his chest. He was awakened by the sound of the door opening and saw Yugao and Anko entering with boxes, followed by Hana and Tsum, who were also carrying items that he assumed belonged to Kurenai. Here are Kurenai-chan's things, Naruto-kun, Yugao said, but he remained still, not wanting to disturb Kurenai's peaceful slumber. Take her to a room where she can stay. Just leave the boxes there. Kurenai can organize her things later. Tsum-san, I apologize for sending a clone, he said, glancing at Tsum, who waved off his apology as Anko, Yugao, and Hana took Kurenai's belongings to a room. Kurenai stirred slightly, lifting her gaze to meet Naruto's crimson eyes. How are you, Kurenai-san? He asked, and she simply snuggled closer to him, wrapping her arms around him. I feel comfortable and safe in your arms, Kurenai admitted, blushing at her own words as Naruto embraced her with one hand and gently stroked her hair with the other, causing her to close her eyes in contentment. I'm glad to hear that, but you should get up. I need to shower, and you have someone to talk to, Naruto said, prompting Kurenai to nod and rise from the couch, stretching as he did the same. Wait here, Anko, Yugao, and Hana are coming down the hall, he instructed before stepping away. Kurenai waited for her friends, her cheeks flushed as she realized she didn't want to part from Naruto's warm embrace and strong presence. She chastised herself for her thoughts, reminding herself that he was her friend's boyfriend and that she shouldn't entertain such feelings. What are you thinking, Kurenai? You can't have those thoughts about your friend's partner, she scolded herself, trying to calm her racing heart, which felt like it might burst from her chest at the mere thought of Naruto. Unbeknownst to her, her friends were watching her reaction, sharing smiles as they recognized Kurenai's budding feelings for Naruto. Yugao noted Kurenai's interest, understanding that her friend was struggling with her emotions, especially given her past experiences with men who only sought her for her appearance. Kurenai, Yugao called, startling her as she turned, her face flushed upon seeing her friends. Are you feeling better? Hana mentioned while Kurenai nodded in agreement. Kurenai felt grateful to Naruto for helping her feel better, her cheeks flushing as she recalled how she had slept in his arms. Yugao, curious, asked Kurenai how it felt to be held by him, noticing that Kurenai seemed a bit distracted. Kurenai described the comfort and warmth of being enveloped in his embrace but then realized how Yugao had taken advantage of her moment of distraction. Yugao simply smiled at her response. Kurenai quickly clarified that she appreciated the experience but would never try to take Naruto away from her friend. She waved her hands in front of her, but Yugao held onto them gently. Kurenai insisted that it was fine, and Yugao reassured her, mentioning that Naruto was bound by the clan restoration law, which meant he would marry more than one woman. She expressed that she wouldn't mind sharing him with Kurenai, as they were friends, and given what Kurenai had been through, it would be nice for her to know a man who truly loved her for who she was, rather than as a trophy to show off. Kurenai felt overwhelmed by this information, her heart racing and anxiety building. Yugao had seen how Kurenai longed for love, but due to how the men in the village viewed her, she had closed her heart. It only opened when Asuma took advantage of her vulnerability. Kurenai lowered her gaze, knowing this was true. Yugao continued, explaining that Naruto viewed Kurenai as a strong, beautiful woman who wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her. He believed that in the future, when she became a mother, she would be even more beautiful, and if he weren't with Yugao, he would gladly want to start a family with Kurenai. Kurenai blushed deeply, repeating Yugao's words in her mind. Yugao admitted to feeling jealous of how Naruto regarded Kurenai but now felt at peace knowing he loved her just as much. If Kurenai gave him a chance, she would find happiness with a man who truly valued her. After a moment of contemplation, Kurenai nodded in agreement, her cheeks flushed and hands clasped anxiously. Yugao then suggested that Kurenai and Anko had something to discuss. She led Hana to the kitchen, leaving Kurenai and a silent Anko in the living room. Kurenai felt nervous as she faced her friend. Anko embraced her, and Kurenai expressed her regret for the harsh words she had said, admitting that her pride and ignorance had pushed Anko away. Tears streamed down Kurenai's face as Anko comforted her, assuring her that she had never been angry, only saddened by the pain Kurenai had caused herself. Anko was glad that Kurenai had come to realize the truth. Kurenai acknowledged that Anko had been right. Naruto was different from the others. Anko teased her about seeking comfort in Naruto's arms, causing Kurenai to hide her face in embarrassment. Anko playfully announced that Kurenai was in love with Naruto, which made Kurenai blush even deeper, veins popping on her forehead in frustration. Kurenai shouted Anko's name in exasperation and began to chase her friend, who had darted away. Just then, Naruto appeared in the hallway, drying his hair with a towel. Anko jumped onto his back, seeking refuge. Kurenai, still fuming, demanded that Naruto move out of the way, intent on teaching Anko a lesson about when a joke had gone too far. Naruto noticed how Kurenai had called him and saw the pleading look in Anko's eyes. He quickly thought of a way to help. He calmed Kurenai, assuring her that Anko had learned her lesson. Anko nodded vigorously in agreement. Kurenai, however, remained unconvinced and began forming hand signs, causing Anko to tremble in fear of the genjutsu punishment. Naruto decided to intervene. Grabbing Kurenai's hand and pulling her close, their bodies nearly touching. He told her that Anko had learned her lesson, but Kurenai still deserved a punishment for not realizing that. In a surprising moment, he leaned in, and their lips met, leaving Kurenai momentarily speechless. Lost in the warmth of the kiss, she instinctively pulled him closer, deepening the connection. The three women watching were astonished, unable to believe that Naruto had taken such a bold step. Kurenai and Naruto shared a kiss that lasted several minutes until they finally pulled apart, gasping for air. Kurenai's face turned a deep shade of red, and she felt as if her head was spinning. Overwhelmed by the moment, she fainted in Naruto's arms, who smiled down at her, noting how she resembled Hinata in this regard. Anko and Hana exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with Naruto's observation. Naruto then playfully reminded Anko that she owed him a date for helping her out. Naruto observed Anko nodding in agreement as he noticed the silly smile Kurenai wore while clinging to him. He turned to Hana and asked if she would stay the night, suggesting they could go to her house together the next day to speak with her mother. Hana paused to think before responding that she would stay, hoping she wouldn't be a bother to Yugao. Naruto noted that he had gained some admirers after the second stage of the exams, hoping to provoke a hint of jealousy in Yugao. During this time, Naruto had researched the cursed mark, using Anko's mark as a reference. He discovered that a part of Orochimaru's soul resided within it, allowing him to take control of the body of anyone bearing the mark with the correct hand seals. Mikoto inquired if it was possible to remove Sasuke's seal. Naruto explained that while Sasuke's will was strong, fueled by his current rage, it paled in comparison to Orochimaru's insatiable thirst for power. To eliminate Sasuke's cursed mark, he would need to die, allowing the mark to fade since there would be no body left for the seal to inhabit. The group turned to see Mikoto standing in the hallway, watching Naruto intently. Mikoto expressed that it had to be that way, lowering her gaze sadly for her son's situation. Naruto continued, explaining that even if they managed to remove the mark, Sasuke would still harbor resentment and might escape the village for the power Orochimaru offered. The only way to keep him safe would be to confine him. Mikoto nodded, recognizing it as the best way to protect Sasuke. Naruto added that even then, Sasuke could become an enemy of all the villages, which caused Mikoto to look at him with fear. She asked for clarification, curious about what he meant. Naruto warned her that to achieve the next level of power with the Sharingan, Sasuke would be capable of killing her first before escaping with Orochimaru's forces. Mikoto stood frozen, devastated by Naruto's words, and the others rushed to comfort her as they noticed her trembling. Naruto instructed the girls to eat something and go to sleep, promising to take Mikoto to her room and stay with her to console her. As he carried Mikoto, who clung to him in tears, the girls nodded in understanding. He called out to Kurenai, who looked at him, and informed her to prepare for a date that weekend, leaving her blushing and lost in thoughts about their upcoming outing. In Naruto's room, he lay back with Mikoto resting on his chest, embracing her to help her calm down. As the sun's rays warmed his face, he woke up and tried to sit up but felt the weight of Mikoto's head on him. He noticed her peacefully sleeping, a faint trace of tears on her cheeks. He thought about how she must have cried over what he had told her about Sasuke. As he embraced her, he tucked her in with blankets and sat at the edge of the bed, brushing a strand of hair from her face. He reflected on how Sasuke could reject such a beautiful woman as his mother and how he would cherish her if she were his own. Naruto gently caressed Mikoto's face, causing her to struggle to suppress her blush from his words. He then stood to leave, unaware that Mikoto had opened her eyes and began to cry. As she lifted her gaze, she inadvertently activated her Sharingan, which spun rapidly until it became a black flower with 3 red petals and a ring in the center. The spinning did not stop there. It transformed into a tighter flower shape encompassing her entire eye, with black edges and what appeared to be mist emanating from it. As her pupil shrank, it blossomed into a beautiful cherry blossom with a 6-pointed star in the center. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Mikoto collapsed onto the bed, her strong feelings awakening the greatest power of an Uchiha, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This surge of power was driven by her desire to help someone and a new goal for her future, before she succumbed to sleep from the chakra exhaustion. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the back of the mansion after having a light breakfast and leaving breakfast for the girls at the table. He sensed Mikoto's chakra signature, indicating she had awakened, along with the others, while Kurenai was already in the living room, likely enjoying her breakfast. Knowing she would inform the others about the breakfast he made, he continued with his training. He meditated, striving to reach a blank state of mind, hoping his body would move instinctively during combat to avoid complications. However, he found it challenging, especially as a sensory type, since he would get distracted by the slightest chakra signature nearby. Suddenly, Naruto allowed his body to move freely, having cleared his mind completely. When he heard the sound of a kunai slicing through the air, he sidestepped and, while extending his legs, caught the kunai in hand. He performed a hand seal and launched the kunai, which multiplied into hundreds, all aimed at the source of the original kunai. Naruto opened his eyes as the last kunai fell, examining his hands and nodding in satisfaction. He had achieved his goal, even if just for a moment, realizing that it would require much practice and intense training to employ it effectively in battle. Naruto cut his finger with his nail, letting his blood fall to summon his black katana. When he received no response, he searched for a chakra signature. He found one that was suppressed but still present, and he formed hand seals with one hand. With determination, Naruto unleashed his technique, sending a massive fireball toward the direction of the attack. He sensed movement about 50 meters to his right. Whoever you are, you've messed with the wrong person, he thought, raising his hands to let his chakra flow. A large, swirling sphere of chakra formed, inside which 5 smaller spheres spun in every direction. Disappear, Rasen Rinnegan, he commanded, launching his technique. Midway, a kunai struck, causing the large sphere to burst, but the 5 smaller spheres continued their course, forming a pentagram as they headed straight for the intruder. The resulting explosion was immense. Naruto scanned the area, but he no longer sensed anyone. The intruder had either escaped or had been defeated by his last attack. As he approached the spot where the confrontation had occurred, he found no one there. If they show up again, I'll finish them myself, he thought as he made his way to the mansion. He spotted the girls on the porch, looking at him with concern, which was confirmed when Yugao rushed to embrace him. I'm fine, don't worry Yugao-chan, he reassured her, returning the hug. I took too long to confess, and I don't want to lose my boyfriend so soon. Please be careful, you worried me a lot, you silly, Yugao said, burying her face in his neck while Naruto carried her in a princess hold, refusing to let her go. Foxy-kun, what happened? Anko asked as Naruto reached the porch. Just an idiot who tried to surprise me with a sneak attack, he replied. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, a man with white hair sneezed, wincing in pain as his body felt the effects of numerous cuts and what seemed like explosions. I see, but you're okay, right? Anko asked, to which Naruto nodded as he sat on the couch with Yugao still in his lap, holding her close. Naruto, you're still coming to my house, right? Hana asked, looking at the blonde. Yes, but first I need to shower, I'm covered in dust and sweat, Naruto said, kissing Yugao before separating from her, who accepted that he was fine. By the way, Naruto, could you do me a favor? Mikoto asked, catching everyone's attention. Of course, Mikoto-san, he replied. Can you leave me a shadow clone? I want to train to rejoin the shinobi ranks, and you're the only one who can help me, Mikoto said, surprising the girls with her desire to become a shinobi again. Naruto formed hand seals, creating an identical clone. This clone has 60% of my chakra, so ask it whatever you need, and it will help you, he explained, and Mikoto nodded in gratitude. Alright girls, I'm off. Hana, wait for me here, I'll be back shortly, Naruto said as he headed to change, leaving the girls alone in the living room until Mikoto departed with the clone following her. I'm surprised by Mikoto-san's decision, Kurenai remarked, and the others nodded, taking a seat in the living room to chat among themselves. So, Kurenai, what are your plans for your date? Only 2 days left until then, Anko teased, causing Kurenai to blush at the reminder. I don't know what you're talking about, Anko. I'm not excited or anything. It's not like I've already planned the whole date, including where we'll eat, where we'll walk, and where we'll share our second. Kurenai trailed off, realizing her words and turning beet red, hiding her face in her legs while glancing at Yugao with a mix of embarrassment and fear. Hey, it doesn't bother me, Kurenai. In fact, I'm happy for you. Finally, you're falling in love for real, and nothing would make me happier than seeing one of my best friends happy, Yugao said, prompting Kurenai to sit up straight. Thanks, it's just that this is the first time something like this has happened to me, and I'm nervous about it all, Kurenai admitted, recalling how she had never felt this anxious while dating Asuma. She feared messing up and ruining the date. Just be yourself, you don't need to plan it like a mission. Let everything flow naturally and let your heart guide you, Hana advised, and the others nodded in agreement, encouraging Kurenai, who smiled at the support from her friends. All right, I'm ready, Naruto announced as he appeared in the hallway, putting on his coat and signaling Hana to stand up. Naruto motioned for Hana to head out first, and he followed her, leaning in to give Yugao a kiss, which she happily received. He then approached Kurenai, who was still glancing at Anko with jealousy. He gently lifted her chin and captured her lips in a passionate kiss, causing her face to flush a deep red as steam seemed to rise from her head. Your lips taste like strawberries, Naruto remarked, liking his lips with a playful smile. My lip balm is strawberry flavored, Kurenai stammered, acting nervously without realizing it, just like her student. I like it. I hope you have more for our date because I'm going to make sure you run out of it, Naruto teased, giving her one last kiss on the cheek. Kurenai, blushing and smiling, leaned back on the couch happily, while the others, including Hana, overheard everything. Mental note, by flavored lip balm, Anko, Yugao, and Hana thought, while Kurenai considered purchasing more strawberry-flavored lip balm to receive more kisses, causing her to blush but not dismiss the idea. Naruto leaped from rooftop to rooftop, heading toward the Kurama clan grounds to carry out the mission assigned to him. He advanced across the village rooftops until he reached Training Field 8, where he saw Kurenai talking to Hinata, who had a rather large bag, likely filled with her belongings. He jumped down, landing in front of the two women. Naruto-kun, both girls exclaimed upon seeing him. Well, Hinata, are you coming to my house to train? Naruto asked, and the blue-haired girl nodded. Yes, my father asked where I was going, so I just told him I was moving and would be living in the village, and he didn't think much of it. Hinata expressed her thoughts, but Naruto quickly shifted the topic. He needed both Kurenai and Hinata to come with him, assuring them they could head home later for Hinata to settle in. Kurenai tilted her head in confusion while Hinata hummed a tune. Naruto explained that Kurenai had been living with him for a few days, alongside Mikoto, Yugao, and Anko, who were friends of Kurenai. He had invited them to stay since Kurenai had previously lived in a small apartment with Yugao and Anko. Hinata sighed happily at this news, prompting Naruto to realize he needed to clarify things further. He began by mentioning that he had first invited Yugao, as she was his fiancée. Hinata looked at him with a pained expression, while Kurenai regarded him with a puzzled look. Naruto continued, explaining that he had also invited Anko and Kurenai because he was courting both of them, which was part of the Clan Restoration Act. He reassured Hinata that it wouldn't be unusual to see him kissing Kurenai or Anko from time to time. Kurenai blushed and nodded as she processed his words. Hinata, with a determined yet shy gaze, stated that Naruto needed to marry multiple women to restore his clan. Naruto then got to the point, asking Kurenai to accompany him. Kurenai and Hinata focused on him, and Kurenai inquired about their destination. Naruto revealed that he had a mission to eliminate or seal the demon possessing Yakumo Kurama. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock at the mention of Yakumo's name. She expressed her concern, asking if he could help her. He clarified that while he could seal the demon, he wasn't a monk and couldn't eliminate it. Extracting a soul was one thing, but this was a demon, and he planned to seal it similarly to how he had sealed the Nine Tails. Kurenai nodded in understanding. Hinata then asked Kurenai who Yakumo was. Kurenai explained that Yakumo Kurama had been her first student, excelling in genjutsu. However, during a trip with her parents through the land of demons, something had taken hold of her while she slept, causing her to harm others using the skills Kurenai had taught her. Kurenai had decided not to teach her anything further until they found a cure or a way to eliminate the demon. She had been saddened to see Yakumo's dreams shattered and had gone to the Hokage, who informed her that Yakumo would be sealed until a solution was found. As Kurenai recounted this, tears began to fall, but Naruto comforted her, holding her close until she calmed down, though she blushed at the attention from her student. Naruto emphasized that it was time for Kurenai to fulfill her promise to teach Yakumo genjutsu and resolve the issues caused by the demon. Kurenai wiped her tears, eager to see Yakumo and help her improve. Hinata, playing with her fingers, expressed her desire to join them. Naruto explained that her Byakugan would be useful, as the demon used Yakumo's body to hide in the shadows. He asked Hinata to pinpoint the exact location of the demon's chakra, which would help him immobilize it for sealing. He demonstrated by channeling chakra to his abdomen, revealing the seal where the Nine Tails resided. With that, Naruto declared they were leaving. He adjusted his shirt, disappointing the two girls, who nodded in agreement as they followed him. They made their way through the streets toward the Kurama clan grounds. Upon arrival, Naruto approached the gates, where guards stopped them. He presented his mission scroll, and they directed him to a house. Naruto thanked them and knocked on the door, which was answered by a man with black hair, golden eyes, and a mustache, dressed in a gray and teal kimono. Behind him stood a woman with black hair and eyes, wearing a blue and pink kimono. The man inquired about their visit. Naruto introduced himself and his companions, and the man acknowledged Kurenai with a nod. He expressed confusion about their presence in his home. Naruto explained that he had been assigned to seal the demon possessing Yakumo Kurama to help her begin her shinobi career. The woman stepped forward, asking if he could truly seal the demon within her daughter. Naruto confirmed that he could seal it but not eliminate it. The woman pleaded for his assistance, expressing their desire to have their daughter back. Naruto agreed, asking them to show him where Yakumo was located. He instructed Hinata to activate her Byakugan, as the demon would likely try to escape. Kurenai was to stay at the door to ensure it couldn't flee. As Yakumo's parents led them to her room, they introduced themselves as Murakumo and Yuroko Kurama. Upon entering, Naruto sensed a dark presence, accompanied by a chakra that was overshadowed by a sinister aura. Yuroko urged Naruto to help her daughter, and he nodded, turning to Hinata, who had activated her Byakugan. She informed him that the room was filled with chakra, resembling a large-scale genjutsu, but the strongest chakra signature was in one corner, surrounded by several paintings. Naruto instructed them to stay back, ready to take on the challenge ahead. Naruto was about to enter when Kurenai stopped him, prompting him to turn and look at her. She warned him to be cautious, mentioning that she had taught several genjutsus to Yakumo, who had been practicing them diligently. Kurenai was confident that Yakumo would use those techniques. Naruto nodded in understanding, assuring her that he would handle it. He opened the door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Hinata concentrated, trying to see what was happening inside, but soon closed her eyes and deactivated her Byakugan. Kurenai noticed Hinata rubbing her eyes and asked what was wrong. Hinata explained that the room was filled with chakra, making it impossible for her to see anything. Just then, sounds of a struggle erupted from within, accompanied by the sounds of destruction and Naruto's attacks, as well as the anguished cries of a beast. Suddenly, something flew out of the room, crashing through the door. To their shock, it was Naruto. He declared that it was personal now, charging forward to confront a creature that Yakumo's parents recognized as their daughter. The being had 2 horns, fangs, dark skin, and messy hair, dressed in a pink kimono. The creature taunted them, claiming it could absorb Yakumo and take over her body since she was weak. Yakumo's parents were horrified by the demon's words. Kurenai urged Yakumo to fight, standing at the entrance as the demon turned to face her. Naruto, determined, shouted a powerful technique as his hand filled with kanjis. He struck the demon in the abdomen, and it began to be enveloped in kanjis, transforming into a young girl resembling Hinata, with brown hair and honey-colored eyes, wearing a pink kimono and purple pants. Yuroko, Yakumo's father, rushed to his daughter as she fell unconscious. He watched in shock as the explosion tore her kimono, revealing a seal on her abdomen that depicted the demon's face surrounded by 6 kanjis in a lock formation, followed by chains that eventually vanished. Naruto, adjusting his torn clothing, remarked on how difficult it was to seal the demon, especially with its realistic illusions. Murakumo, Yakumo's mother, knelt beside her daughter, checking on her while fixing her kimono. She asked Naruto if Yakumo would be okay. He reassured them that the seal he placed was a suppressor and that she would need rest and good food, suggesting they take her for a medical checkup since he might have been too rough in his attacks. Yuroko, brushing Yakumo's hair, expressed his gratitude for Naruto's help, hopeful that she could still fulfill her dream of becoming a ninja. Naruto confirmed that Kurenai could now train her without restrictions, as he had completely sealed Edo, ensuring the demon would have no control over her. Murakumo added that they should take their time to recover their bond with Yakumo, suggesting light training to help her adjust when she began her ninja training. Grateful, Yuroko thanked Naruto again, while Murakumo offered to escort them out, ensuring his wife and daughter were comfortable. As they prepared to leave, several ninjas surrounded them, and Murakumo recognized the leader of the group. Unkai, his brother, confronted him, declaring it was time for a change in leadership, claiming Yakumo was a disgrace to the clan. Murakumo defended his daughter, stating that Naruto had just sealed Edo permanently. Unkai laughed, revealing his malicious intent that no one would leave alive. Naruto, shaking his head, expressed his frustration at the presence of people like Unkai. The brother insisted that they were meant to rule over others. Naruto confronted Murakumo, reminding him that this was a betrayal of their clan. He materialized his black katana, glancing at Murakumo, who recognized the look in Naruto's eyes, one that awaited in order to act. Naruto declared that for betraying the Kurama clan and plotting a coup under Unkai's command, they were sentenced to death. He instructed that all but his brother should be dealt with, leaving Unkai incapacitated. The ninjas laughed at the sight of Naruto summoning a 3-pronged kunai inscribed with kanjis. As Murakumo nodded in agreement, Naruto prepared to confront the threat head-on. Naruto launched a kunai and vanished from the spot. Just a minute later, he reappeared behind Unkai, disarming him of his katana and securing the kunai at his side. He informed Unkai that he was under arrest while advancing forward. With each step he took, 2 bodies of fallen ninjas dropped to the ground, incapacitated by precise strikes. When he reached Murakumo, Unkai collapsed, having lost his legs and arms, the wounds cauterized. Murakumo suggested that Naruto go to the Hokage and request a shinobi team, along with an umbu, to take his brother into custody. Naruto nodded in agreement and headed towards the Hokage tower, alerting the two stunned women, Hinata and Kurenai, along the way. Murakumo leaned against the doorframe, recalling how Naruto reminded him of Minato. The chilling memory of what Naruto had just done echoed the legendary feats of his father during the war against IW. This moment surpassed anything Minato had accomplished. Naruto was a terrifying and lethal combination of both parents. Naruto had built a fish pond at Kurenai's request. Instead of a simple pond, he created a lagoon that connected to the river of Konoha, using space-time seals to keep the water flowing while ensuring the special fish Kurenai had brought back from a previous journey could not escape. These fish had been kept safe in a pond in the Forest of Death, but now Naruto could enjoy their company without worry. Additionally, inspired by Anko and Yugao's stories about their missions, Naruto decided to construct a pool next to the mansion, on the opposite side of the fish pond. This natural pool featured waterfalls to deter any unwanted onlookers. To ensure privacy, Naruto even built a glass roof over the pool. The girls were thrilled, especially Anko, who spent her free time lounging by the pool in her bikini, playfully teasing Naruto. With only 4 days left until the Chunin exam finals, she trained diligently outside the mansion, perfecting her techniques and observing others. Naruto enjoyed their playful banter, often trying to make Anko blush, which led her to jump into the pool to hide her embarrassment. In the backyard, Hinata was practicing in a lotus position, wearing a pair of shorts and a black top next to the pond. Naruto informed her that 10 days had passed, and he wanted to see her progress with her water manipulation technique. He instructed her to lift a portion of water with a fish inside and hold it for a minute before they moved on to developing her version of the Juken style. Hinata nodded, ready to begin. Since the Yakumo mission, Hinata had dedicated herself to daily training, focusing on chakra control and elemental manipulation. She had gradually improved, managing to lift a small amount of water with her chakra. With encouragement from Naruto and the other girls, her confidence grew. Naruto watched as Hinata successfully raised a sphere of water containing a fish, maintaining it for over a minute until she lost focus and it fell. He praised her efforts but reminded her to concentrate more. They then moved to the forest area of the training grounds, where they found Anko sparring with Yugao, both wielding daggers, while Hana trained with the triplets against Mikoto, who had activated her EMS. Hana had moved into Naruto's mansion shortly after he reunited with her and her mother. Mikoto's recovery from her sadness over Sasuke was slow, but with Naruto and the girls' support, she was making progress. She had begun training with her EMS, sending out shadow clones to practice chakra control and conditioning her body. During a training session with a Naruto clone, she had inadvertently manifested the Susanoo to defend herself, and since then, she had been training with Hana to further improve. Naruto turned his attention back to Hinata, instructing her to focus on flexibility and speed for her new style. He planned to place gravity seals on her to enhance her training. He explained that the seals would double her weight, and once she adapted, they would increase further. If she faced a challenge or a fight, she could deactivate them, otherwise, they would remain until she was ready. As he placed his hand on her abdomen, Hinata blushed at the touch. Seals began to spread across her body, enveloping her completely. Once finished, Naruto activated the seals, and Hinata fell to her knees, feeling the weight of the increased gravity. Naruto created a clone using half of his chakra and stated that it was time to begin his training. He stepped away, and Hinata activated her Byakugan, starting her own training. Naruto summoned a frog named Gamakichi. Gamakichi greeted Naruto and asked what was going on. Naruto requested Gamakichi to take him to Mount Mayaboku, wanting to ask for a favor. Gamakichi questioned why Naruto was being so formal, wondering if it was something important enough to warrant a personal visit. Naruto expressed his desire to learn how to become a sage, mentioning that the perverted sage had spoken to him about it. Gamakichi said he would need to consult Fukasawa-sama and Shima-sama, the masters of senjutsu at Mount Mayaboku, and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto sighed, realizing the situation was complicated. He finished his training and headed to the mansion where the girls were preparing lunch. he found Hinata resting on the couch, exhausted, and Mikoto reading a book. With another sigh, he entered the mansion where the girls were serving lunch for a family meal. In the Uzumaki mansion, they enjoyed a pleasant lunch, bonding as a family and getting to know each other better. This brought joy to the girls, especially Anko and Mikoto, who had not shared this feeling before. Anko had only experienced it once during her childhood with Orochimaru, her former teacher, while Mikoto had felt it only with her own family, though those moments were few and overshadowed by her unhappy marriage, which had been arranged. She had found happiness only with her eldest son and Sasuke, but everything changed after the Uchiha massacre. After an hour, having finished their meal and cleaned up, they rested in the living room. Naruto cleared his throat to get everyone's attention, and they turned to him. He informed them that the invasion was approaching and that Hinata would need to help evacuate civilians to safety while the others dealt with the ninjas. He had his orders and wanted them to stay alert. He continued, explaining that he would handle the summoning of Orochimaru and Gaara if things got out of hand. The girls understood the gravity of the situation. Yugao cautioned him to be careful, reminding him that Bijou were not to be taken lightly, and Naruto nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the matter. Naruto instructed them to train for the next 3 days, with the 4th day reserved for rest and preparation for the invasion. The girls agreed. Mikoto suggested they take a break and asked Naruto to take them all on dates. He looked at the others, who seemed to like the idea, and laughed. He proposed that they would have 4 days, and since there were 6 girls, they needed to decide who would spend half a day with him. One girl would have the morning until 2, and the rest of the day would be for another. Only 2 of them would have him for an entire day, and they had until nightfall to make their decisions since the invasion would begin the next day. Naruto then headed to the patio to meditate by the pond, while the girls exchanged determined glances, even Hinata, who, despite knowing she was the weakest, refused to give up. As Naruto meditated, trying to feel the energy of nature essential for training in senjutsu, he heard the terrace doors open and saw the girls stepping outside. He asked if they had decided the order of the dates. Yugao confirmed that they had made their choice. She explained that Mikoto would go first, having a full day to herself, followed by Kurenai, who would also have a day. Hana would get half a day, then Anko, and finally Hinata would have half a day as well. Yugao concluded that she would be last. The girls nodded in agreement, and Naruto chuckled at their plan. Time passed, and dawn broke over Konoha. In the Uzumaki mansion, Naruto was still asleep when sunlight hit his face, prompting him to cover it with his hand and wake up. He tried to get up but found himself unable to move due to a weight on his chest. Looking down, he saw Yugao resting on him and smiled at their state. Both were in a disheveled state, with remnants of sweat and marks on their skin. The previous night, after their intense training, they had shared a passionate moment, losing themselves in each other until exhaustion took over. Realizing they had only 2 hours until the finals of the Chunin exams, Naruto knew it was time to wake Yugao. He gently nudged her, telling her they needed to get ready for the exams. She stirred, opening her eyes briefly before closing them again, expressing her reluctance to get up unless he gave her a kiss. In response, Naruto lifted her in his arms, playfully stating that he had enough time for more than just one kiss before the exams. Yugao blushed, aware of what he meant, and protested that she was too tired for anything more, fearing they wouldn't make it to the exams if they continued. Naruto was determined to take the risk. Naruto smiled, and Yugao only puffed in annoyance before entering the bathroom, where the sounds of a woman happily being pleased by her fiancé began to echo. An hour later, Naruto made his way down to the living room, where the girls were all blushing, having overheard the passionate moment between the couple due to the lack of sound seals. Naruto carried a happy and exhausted Yugao in his arms, who simply let herself be carried by him. Once seated, Naruto went to the kitchen. After using some medical ninjutsu he had learned, he applied it to Yugao, helping her recover so she could participate in the Chunin exams. Ready for the finals, Yugao said, while the others had to look away, unable to meet her gaze without recalling the sounds they had heard. Yes, we just need to have breakfast, Kurenai said, eating her meal while trying to avoid looking at Yugao, who was confused by the girl's reactions. Here, Yugao-chan, I'm heading out to talk to the old man, Naruto said, grabbing some fruit before leaving the kitchen, but not before leaning closer to Yugao. He whispered that he hadn't placed any sound seals, then disappeared in a flash, leaving a bewildered Yugao behind. As she processed what Naruto had said and the girl's behavior, her face turned a deep shade of red as she hugged her knees, hiding her face. "They didn't hear us, right?" Yugao asked, and upon seeing the others nod without being able to look at her, she buried her face deeper into her knees. "Come on, let's head to the stadium. Naruto-kun is probably already there," Anko said, and everyone nodded, eager to avoid causing more embarrassment for Yugao, who appreciated the gesture but still felt shy knowing they had all heard her during her NTMT moments with Naruto. As they left, they talked about various topics to distract from Yugao's earlier embarrassment, grateful to move on as they arrived at the Konoha Stadium. They saw all the finalists except for Sasuke, who was, for obvious reasons, in prison with his chakra sealed. Then, everyone noticed the third Hokage rising, his voice filled with chakra as he spoke. "Welcome to the finals of the Chunin exams. Let's begin the finals. Hey-8, you're in charge," the third Hokage announced before sitting down, and Hey-8 took his place in the arena in front of the finalists. "Let's start the finals," Hey-8 declared, but a voice from the audience shouted. "Sasuke-kun hasn't arrived yet. You can't start without him." Sakura cried from the stands, nearly deafening everyone around her, while the Inazuka clan members covered their ears in pain. "He'll have time to arrive before his match. If he doesn't come, he will be disqualified and lose his chance to advance," Hey-8 said, rubbing his ear, still recovering from the loud outburst. "Let's begin the finals of the Chunin exams," Hey-8 exclaimed, and the crowd erupted in cheers. In the Konoha Stadium, the Chunin exams were taking place, with all participants present except for one, the reason for his absence known only to a few. In the arena, all participants should take their places on the waiting platform, except for Uzumaki Naruto and Niji Hyuga, Hey-8 announced, as everyone moved to their spots except Naruto and Niji, who took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. "Are you ready to start?" Hey-8 asked, looking at Niji, who nodded. "Ready," he confirmed, and Hey-8 turned to Naruto, who, with his hands in his pockets, also nodded. "Begin," Hey-8 declared, jumping back as Niji assumed his Juken stance, while Naruto regarded him with an impassive expression. "Give up, your fate is to lose," Niji stated, but Naruto merely looked at him seriously. "And you say that as if you're not destined to servitude," Naruto replied, striking a nerve as Niji, irritated, lunged at him with his hand glowing with chakra and his Byakugan activated. Naruto, with his hands still in his pockets, effortlessly dodged the attack until he struck Niji in the stomach, making him stumble. "Why do you bother? You know it's true. After all, the members of the branch family are servants to the main house of your clan, which makes you a servant," Naruto said, further angering Niji as he got back up, brushing off the dust and rubbing his abdomen where Naruto had hit him. "Shut up. Someone like you doesn't understand the prodigy you're facing. I will never be a servant," Niji retorted, while Naruto continued to watch him calmly. "Ah, I see. You like to preach about destiny, yet you're facing yours. How pathetic, Niji," Naruto remarked, provoking Niji to charge at him again, but just as the same scene was about to unfold, Niji began to spin, calling out his technique. "Kaiten!" Niji exclaimed, forming a dome of chakra around himself. However, he couldn't hit Naruto, who jumped back just in time to avoid the chakra dome. "You avoided my technique. Very clever. This is the ultimate defense technique of the Hyuga clan. Nothing can penetrate it. You should surrender. You can't win," Niji said arrogantly, while Naruto kept his hands in his pockets. In the stands, members of Niji's team were watching intently. The brown-haired girl on his team spoke seriously. "Niji is the greatest prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Just because he has changed in appearance doesn't mean he can't defeat him, especially now that he has revealed his ultimate defense technique," Tenten said, smiling proudly. "Wipe that smile off your face, Tenten." "Niji hasn't won yet, Guy," Tenten's teacher said, helping his mini-me, Lee, sit down as he was still sore from his semi-final battle. "But Guy-sensei, it's true. No one can defeat Niji with his Kaiten," Tenten insisted, while Guy shook his head at the arrogance of two of his team members. That Genin has already lost, Asuma commented, smoking a cigarette, while Kurenai moved away from him, joined by Anko, Hinata, and Yugao, who was shifting uncomfortably in her seat due to some lingering pain in her waist. Well, if Naruto defeats Niji, Asuma, you'll have to tell us all the details of your wedding, and I'll spread the news throughout the village, Anko said, showing a picture of Asuma marrying a Chunin, making him widen his eyes in horror. Where did you get that photo? Asuma took the photo from Anko and tore it in half. Anko shrugged it off, saying she had plenty of copies at home. Asuma, still annoyed, managed a smile and declared that if Niji lost, Kurenai would have to go on a date with him. Anko was about to protest, but Kurenai stepped forward and agreed, adding that if Niji lost, Asuma would have to wear his wedding dress for a week and walk around the village. Asuma accepted the challenge, already planning how to win Kurenai's heart after their date. On the battlefield, Naruto observed Niji's technique and noted its simplicity, pointing out its flaw. Niji, ready to attack again, insisted that it was the ultimate defense. Naruto decided to demonstrate, summoning 9 red chakra chains from his back that lunged toward Niji, who activated his technique once more. Niji spun, declaring his technique, but the chains merely bounced off and began to swirl around him. He confidently stated that they couldn't penetrate his defense. However, Naruto had a plan. He realized he couldn't break through from the sides, but what if he attacked from above? The 9 chains launched into the sky, spinning and forming a cone around Niji, who was caught in the center. Niji gasped as he saw the tips of the chains aimed at him. Naruto announced his intention to destroy Niji's defense, and 8 of the chains dove down in a perfect circle. Niji watched in horror as an opening formed at the top of his chakra dome, revealing the 9th chain aimed directly at him. As the last chain fell, Naruto commanded it to strike. Niji was unable to react in time, and the chain pierced his shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain. Naruto wrapped the remaining chains around Niji's body, showcasing his victory over the formidable defense of the Hyuga clan. Naruto approached the injured Niji, who lay unable to move, and declared himself the winner. Niji, in pain, questioned how Naruto had managed to break through his technique. Naruto explained that it was quite simple and wondered why no one had noticed that weakness before. He pointed out that while Niji spun in one direction, his chakra did the same, leaving the top of his dome vulnerable. He had simply attacked with all his might from above, a strategy that seemed obvious to him. Niji, revealing the caged bird seal on his forehead, remarked that Naruto didn't understand what it was like to be marked. In response, Naruto delivered a powerful blow to Niji's stomach, knocking him unconscious. The announcer declared Naruto the winner for incapacitating his opponent, and the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating his victory. The audience was stunned, especially the civilians, as they recalled the times they had underestimated the boy who now stood strong and victorious. The members of Niji's team were silent, shocked by the outcome. Tenten struggled to find words, realizing that the prodigy of the Hyuga clan had been defeated without landing a single blow on his opponent, who had been the only one to take damage in the match. Lee could see who his rival would be from now on, having effortlessly defeated his teammate. Guy had anticipated this outcome. He was not a jounin for nothing. The boy had grown stronger, faster, and wiser. He knew he would discover the weakness of the Kaiten, just as he had when training his team. In the stands, 3 friends, 1 teacher and 1 student celebrated the victory of their beloved, while a bearded jounin watched in despair as his future seemed to be reduced to a target of ridicule in the village. Among the participants in the exams, there were several surprises. Shino remained the same, analyzing his best friend, the only one who approached and spoke to him without fear of his insects. He knew he had no chance of winning, but it didn't bother him. Instead, it brought a smile to his face to see his friend finally happy. Kankuro felt disheartened, realizing that the boy using those chains would pose a problem when the invasion began. Temari watched with affection as Naruto returned to their side, recalling how she had fallen for him. He had helped her with her training, even though they came from rival villages. Unlike everyone else in Suna, he treated her simply as Temari, a kunoichi, which won her heart. Shikamaru frowned, trying to think of a way to defeat his friend but found no solution that wouldn't involve getting caught by those annoying chains. This frustration made him release his typical troublesome sigh and lean back to rest. Minutes of silence were broken by Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Hinata, and Mikoto, who began to applaud their boyfriend. This was followed by ninjas and civilians celebrating the return of a Namikaze, though many looked on with disdain, remembering how they had treated him before. On the battlefield, Naruto advanced, ignoring everything around him, grateful for the support of the only people who mattered to him. He noticed a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, her hair in a ponytail with a fringe covering one eye, dressed in purple with white sleeves. Her sincere smile and the emotion he sensed from her surprised him. He wondered if she was under some kind of mind control, but found nothing. He also noticed her chakra reserves were 3 times what they had been in the semifinals, which made him smile. Locking eyes with her, he winked, causing her to blush and shrink in her seat, thrilled to have caught his attention. Naruto continued until he stood before the participants' stand, crouching down and jumping onto the railing to join the other participants. Heiei called for Gaara no Sabaku and Sasuke Uchiha to descend into the arena. Gaara arrived using Shunshin. Heiei announced that Sasuke Uchiha had 5 minutes to present himself for the fight, or he would be disqualified. Everyone waited for those 5 minutes while the Hokage and Kazekage conversed in the stands. The Kazekage suggested postponing the match between his son and the Uchiha until the end, wanting to see what the Sharingan could do against his son's power. Beneath the disguise, Orochimaru was filled with rage, having not heard from his informant Kabuto in weeks or learned Sasuke's whereabouts. This uncertainty frustrated him, knowing that the Namikaze had disrupted his plans by eliminating Danzo from the equation. He intended to kill his former student and destroy Konoha in the process. Hiruzen agreed, acknowledging the Kazekage's request. He informed Heiei to postpone the fight between Gaara and Sasuke until the finals. Heiei relayed the message, and the crowd reacted. Kankuro no Sabaku and Shino Aburame were called down for their match. Kankuro hesitated, claiming he was not ready and still recovering from an injury sustained in the Forest of Death. Heiei declared Shino the winner by default, and the audience booed Kankuro, who remained unfazed. Next, Heiei called for Shikamaru Nara and Temari Sabaku. Temari leaped from the stand, using her fan as a glider, landing in a fighting stance with her fan behind her, facing Dosu 20 meters away, who was ready to fight. Heiei confirmed their readiness and signaled the start of the match. Temari unleashed her most powerful technique, and the crowd watched in anticipation. Temari emerged victorious by surrender, climbing back to the stand to await her next battle. Finally, Heiei called for Gaara and Sasuke to come down for their match, granting Sasuke a 5-minute clause to arrive or face disqualification. Heiei observed as Gaara arrived in a swirl of sand, arms crossed. 5 minutes passed without a sign of the Uchiha, at least not from him, as his sensei with gravity-defying hair appeared in the audience, both eyes now visible after the surgery to remove the Sharingan. The time had concluded, and Sasuke Uchiha was disqualified from the Chunin exams. Heiei announced the next fighters to descend for battle, Temari of the Sand and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto appeared in a flash of green fire, hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, in the Hokage stand, Hiruzen noticed the trembling of the Kazekage and understood what was happening, though he remained silent, enjoying how his students' plans were unraveling. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was furious, watching as his next vessel failed to arrive. He was eager to witness the power he sought, yet he saw his weapon for destruction sleeping in the arms of the one who had thwarted his plans. He cursed the clan of SEAL specialists for their interference. As Temari and Naruto prepared for battle, Naruto contemplated when the invasion would begin. Heiei was about to initiate the fight when feathers began to fall throughout the stadium, putting everyone to sleep. This is where it begins, Naruto thought, dispelling the genjutsu and leaping into the air, crossing his fingers. He called forth his technique, creating multiple shadow clones that sprang into action as planned for the invasion. In the Hokage stand, the Kazekage captured Hiruzen and brought him to the stadium roof, accompanied by ANBU and guards. The Kazekage taunted Hiruzen, relishing the moment. Hiruzen managed to break free, shedding his Hokage cloak to reveal his true identity, while a barrier formed around them. "Everything ends here," Orochimaru declared with a sinister smile, as Hiruzen prepared to fight. The invasion of the Leaf Village had begun, with red-haired ninjas assisting Chunin and Genin in evacuating the townspeople. At the village gates, several ninjas attacked a group of 50 who were completing a sealing technique to summon a creature likely linked to Orochimaru. Anko shouted for them to stop, knowing they had to hold off the attackers until one of Naruto's clones arrived. "We can't. That barrier they created is a nuisance and prevents us from advancing," a Chunin remarked, frustrated. Anko clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing the urgency of the situation. If they destroyed the village walls, it would create significant problems, allowing other villages or rogue ninjas to infiltrate. Anko launched kunai and shurikens at the barrier, but only a few managed to break through, as it was of low quality. A Jounin cursed, and everyone watched as several sound ninjas infused chakra into the sealing matrix, filling the area with smoke. Before the village walls, a massive three-headed brown serpent appeared, adorned with fabric around its neck. Anko realized the danger and prepared to use a jutsu against the serpent. "Everyone, get back," a voice commanded, landing in front of Anko. She recognized the scarlet hair and smiled upon seeing him. Naruto had arrived, performing hand seals, and Anko noticed a bit of blood on the clone's hand, understanding that he would follow through with the plan. "Everyone, move back," Anko instructed, leaping away as the other ninjas followed her lead. After Naruto had removed her curse mark, Anko had risen to a high Jounin rank due to his training. With a powerful summoning technique, Naruto's clone struck the ground, creating a massive cloud of smoke. When it cleared, 3 toads appeared: Gamma Hero, Gammakin, and Gamabunta. The 3 toads were aware of the situation and prepared to deal with the summoned creatures, swiftly overcoming them. The clone declared that the chief must be assisting the elder and vanished in a puff of smoke. Seeing everyone in shock, Anko took charge again. "Everyone react. We must end this invasion. Support the evacuation so we can initiate a counterattack. Go, I will provide support to those in need," she commanded, motivating the Chunin to follow her orders as she moved to assist her superior, Ibiki. Naruto stood outside the barrier created by Orochimaru's 4 subordinates, searching for a way to enter and help the elder, who was struggling against the first 2 Hokage and Orochimaru himself. "What are you doing, idiot? You can't break this barrier. It's impenetrable," a red-haired girl taunted, sensing his chakra was similar to hers. Naruto clicked his tongue but noticed the 4 points forming the barrier and smiled. "What are you laughing at, idiot?" the girl asked, watching as Naruto summoned chains from his back. "What? How can he destroy this barrier?" "Anbu, prepare to assist the elder," he shouted, drawing the attention of the Anbu as they witnessed the chains embed themselves into the ground, shattering the area where the sound ninjas maintained the barrier. They watched as the ground crumbled, causing the ninjas to lose their balance and the barrier to collapse. "Cursed fool," the girl spat, but she couldn't continue as Naruto appeared before her, extending his hand and placing it on her abdomen. "We'll talk later." Naruto placed a false death seal on the girl's abdomen, rendering her unconscious. He quickly retrieved a scroll, sealing her away and applying a blood and chakra seal. Meanwhile, the Umbu understood what was happening and rushed to assist the Hokage, who now had a clear advantage with their support against Orochimaru. The latter was frustrated as his plans crumbled, especially when he saw his barrier being destroyed, allowing the Umbu to enter. Orochimaru glared at Naruto, who had appeared beside the Hokage, chains and katana in hand. Naruto declared that it was over for Orochimaru, Gaara had crossed the border of the Land of Fire, and Shikaku would not be released in the village. He had ensured that by repairing the seal, and Orochimaru's summoning had been eliminated. As they fought, Bahamut was seen defeating the 3-headed serpent. Hiruzen, prepared to end the battle, was taken aback when he noticed Orochimaru smiling. He turned to see the 1st and 2nd Hokage materializing, ready to attack. Hiruzen called out to Naruto, but was astonished to see Naruto's chains wrapping around the Hokage, leaving only one free. Naruto explained that it was futile for Orochimaru to attempt anything. He knew well the power of the chains that would protect him from danger, even if he couldn't see it. The chains were indestructible, especially with the amount of chakra Naruto was infusing into them. Hiruzen noticed Naruto was sweating, realizing the strain he was under. Just as he prepared to finish the fight, he was surprised to find Orochimaru lunging at him with his Kusanagi, stabbing him in the shoulder. In a cowardly move, Orochimaru then aimed to attack Naruto, who simply defended himself with his chain. He countered with a stab to Orochimaru's abdomen, causing the villain to recoil in horror. Naruto invoked the soul-consuming death seal, which burned into Orochimaru's abdomen. The villain jumped back, desperately trying to destroy the seal, but his hands were scorched until they were mere charred stumps, and soon the flames began to consume his legs. Orochimaru screamed in agony as he stabbed his abdomen to destroy the seal Naruto had inscribed there. He vowed that Naruto would pay for this, declaring the invasion a failure as he lay on the ground in pain. The three sound ninjas, having seen Naruto capture one of their own, joined Orochimaru before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Naruto, feeling faint, instructed Jiraiya to place a seal on the two sound ninjas to block their summoning signals, admitting that he was on the verge of collapsing and that the memories of his clones weren't helping much. He fell to his knees as the Umbu checked on the Hokage, while others supported him to prevent him from falling face first. Jiraiya complied with Naruto's request, allowing the souls of the first Hokages to depart for the pure world, leaving only the bodies of the two sound ninjas that Naruto had freed. Exhausted from the massive chakra drain he had experienced in just one day, Naruto collapsed while being examined by the Umbu. Jiraiya ordered the Umbu to take the injured to the hospital, stating that he would take temporary command until one of the two recovered to discuss what to do about the concluded invasion. He praised Naruto, acknowledging him as the incredible son of Minato, observing that the village had suffered minimal damage aside from a few burned houses and some injured. He watched as Naruto's clones dissipated in the air, with several Suna and Oto ninjas bound and left in the streets, being collected by Chunin and Jonin, knowing who was responsible for their current state. As dawn broke in the village of Tansaku, Naruto stood at the entrance of the hotel where he had spent the night, waiting for Jiraiya, who was settling the bill. Jiraiya called for him, and they set off toward the village exit. Using his sensory abilities, Naruto detected Tsunade's chakra in the hotel, unmoving, which made him shake his head. He continued on with Jiraiya toward the village. Just as they were about to leave, Naruto glanced to the side, where he saw Tsunade fighting Orochimaru, who was being defended by a sound ninja with 4 arms. Naruto noted that Tsunade had made a decision, observing the battle with Jiraiya. They saw Tsunade struggling due to her weakened state, even as she recreated the Yin seal on her forehead. Naruto remarked that it was an imitation, but it would serve her for a short-term fight, predicting she would lose. Jiraiya realized Naruto was right as they watched Tsunade being cornered. Just when it seemed she would be defeated, Shizen arrived, releasing a cloud of poisonous gas that pushed Yukon away from Tsunade. Determined to help, Naruto and Jiraiya decided to intervene and eliminate a Sannin. Naruto unleashed his chains, sending them toward the battlefield as he ran, with Jiraiya following closely behind. Hours earlier, Tsunade was in her hotel room, tears streaming down her face as she mourned the loss of the only connection she had to her family. She had learned from her grandmother the importance of never succumbing to loneliness and self-blame, as it was one of the 12 sacred laws of their clan. For an Uzumaki, whether of pure or mixed blood, breaking this law meant rejecting family, which would lead to her violating the sacred tenets of her clan. Family comes first, a lesson her grandmother had instilled in her since childhood. Tsunade had broken her oath and was expelled from her grandmother's clan, losing the one thing that reminded her of her grandfather. The heir of the Uzumaki had taken her necklace from her when she broke the clan's law. She felt she had failed her family. As she recalled this, the realization hit her: family. She thought she was alone, but she had family. How foolish she had been to push them aside due to guilt. No more, she would reclaim her identity as Tsunade Senju, the legendary Sannin. With this determination, she made a decision to rectify her mistakes by eliminating a certain serpent, but for that she would need her Yin seal. After 10 hours, she managed to recover her Yin seal, albeit imperfectly, and it would only last a few hours. She noticed she had only 1 hour left before her meeting. Rising to her feet, she prepared her deadly medical ninjutsu. Time passed, and now she stood before the Sannin of the Serpents, who was seated in a wheelchair and flanked by 3 ninjas. She sensed a 4th hidden presence. Orochimaru chuckled, acknowledging her acceptance. Tsunade approached, her hand enveloped in a green chakra. Just as she was about to touch one of Orochimaru's limbs, a figure with 4 arms pushed Orochimaru away from her. "What's wrong, Yukon?" Orochimaru asked, irritation evident as everyone looked on with curiosity. "My lord, that was not meant to heal him." I sensed poisonous chakra emanating from her hands. "I know because I can produce poison as well, and I recognized Tsunade's toxic chakra flow," Yukon explained. Orochimaru's gaze shifted back to Tsunade, who had removed her blue cloak and lunged to strike him, but his subordinates intervened. "So, you betray me, Tsunade? Do you not wish to have your beloved and your brother by your side?" Orochimaru taunted, trying to tempt her. "That will not work, Orochimaru. I will not fail their memories again, and to begin my atonement, I will end your existence once and for all," Tsunade declared, black markings spreading from her forehead, though they appeared green instead of the expected black. "Everyone be careful. I don't know what has happened, but that woman is not the coward she was days ago. She is the woman I fought in the war, the one from whom I earned my title of Sannin," Orochimaru warned, recognizing the fierce determination in Tsunade's eyes, feeling nervous about her current state. He knew she could easily defeat him. Tsunade thought to herself that she had to hurry. She only had 5 minutes left before losing this power and becoming vulnerable. She launched herself into battle, jumping and bringing her leg down with all her strength, causing the ground to shatter upon impact. "Let's get out of the village. Surrounded, they won't be able to fight without Tsunade using the environment against us," Orochimaru ordered, and his subordinates complied. However, Tsunade, aware of her dwindling time, leaped forward and struck 2 of the subordinates with such force that it incapacitated them instantly. The figure with 4 arms jumped away, taking Orochimaru with him, cursing his former teammate as he saw her resolve to end him, knowing that in his weakened state, a single blow could be fatal. Some fled through the village streets, carrying Orochimaru for protection while Tsunade pursued them, her time running out. When they reached the outskirts of the village, Tsunade launched herself, preparing her chakra-covered fist, ready to end Orochimaru once and for all. Just as she was about to strike, Orochimaru opened his mouth, revealing his trusty sword, Kusanagi, which pierced Tsunade's shoulder. She grunted in pain but did not falter. As she aimed to hit Orochimaru, the chakra in her hand dissipated, delivering only a light blow to his face, which merely turned his head. "So you lost your Yin seal. What a pity, you were so close," Orochimaru mocked, observing that Tsunade no longer had the green markings on her body or the diamond on her forehead. "How did you know?" Tsunade asked, jumping back to dodge Yukon's arrow. "Your markings are not the usual black and shiny. It was easy to guess how long that state would last, and it wasn't long, thanks to my brilliance," Orochimaru replied, grinning with his peculiar tongue sticking out. "Despicable," Tsunade muttered, eyeing the ailing Sannin, though she was in a similar predicament, feeling her chakra depleting rapidly, barely enough to maintain the genjutsu that kept her body youthful. "Don't compare yourself to me, Tsunade. I didn't leave Konoha for something as trivial as alcohol and gambling. I did it for a noble cause," Orochimaru laughed, while Yukon removed his bandages at his master's command. "Noble cause? Please. You were a monster who used children for your twisted experiments. You're just a power-hungry lunatic who can't accept that your sensei was stronger than you," Tsunade shot back, watching as Orochimaru's anger flared at her words, but then he smiled, realizing something he hadn't considered. "I understand now, you were banished from the Uzumaki clan," Orochimaru said, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen in shock as he continued. "How do you know that?" she exclaimed, feeling exposed. "Your hair is lighter than usual. I initially thought it was a flaw in your genjutsu, but I was mistaken. Then there's your chakra reserves, which are so low that you barely reach the level of a newly promoted jounin. But what gave it away were the markings of your Yin seal. They are usually black, but yours are green." Orochimaru explained while Tsunade grumbled about his intelligence. He pointed out that she was missing her beloved necklace and that her eyes had lost their usual honey color, now appearing almost brown, a symbol of her banishment from her clan, one of the 3 bloodlines within her. The civil, which meant nothing, the senju, and lastly, the uzumaki, which had allowed her to achieve her status as a sannin. He expressed concern that, in her current state, she was unable to defend herself, and he was certain that the leader of her clan had been the one to banish her. Tsunade's serious expression confirmed his words, which only served to irritate her further. Yukon was ordered to eliminate Tsunade, who, in her weakened state, posed no threat. Orochimaru urged him to act quickly, knowing that if Naruto was in the village, he would soon realize the fight was happening and might come to finish what he had started with Orochimaru's limbs. Orochimaru summoned a serpent from his mouth, which coiled around him, allowing him to stand. Yukon complied and charged at Tsunade, who focused on dodging, determined not to be gravely injured as she still had tasks to complete. They fought for half an hour, with Tsunade evading attacks and using every bit of chakra she had left, while Yukon unleashed everything he had to defeat her. Then, Yukon had to dodge a cloud of purple poison that nearly engulfed him. At that moment, Shizun fell beside Tsunade, transferring a small amount of chakra to her. Tsunade felt grateful, as it was just enough to keep her on her feet and continue avoiding Orochimaru and his minions. Shizun's presence was a relief, but Orochimaru humorously noted that he was glad it wasn't Naruto who had arrived, as he was not in a condition to face such a formidable opponent. His voice carried a hint of nervousness, which piqued Tsunade's curiosity, sensing fear in her former teammate. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed across the field, sending chills down everyone's spine. It was a boy's voice that none recognized more than Orochimaru, who knew it all too well. Naruto appeared, suspended in the air on one of his 9 chains that extended from his back, while Jiraiya was on another chain nearby. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the chains, recalling how her grandmother had shown them to her when she was young, and she was certain that the red-haired boy above was the son of the woman she remembered. Shizun focused on the chakra emanating from Naruto, aware of its immense power. As a sensor, she had trained to differentiate between poisons and diseases, but the chakra from each chain was overwhelming, and she doubted anyone could survive such a force. Orochimaru, both amused and nervous, acknowledged Naruto's surprising use of the chains as a means of transportation. Naruto declared that Orochimaru would die, and 7 of his chains surged toward Orochimaru at incredible speed. Yukon reacted swiftly, dodging the chains while ensuring his master remained protected. Meanwhile, Jiraiya landed beside Tsunade and placed a hand on her shoulder, transferring chakra to help her recover from her fatigue. Tsunade was confused about what had happened to Orochimaru that made him so fearful. Jiraiya explained that Naruto had destroyed Orochimaru's chakra network in his arms and legs while effortlessly restraining the first and second Hokage with his chains. As they watched, the 8 chains continued to pursue Orochimaru, who was shielded by Yukon. 4 of the chains plunged into the ground, while the other 4 cornered Orochimaru and Yukon. The chains emerged from the earth, forming a square around them. Orochimaru felt a surge of panic, having heard legends about the chains being able to create the strongest barrier in the world, and he hoped it was just a myth. Naruto launched kunai around Orochimaru and his subordinates, who braced for an attack that never came. Instead, they heard him declare a jutsu. A barrier began to form rapidly, enclosing Orochimaru and Yukon, who felt the overwhelming chakra emanating from it. Naruto proclaimed that Orochimaru's time had come to an end. As an entrance opened in the barrier, he extended his arm forward, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Orochimaru and Yukon. The technique engulfed the area, incinerating everything in its path without mercy. The barrier held firm against the impact. After a tense 2 minutes, it remained standing, albeit with several cracks. The top of the barrier opened, releasing an immense cloud of dust that was swept away by the wind. As the walls of the barrier disintegrated, the chains returned to Naruto's back, and he formed hand seals, exclaiming a powerful wind technique that cleared the dust from the area. Everyone gazed at the sight surrounding the barrier, which now had a massive hole so deep that they couldn't find a comparison, only seeing an enormous abyss at the bottom. Naruto, frustrated, remarked on Orochimaru's cowardice for fleeing and leaving his subordinate behind, vowing to finish him off the next time they crossed paths. The onlookers were left in shock, not just by his words but by the realization that Orochimaru had managed to escape and survive such a devastating technique. Now, the question remained, what would they do with the remnants of this confrontation? Naruto observed Tsunade, noticing her nervousness under his gaze. Her cold red eyes unsettled her. He stood before Tsunade and Shizune, prompting her to make a decision. Tsunade finally admitted that he was right, lowering her head as Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious about what she meant. About what? He thought, recalling the many things she had told him the previous day. Tsunade continued, expressing that it was about everything. Naruto remained silent, encouraging her to continue. He sensed she was nearing a crucial point. What have you decided? He asked, eager to hear her thoughts. Tsunade declared her intention to make amends, acknowledging that her actions had brought shame upon her ancestors. The will of fire that flowed through her veins demanded she honor her lineage and prove she could be the woman they once knew. She could no longer tarnish their memory with her behavior. As she spoke, she wiped away the remnants of blood and stood up, her tired eyes gradually shifting from red to their natural honey color, which Naruto noticed. You will return my necklace once you have made amends, Tsunade stated, and Naruto saw her eyes sparkle with determination. He caught a glimpse of her necklace shining on her wrist, a clip appearing on the chain, which made him chuckle, causing Tsunade to think he was mocking her. It seems I won't be returning to Konoha alone, he mused, raising his hand as Tsunade watched her necklace glow, the gem moving toward her as Naruto removed it. You are the rightful owner of this necklace, and it accepts you as such. Before my eyes, you have proven yourself worthy of it, he said as he placed the necklace around her neck. Tsunade allowed him to do so, as he used the chain to elevate himself, despite being slightly shorter than her. I will show you that this necklace belongs around my neck as the leader of the Senju, Tsunade declared, and Naruto, along with the others, watched as the clip of the necklace vanished, merging into a single cord. Not only the Senju blood that flows strongly through your veins, but also prove to me that you have the right to bear the Uzumaki blood, he challenged, leaving Tsunade confused by his words. But you exiled me from the clan, she began, but her words were cut short as Naruto kissed her. Shocked, her eyes widened, and her face flushed as she felt her chakra being restored by him. She sensed a strange lightness in her body, her skin feeling smooth and firm. As they separated, Tsunade was blushing and felt revitalized, noticing Shizune and Jiraiya staring at them in shock. Naruto simply smiled at her, commenting on how soft her lips were and how they tasted like honey, teasing her about meeting again in Konoha. He then took Jiraiya by the collar, and they both vanished in a flash of red light, leaving a stunned Shizune and a still flushed Tsunade behind. Gradually regaining her composure, she felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. Danyu Uzumaki, she shouted, sprinting away with a singular destination in mind, the Leaf Village, where she was sure her target awaited. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya appeared at the entrance of the village, with Jiraiya recovering from the dizziness he felt, still haunted by the image of Naruto kissing Tsunade. We've arrived. I'm sure Tsunade is on her way here. Wait here and show her where the old man is so he can be healed. After that, she'll probably come after me, but first, let her take care of him, Naruto instructed, heading toward his home. He anticipated that Yugao would scold him for leaving without notice, but he would figure out how to calm her down. As he walked through the village, he greeted the villagers, who returned his smiles, except for one person who glared at him with disdain, which he shrugged off. He made his way to the Uzumaki mansion, feeling the familiar chakra signatures of Yugao, Anko, Kurenai, Hana, Mikoto, and Hinata. He also sensed some chakra and 3 others he didn't recognize, but he pressed on and entered. Inside, he found all of them gathered in the living room, with Tsum present. The unfamiliar chakra signatures belonged to Ino and Tenten, who were chatting with Hinata while Kurenai occasionally asked them questions. I'm back, Naruto announced, catching the attention of all the girls. The first to react was Yugao, who stood up and embraced him, planting a kiss on his lips. This prompted the others to rise as well, except for Tsum, who remained hesitant to accept her feelings, while Ino watched jealously, along with Tenten. After parting from Yugao, Kurenai was next to hug him, happy to see him awake and home. Anko followed, almost whisking Naruto away to a private room if not for the presence of the others. Mikoto then kissed him, expressing her affection, followed by Hana, who was delighted to have her alpha back home. Finally, Hinata, still shy, kissed him, pouring all her feelings into it. You owe us an explanation for where you went. We almost sent an Umbu team to look for you after you vanished, until Izumo and Kotetsu informed us that you left the village with Jiraiya, Yugao said, arms crossed, with the others sharing her concerned expressions. I'm sorry for leaving without notice, but I had to do it. When I learned that the old man was injured and Ero-Sennin said that only his companion, the Slug Sen, could heal him, I knew I had to go get her, Naruto explained, receiving understanding looks from the others, though Yugao's expression remained serious. Uzumikai. A voice echoed. Looks like she's here, Naruto thought. At the gates of Konoha. Tsunadeheim, first we need to heal Sensei, then you can settle things with the brat, Jiraiya advised. Shut up, she retorted, sending the perverted sage flying with a swift strike before sighing. But you're right, we need to heal Sensei first, then I'll deal with the kid, Tsunade agreed. Tsunade, your punches hurt just as much as I remember, Jiraiya complained, leading her to Hiruzen, who opened his eyes in surprise at the sight of his student. Tsunade, Hiruzen greeted. Sensei, Tsunade replied. What a pleasant surprise, Jiraiya added. Tsunade, I need to ask you a favor now that you're in the village. There's a patient, a woman who has been in a coma for 13 years since October 10th. I'm sure you both know her, a red-haired woman with a strong personality, Hiruzen stated. The revelation left both Sannin astonished. You can't be referring to... Jiraiya found it hard to believe that Tsunade had died the day the child was born alongside her husband. Hiruzen reassured him that she was alive, but pretending she was dead had been challenging. He instructed the Umbu to call for Naruto Uzumaki. In the Sarutobi mansion, a woman with red hair lay on a stretcher in a basement, her vital signs constantly monitored by a nurse from the clan. The next day at 6 a.m., Hiruzen awaited Naruto's arrival in the Hokage meeting room, accompanied by both Sannin. An uneasy silence filled the room as they contemplated how to deliver the news, uncertain of how Naruto would react. Hiruzen appeared nervous, his pale complexion reminiscent of Orochimaru rather than the Hokage he was. He struggled with how to explain to Naruto that he had lied when the boy asked about his parents. After discovering the truth, Naruto had forgiven him, but now he had to reveal another lie. His mother was alive, though in a coma. Hiruzen believed he had acted in the child's best interest, knowing Naruto would cling to the hope of her waking up, which could lead to more pain. He understood that Naruto would feel betrayed, having trusted him once more only to be misled again. Before he could dwell on his thoughts, there was a knock at the door, followed by Naruto's voice asking for permission to enter. Resolving to face his fate, Hiruzen granted him entry. Naruto entered, asking why he had been summoned so early. Hiruzen informed him that he had something important to discuss. When Naruto pressed for the significance of the early meeting, Hiruzen revealed that his mother was alive. Jiraiya and Tsunade mentally face-bombed at the way Hiruzen delivered the news. Noticing Naruto's silence, Hiruzen continued to explain that Naruto's mother had not died on the day he was born. When Hiruzen found her, she was unconscious, her vital signs weak. Taking her to a hospital was not an option. If the council learned she was alive, they would have forced her into a situation she could not escape, especially in her current state. Naruto struggled to comprehend this revelation, insisting it couldn't be true. Hiruzen tried to reassure him, but Naruto's emotions overwhelmed him, and he grabbed Hiruzen by the collar, accusing him of lying and expressing his hurt over the betrayal. Jiraiya intervened to restrain Naruto while Tsunade attended to Hiruzen. Jiraiya reminded Naruto that Hiruzen had acted in the best interest of both him and his mother. Tsunade added that if the world had discovered she was alive, it would have put her in danger, given the enemies his parents had made. She explained that the council would have forced her back into clan restoration, and in her vulnerable state, she could have been married against her will. Needing time to process the shocking news, Naruto left the room, jumping out the window and leaping across rooftops until he reached his home. Upon entering, he was met by Mikoto and Yugao, who noticed his distress. Without answering, Naruto rushed to his room. Concerned, Mikoto and Yugao decided to follow him. When they found him, Mikoto asked what had happened. Naruto revealed that his mother was alive. The shock left Mikoto speechless, while Yugao covered her mouth, stifling a sob. They pressed him for more information, but Naruto explained that Hiruzen had told him she was in a coma and had hidden her from everyone, even him, her son. Determined to see her, Mikoto urged them to go. The trio made their way to the Hokage Tower, where Hiruzen and the Sannin remained. Mikoto confronted Hiruzen, demanding to know if it was true. He confirmed it and led them to the Sarutobi clan's quarters. Hiruzen guided them through his home to his office, where he revealed a hidden passage. They entered a dimly lit room, and Hiruzen ignited the torches with a fire technique, illuminating the space and revealing a bed with a woman connected to a monitor displaying her vital signs. Yugao and Mikoto gasped, tears streaming down their faces as they rushed to embrace the woman in the bed. Hiruzen signaled to Tsunade, who approached the bed. Her hands glowed green as she placed one on the woman's forehead, observing the brainwaves on the monitor. Tsunade then used a flashlight to check the woman's eyes, noting that she was following the light. She encouraged Kushina to respond by blinking if she could hear her. When Kushina blinked, Tsunade felt hopeful. She informed Naruto that his mother had been in a coma for 13 years and would likely be disoriented upon waking. The trauma of her past might have caused her to forget certain memories, especially the attack that had put her in this state. They wouldn't know for sure until she regained full consciousness. Naruto requested some time alone with his mother, and the group stepped outside, leaving him with her. He spoke softly, acknowledging that she might not remember him after all these years. He expressed his longing to know who his parents were and whether they loved him or not. Hiruzen had kept this secret for too long, and it hurt him deeply that the one person who could have told him the truth had hidden it away. He knew it. He just didn't trust her and preferred to make her believe he had been abandoned. Naruto felt tears of suffering and pain accumulated over the years escape him. Kushina heard someone speaking to her, but her vision was blurry, and she didn't know who it was. With great difficulty, she moved her hand and took hold of the hand of the person speaking to her. As he cried out all the suffering he had experienced, Naruto felt a warm hand grasp his. A sense of warmth began to fill his chest. It was the first time he felt something like this: security, peace, as if a part of him was finally complete. He knew what it was. His mother was with him, and that was his greatest desire. In that moment he was not a jonin who fought against a traitorous sannin or the serious leader of a clan. He was just a boy who wanted to know what it felt like to have a mother. He shared how he was the leader of the clan, striving to elevate its name. He mentioned being under the clan restoration law, having a fiancée and 5 girlfriends, all of whom were with him because they wanted to be. There were so many things he wanted to tell her and many moments he wished she could share with him. He wanted her to be proud of him, to see how he fought despite everyone being against him and everything he endured as a Jinchuriki. All he wanted was for her to be by his side. As more tears streamed down his face, he reached a breaking point. Naruto succumbed to a cry of anguish and pain, releasing everything he had kept inside since childhood. Although he was a Tokubetsu jonin and a serious clan leader on the outside, inside, Uzumaki was still that same boy who longed for a bit of maternal warmth that he saw other children around him enjoying. He had always remained in solitude, sinking into darkness, and if it weren't for the few people who cared for him, he might have done something reckless by now. By that time, Kushina's vision had cleared, and she used her hand to wipe away the tears from the person in front of her. With a smile, based on what she had heard, she had a question in mind. She looked at him curiously, as the boy resembled her husband. Naruto gazed back, a bit confused, but recalling Tsunade's words, he decided to act logically. With a sigh, he turned to her and offered a small smile before introducing himself. He apologized for not introducing himself sooner, stating his name was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Kushina's eyes filled with tears. This boy was her son. She expressed how she had missed so much of his life, but then memories of that fateful day flooded her mind, causing her to faint again. Naruto looked at his mother with concern, realizing she had likely fainted from the shock of such news. He never let go of her hand, fearful that this could be a sweet yet terrible illusion. Seeing that his mother wouldn't wake up anytime soon, he called for Tsunade, informing her that she had fainted. Every time Tsunade checked on her, he remained by her side, holding her hand. He stayed there all night while Tsunade examined her. Naruto didn't want to leave his mother's side until she regained consciousness, but Jiraiya arrived with news from the old man. He had not slept, having stayed with his mother. Jiraiya informed him that Naruto's sensei wanted to speak with him. Naruto questioned what the old man needed, expressing that he was busy caring for his mother. Jiraiya reassured him that the old man was aware but that it was important, as it concerned his mother. Naruto followed Jiraiya to the Hokage Tower, where he found the clan leaders gathered for a secret meeting without the intervention of the civil council and advisors. He sarcastically asked what the honorable third Hokage wanted to tell him, a tone that did not go unnoticed by the clan leaders. Hiruzen explained that they were already aware of his mother's situation and would not say anything until she recovered, warning that any disclosure would be punishable by immediate execution. He got straight to the point, stating that she would be reinstated into the shinobi ranks once she recovered. However, he called Naruto there for another reason. The civil council and advisors would not remain idle once they learned she was alive. Naruto demanded to know what that meant. Hiruzen explained that they would likely attempt to arrange a marriage for his mother, justifying it as she was the last Uzumaki woman. This would be subjected to a vote, but with Naruto and Tsunade's inclusion in the council, they would have 2 additional votes in favor of keeping her safe, at least temporarily. Naruto declared that he would not allow any of them or those fools to lay a hand on her. He expressed that he would not care if they were members of the civil council. He would eliminate them along with their families. Hiruzen informed him that Tsunade would be officially named Hokage in a week and would take care of his mother until then. After the week, they would transfer Kushina to the Uzumaki residence at night. With the meeting concluded, Naruto returned to care for his mother, assisting Tsunade with her therapy. After 13 years of inactivity, her muscles were atrophied, and it would take a month for her to fully recover. The next day, Kushina awakened. She asked Naruto if he could tell her about his life so far. Naruto looked at her, unsure if he should share everything that had happened. He expressed his concern that it might not be a good idea, as she had just awakened and must have recovered countless memories. He didn't want to overwhelm her with too much information. Kushina immediately sensed that her son was trying to evade the topic. She looked him in the eyes and pressed him to share what he was holding back. Naruto averted his gaze, not wanting her to crumble under the weight of what she would discover. But he also couldn't hide the truth from her. She was his mother, after all. He promised her that he would tell her everything, but now was not the right time. He had many things to share with her. Some were bad and others were truly good. Deciding not to push the topic, she allowed her son to take care of her, but she could see the dark circles under his eyes, a sign that he hadn't been sleeping well while looking after her. Kushina reassured him that she would be fine and that he should rest, but Naruto was determined. He had gone 13 years without her, and now that she was back, he wouldn't leave her side until she was discharged and they could go home together. Naruto stayed by her side until she fell asleep. The next day was Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage. Once the ceremony was over, Naruto returned to care for his mother. This time, Kushina could no longer hold on and asked him to lie down beside her to rest. Pretending to sleep, she called her friends who had been visiting to take him home for some sleep. Morning broke in Konoha, and in the Uzumaki mansion, Naruto was comfortably asleep in the leader's room when the rays of the sun hit his face. Trying to shield himself with his hands, he realized he couldn't move his left arm. Confused, he opened his eyes and looked down to see Tsume's messy brown hair resting on his arm as she slept soundly. The last thing he remembered was lying next to his mother to rest because the Hokage had asked him to come to her office the next day. He wondered how Tsume had ended up in his bed while looking at her calm face and the smile on her lips. As she felt him move, she frowned and hugged his chest tightly. To calm her, he gently stroked her hair and embraced her, causing Tsume to smile and relax back into sleep. An hour passed, and he didn't want to wake the woman who was comfortably sleeping on his chest. He noticed it was only 6 o'clock when he woke up, so it was time to rouse her since it was now 7. He gently urged Tsume to wake up. explaining that he needed to meet with the Hokage. Tsum, still sleepy, initially resisted, but eventually opened her eyes to find his blue ones looking back at her. They exchanged morning greetings, and Naruto smiled at her, noticing her blush. Tsum, feeling embarrassed, hid her face against his chest. Naruto questioned how she ended up in his bed, and as she looked around, she realized she wasn't in the room where she had slept the night before. In a hurry, Tsum got up and headed for the door, but Naruto closed it, wrapping his arms around her from behind. He asked why she was running away from her feelings. Tsum opened up about her past, revealing that her husband had left her while she was pregnant, and she had no desire to be hurt again. Naruto listened intently, frowning at her pain. He turned her to face him, making her look into his eyes. He promised that she wouldn't be alone anymore and that he would always be there for her. He declared that she was now his, and anyone who tried to hurt her would face his wrath. He asked her to open her heart to him. In a moment of vulnerability, Tsum surrendered to his kiss, initially resisting but eventually wrapping her arms around him, deepening their connection. After parting from the kiss, she hid her face in his chest, feeling safe as he held her at the waist and stroked her hair. She playfully warned him not to break his promise, or she would make him marry her. Naruto assured her that he would never let her down and affectionately called her his beautiful partner, using a term from her clan that made her smile. Naruto mentioned he needed to see the Hokage but promised to return quickly. Tsum looked into his eyes, seeking reassurance. He confirmed he would only be gone for a short while and that she should talk to the others about their relationship. With a final kiss, Naruto vanished in a flash of red light, leaving Tsum smiling in bed. She felt happy and determined to follow his orders, so she got up to change, noting with a smile that Naruto had respected her boundaries. Naruto appeared in Tsunade's office, where she was busy with paperwork, thanks to her shadow clones. She informed him that he was needed for a mission. Tsunade explained that the Kirigakure residents requested his help to subdue the three-tailed beast as the bloodline war was about to begin. They needed him for his chakra chains, and he had until noon to assemble a team of 5 members, including himself. Tsunade acknowledged his concern about leaving his mother but reminded him that it was his duty as a shinobi. She reassured him that she would be fine and would be transferred to their home for rehabilitation in 2 days. Naruto accepted the mission, promising to depart by noon. Tsunade expressed her concern for his safety, but he reassured her that he would be fine. Naruto disappeared in a flash, wearing a smile. In the Uzumaki mansion, an important conversation was taking place. Everyone was gathered in the living room after a hearty breakfast. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in a reddish flash in the middle of the room, holding a scroll. The scroll was black, and they all knew it was a matter of utmost importance that would benefit the village and could not be refused. Naruto announced that, by order of the Hokage, he would be leaving at noon for Kirigakure no Sato to assist in the rebellion against the Mizukage Yagura's bloodline purge law. Concern filled the room, but Naruto continued before anyone could interject. He informed them that his team needed to consist of 6 members, specifically calling on Mikoto Uchiha, Kurenai Yuhi, Hana Inazuka, Yugao Yuzuki, and Anko Mitarashi to be ready by noon at the entrance of the Leaf Village for the mission. The mentioned individuals stood at attention, while Hinata and Tsum observed quietly. All 5 acknowledged the order, and Naruto shifted his gaze to each of them with warmth. He then turned to Tsum, asking her for a favor. As he separated from Tsum, he took Hinata's hand, causing her to blush slightly, still getting used to showing affection in public. He requested Tsum to help Hinata perfect her own Juken style during his mission. Hinata had the basics and movements down. She just needed experience. Naruto hoped Tsum could assist her in hand-to-hand combat or take her on missions, as she was a jounin and a clan leader. Tsum pondered for a moment before agreeing, excited at the thought of seeing the reactions of the Hyuga clan elders when they witnessed the formidable Kunoichi and shinobi Hinata would become with her help. Naruto reminded Tsum to take care of his mother when she was brought to the village, insisting that no outsiders should be allowed near her. He then instructed the girls to prepare, as they had 3 hours before departure, handing them storage scrolls to pack what they needed. The atmosphere was light as they smiled and prepared, even as the clock ticked down to their mission. After 2 hours, at the entrance of the Leaf Village, Naruto and the girls were ready to register their departure. He informed them that it was time to leave, as they needed to reach the rebel base in Kiri by the next day. The girls nodded in agreement, and with a command from Naruto, they set off toward Nami, where they would take a boat to Kirigakure no Sato. As they traveled along the path in comfortable silence, they eventually reached the border of the Land of Fire. The girls gasped in surprise at the sight of a massive bridge before them. What astonished them most was the name displayed at the entrance, the Great Naruto Bridge. They were taken aback, as Naruto had never mentioned that the bridge they helped build bore his name. Kurenai asked why he hadn't told them about it, and Naruto, surprised, admitted he had no idea. He knew he had contributed significantly, but this was unexpected. As they admired the bridge, Naruto tensed, noticing something approaching from the trees. The girls instinctively raised their guard. Suddenly, a large weapon shot toward them. While the girls ducked to avoid it, Naruto stood his ground, stepping aside just in time for the weapon to fly past him and embed itself into the bridge. He quickly seized the weapon, which resembled a long butcher's knife with multiple grips, and prepared to defend himself. He called out to whoever was hiding, demanding they reveal themselves, expressing his anger at the attack on someone he cared about deeply. As he readied himself for a confrontation, he infused chakra into the large knife. Yugao recognized the weapon as the Kubikure Bocho, and the group focused on the threat at hand. For a moment, there was stillness until hundreds of Senbon flew from the trees toward them. The girls jumped to evade them, while Naruto used the Kubikure Bocho as a shield, blocking the incoming projectiles. To his shock, when the Senbon struck the Kubikure Bocho, they shattered into countless pieces, some even melting into the ground. Naruto realized only one person could wield ice in such a manner. He recognized the attacker and called out Haku's name. Naruto called out, recognizing a figure emerging from the bushes. It was a girl, slightly taller than him, with black hair tied in a bun and 2 strands framing her face. Her dark brown eyes, almost black, were filled with distress. She wore a green ninja outfit in various shades, complemented by wooden ninja sandals. A damaged headband from the hidden mist village marked her as missing, but Naruto understood the true reason behind the markings. The girl warned them to stay back, her eyes fluttering as if she might faint. Naruto noticed her clothes were torn, revealing a wound that he recognized as the result of Kakashi's Chidori. He called out to her, urging her to remember him. As he planted his sword, the Kubikure Bocho, into the ground, he signaled to the others to keep their distance from her and approached Haku slowly. When Haku began to fall, Naruto caught her, not wanting her to hit the ground. He reassured her that everything was fine and that he was there for her. Haku smiled weakly, closing her eyes and clinging to his clothes as he lifted her into his arms. He assured the other girls that there was no danger, carrying Haku beside the Kubikure Bocho. Hana began to speak, trying to clarify Haku's identity, but her words trailed off as they all knew the mission's details, including the girl who had tried to deceive Naruto about her gender. Naruto expressed his confusion about how Haku had survived, recalling how he had seen Kakashi pierce her heart with his Chidori. Haku rested her head against his chest, smiling faintly. Mikoto reminded Naruto that they couldn't delay their journey any longer. As the leader of the mission, he needed to make a decision quickly. They set off towards the hidden mist village, knowing that their future allies were in danger and needed their help. Naruto carried Haku on his back, securing her with chains to keep her comfortable while he also summoned the Kubikure Bocho with ease, as the others struggled to lift it from the ground. They raced across the water towards Kirigakure no Sato, where they would meet their clients, the members of the rebellion. After running for 5 continuous hours, they finally spotted the coastline of the water country. In the distance, they could see a small port town with some houses ablaze. Thanks to Mikoto's enhanced vision, they could assess the situation. Naruto created a shadow clone and instructed it to keep Haku safe, warning it to stay away from the battle until it was over. He then commanded the girls to engage the intruders, ensuring that the civilians would not be harmed. The 6 of them dashed towards the port, where they found 3 ninjas facing off against 20 others, 5 of whom were destroying the town. Naruto signaled to the girls, who understood their roles and leaped into action against the 5 attackers. As Naruto focused on the group surrounding the 3 defenders, he took note of their condition. One was a dark-haired man with a patch over his right eye, wearing a green kimono and black ninja sandals. The second was a slender boy with blue hair and glasses, dressed in white pants with brown stains and a gray striped long-sleeve shirt. The last was a girl with reddish-brown hair, partially tied up, wearing a blue ninja dress with a gray striped vest. Naruto observed that they were injured. The man with the patch was holding a bleeding arm, the boy leaned on his swords for support, and the girl had blood trickling down her face, using her hair to hide the wound. This situation looked dire, Naruto thought, as the sound of chains echoed around them, confusing the enemy ninjas. Suddenly, 9 chains emerged, encircling the attackers in a barrier. Standing atop one of the chains was a blond boy with blue eyes, the source of the chains. He declared, "The fire of the morning." Naruto spoke aloud, catching the attention of the man with the patch, who opened his eye in surprise and relief before responding. He mentioned that they would take away the evils from the ashes of yesterday. Naruto glanced sideways at him and nodded, then turned his gaze to the 15 ninjas standing at the ready. He declared that they should surrender, as he did not wish to spill their blood unless necessary. One of the ninjas, clearly the leader, scoffed at Naruto's words, claiming they were elite jounins and would kill him before having some fun with the girl. As he lunged at Naruto with a kunai in hand, Naruto whispered to himself about how they never understood. He raised his hand, palm open, and then slightly closed it. The 3 inside the cage of chains were confused as they watched the 15 jounins drop to their knees, clutching their throats in a desperate attempt to breathe. Naruto observed them, noting that they must be wondering why they couldn't get air. As he tightened his grip, the jounins fell backward, struggling for breath. He explained that it was a simple jutsu he created thanks to his excellent control over wind chakra, allowing him to manipulate the air around him and those nearby. He warned them that their arrogance would lead to their demise, but he needed information and did not require all of them. With a final motion of his hand, 13 of the jounins fell, their bodies compressing as the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. The last 2 lost consciousness, finally able to breathe again. Naruto remarked that the girls should be arriving soon. He dissipated the cage of chains and tossed a green pill to each of the jounins, who looked at the pills with curiosity. He explained that it was a special soldier's pill imbued with healing chakra that would mend their wounds but would not regenerate their chakra. Just then, the girls arrived, with Mikoto holding the skeletal arm of her Susanoo, having captured one of the attackers. Naruto informed the girls that he had found their adversaries and urged them to follow him. The 3 ninjas from the mist, now healed by the pills, nodded in agreement. The man with the patch introduced himself as Ao, leader of the forces against the rule of Mizuki Jigura. He introduced Chojuro, the last loyal swordsman of the mist, and his niece, Mei Turmi. Naruto acknowledged their introductions, stating that he was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and introduced his team members, Yugao Yuzuki, Hana Inazuka, Kurinai Yuhi, Enko Mitarashi, and Mikoto Uchiha. They were the team that had come in response to their request for help and to form an alliance with Kiri in case they won the war. Ao agreed that if they won the war, they would proceed with the alliance and asked them to follow him to the base of the rebellion, assuring them that the villagers would restore order to their home. As they moved, Naruto's clone appeared, carrying Haku in his arms before vanishing. Naruto requested a place for his friend to rest, explaining that they had found her injured on the way. He knew Haku was not fond of Kiri and wanted to speak with her privately, believing it was better to keep her situation under wraps. Ao agreed but mentioned that resources were scarce, and they needed to move quickly as more ninjas were likely approaching. He pointed out Chojuro and Mei, who were exhausted. Naruto confirmed that a clone had informed him that all civilians had already departed on a boat to safety. Ao nodded and began to run, with everyone following closely behind. They traveled in relative silence for a while until Chojuro noticed the sword on Naruto's back, but chose to remain silent, planning to ask about it once they reached the base. After about an hour of navigating various paths, they arrived at the base of a mountain. Ao led them through an illusion that Kurinai and Naruto identified as a genjutsu, allowing them to pass through. They moved through a cave until they emerged on the other side, revealing an underground city. Ao explained that this was where the people of Kirigakure had always sought refuge during grave situations in the village. They had brought civilians and those seeking shelter, including several Kekkai Genkai users, though most were children. The adults had fought against the ninjas of the Mizukage to ensure the children's safety. Naruto observed the dire conditions, noting the scarcity of resources and medical supplies, as many appeared malnourished and bandaged. Ao acknowledged the gravity of their situation and reiterated the need for help to end the war and heal their injured. As they approached the largest building in the underground city, Naruto understood that he needed to speak with the leaders of the rebellion and agree on the mission details before he could offer assistance. They reached the doors of the building and entered, with Ao leading the way. Inside, they found a large hall where 10 individuals were conversing. Their discussion halted upon seeing Ao enter. Ao greeted them, and one of the leaders inquired about the reinforcements from Konoha. Ao introduced Naruto and the girls, and the group noticed their Konoha headbands. One of the leaders remarked on the small number of reinforcements, questioning the effectiveness of just 6 people and a wounded individual. The counselor struggled to continue speaking as he found himself targeted by a katana with red cracks. Several serpents coiled around him, poised to strike, while 3 dogs circled, ready to attack. A skeletal, pink hand loomed above him, threatening to crush him. He also noticed that everyone present was being threatened at the throat by sharp points connected to red chains emerging from the back of the blonde, one of which restrained Chojuro, Ao, and Mei, who watched in horror as they realized that with a single command, everyone could perish. Naruto warned the counselor to watch his words, stating that only elite ninjas were present, all experts in their shinobi arts. He expressed that with just a command, the counselor's head could roll across the table they were using. They had come on behalf of the Hokage and the Fire Daimyo, who had accepted the Water Daimyo's request. However, if the counselor continued to speak foolishly, they would withdraw. Another counselor, with green hair and numerous scars on his arms and face, apologized for his companion's words, explaining that he did not understand his role was merely to provide support. He warned that any further outbursts would be considered treason, punishable by death. Naruto insisted that the counselor keep his tongue in check, emphasizing that they were there to assist in the war and that he was the leader of the squad, thus holding the final say in the situation. He signaled for the girls to stand behind him, where they complied, maintaining their guard. The green-haired counselor acknowledged the situation, assuring Naruto that they would keep their counselor in check and help him understand his place. The dark-haired counselor clicked his tongue in annoyance, clenching his fists in frustration, aware that if he did not control his words, all their allies could be in danger. Though proud, he recognized the need to be cautious from that moment on. With the tension easing, Naruto proposed they begin negotiating the treaty once the war concluded. He requested a place for their rest and a location where his companion could interrogate the captured ninjas. Ao offered to lead them to a house where they could rest before the war began. As they arrived at a 2-story house, Ao informed them that it had a soundproof basement. Everyone entered, and Anko took the 2 prisoners to interrogate them while Naruto placed Haku in one of the available rooms. The girls settled in and prepared a light dinner. About an hour later, the girls finished cooking, and Anko came down smiling as they set the food on the table while Naruto descended from the 2nd floor. Kurenai asked how the girl was doing, and Naruto replied that she was fine and now asleep, though he sensed she would be weak for a while due to her lack of chakra. He speculated that he understood why she was still alive. Curious, Mikoto asked for his theory, and Naruto explained that during their confrontation on the Nami Bridge, he had released chakra from the Kyuubi. He theorized that she might have absorbed some of that chakra, and when Hataki attacked her, it acted to heal her false host. The group fell silent, contemplating Naruto's theory until Mikoto spoke up, recalling that during the Kyuubi's attack, many were injured but some healed quickly due to a reddish chakra that vanished from their chakra systems. She shared her own experience of breaking an arm but being healed by that same chakra, which had disappeared afterward. Anko suggested they set that aside for now, as the girl was alive and they needed to focus on the current situation in Kiri. Naruto agreed, asking Anko what the Mizukage was planning. Anko summarized the information she had gathered from a Kirigakure ninja, revealing that the Mizukage intended to eliminate all rebels within 3 days, leading the charge to bring justice to those with bloodlines. Yugao expressed concern, and while the others nodded in agreement, Naruto remained serious, contemplating various strategies. After a few moments, he drew the group's attention, outlining a plan to inform the rebels in the morning and devise a strategy to end the war swiftly. He instructed the girls to provide medical assistance to the injured at the base, emphasizing his desire for them to live healthily in their village once the war was over. Naruto spoke, and the girls nodded in agreement with his words. The next morning, everyone woke up, and Naruto left a clone to watch over Haku while he went to report what he had discovered from Anko. He began to devise a plan with the rebels to win the war. Meanwhile, the girls had gone to assist the injured, helping to heal them and distribute food among the refugees. The following 3 days passed with all the ninjas of the resistance gathered outside the rebel base, totaling up to 5,000 ninjas. In the distance, they saw an army of 20,000 ninjas approaching, led by a boy of average height with pink eyes and a scar running down from his left eye like a tear. His mustard-yellow hair was complemented by black and green clothing and brown ninja boots, and he held a staff with hook-shaped ends, one adorned with a green flower. Ao, the leader of the resistance, shouted for Yagura to stop the madness, insisting that they should not fight over a foolish idea. Yagura, the leader of Kiri and Mizukage, declared that all of them, demons bearing bloodlines, would perish under the yoke of divine law, warning them not to resist or their deaths would be slow and painless. The resistance vowed not to surrender without a fight, and as they rallied in excitement, Yagura threatened them. Suddenly, they witnessed a massive pillar of green fire erupting towards them, with the epicenter being a blonde who was engulfed in flames. Everyone was in shock as he leaped onto the pillar, gathering fire at his feet, which ignited into a towering flame above his head. With the help of the fire pillar, he took down hundreds of Yagura's ninjas, then leaped towards Yagura, who was summoning water around him. Naruto declared that this was a war, not a place for conversation, and as he descended towards Yagura, the Mizukage created a massive wall of water that collided with Naruto's flames. The intensity of Naruto's fire surged, overpowering Yagura and sending him flying away from the battlefield, with Naruto in pursuit. Taking advantage of the shock among Yagura's ninjas, the resistance launched their attack, catching them off guard as they had never expected to see their leader sent flying. Meanwhile, Naruto reached Yagura, who was rising with some burns, glaring at him with anger while Naruto remained serious. Both faced each other, serious and ready for battle. As the battlefield fell silent, everyone watching eagerly to see who would make the first move. They unleashed their techniques simultaneously, Yagura summoning a gigantic red-eyed water dragon that charged at Naruto, who countered with a massive blue-eyed ice dragon. The two techniques collided at the center, neutralizing each other due to the density of Yagura's water, which was infused with chakra, leaving behind a towering pillar of ice. Both combatants stared at each other seriously before they vanished in a burst of speed. Yagura attacked with his hook staff while Naruto unsheathed his mother's katana, engaging in a fierce battle at incredible speeds, destroying everything in their path. Both the rebels and Yagura's ninjas had to retreat from the battlefield, as it became clear that anyone who stood in the way of these two would be overwhelmed. Yagura's ninjas were astonished to see someone matching the pace of their Mizukage, especially as Naruto countered Yagura's jutsus with equal skill. The two exchanged techniques with mere hand signs, their speed making it difficult for onlookers to follow the destruction they left behind. Mei, from the resistance, watched in awe as a boy younger than her kept up with the Mizukage, who was a Jinchuriki with full control over his bijou. The others were equally shocked by the display of power from both fighters, especially a certain blonde who realized he needed to be careful with his words or he might not survive. As the battle escalated, weapons were discarded, and they resorted to hand-to-hand combat, increasing their power with each strike. Their elevated speed and powerful blows caused destruction all around them, obliterating the terrain and even the lakes formed by their earlier attacks. Naruto began to gain the upper hand over Yagura, who was now mostly on the defensive against Naruto's strikes, which were infused with lightning chakra, numbing him with each hit. With a well-placed kick to Yagura's side, Naruto lifted him slightly off the ground and followed up with a punch that sent him spinning in the air. As everyone watched, Naruto formed the tiger seal with his right hand and extended his left, gathering fire in his palm that swirled with intensity. With Yagura rising to his feet, Naruto prepared to unleash his technique, the flames gathering in his fist. Judgment Flame, Final Blaze. Naruto exclaimed as he launched his technique, a massive green flame engulfing the fourth Mizukage. Everyone watched intently, waiting for the outcome as a thick cloud of dust rose, covering the battlefield. With a powerful gust of wind generated from the center of the explosion, Naruto cleared the dust away. Standing amidst the chaos, Naruto held his arm, revealing some burns that indicated the technique had affected him as well. In front of him, Yagura was barely conscious, his body covered in severe burns, with patches of skin missing. Yagura, filled with rage, declared that he would not allow Naruto to stop him from destroying the monsters he sought to eliminate. As he spoke, a bubbling, translucent red chakra erupted from his body. He crouched down, transforming into a three-tailed turtle. Meanwhile, Yagura's ninja were smiling, confident that their Mizukage would defeat Naruto, allowing them to continue their mission against the rebels. In contrast, the resistance felt nervous and frightened. They had thought victory was within reach when Yagura seemed to falter, but now, seeing him exercise his bijou, they feared they had lost. All except Mei, who noticed the calm demeanor of the women accompanying Naruto. They were smiling, which piqued her curiosity. Mei questioned why they were smiling, pointing out that their companion was on the verge of death at Yagura's hands. Anko responded simply, causing Mei to twitch in annoyance at being called a girl. Kurenai then added that they knew how strong their boyfriend was, mentioning that she had never seen him more excited for a battle than now, not even when he fought Orochimaru. Mikoto chimed in, assuring everyone that Naruto would handle everything. As they focused on the battlefield, they saw Naruto, now healed, facing a semi-transformed Yagura. Suddenly, Yagura opened his mouth, and everyone watched as he began to gather blue and red spheres of chakra, forming a dark sphere. Naruto waited for the perfect moment, and as Yagura prepared to unleash his technique, Naruto seized his chance. He launched himself forward at incredible speed, having dispelled his gravity seals. Positioning himself on the ground, his skin began to tear as a dome of blood formed around him. Mei and the resistance members gasped, realizing what Naruto was about to do. As Yagura shouted in desperation, the two techniques collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The rebels were grateful to Yugao for warning them, as staying close would have likely resulted in significant casualties. Unfortunately, Yagura's ninja were not as fortunate, with 70% of his army caught in the blast. Once the explosion subsided, a dome of red chains gradually disintegrated, revealing Naruto, who was visibly exhausted from the chakra usage. Using his sensory abilities, he searched for Yagura's chakra signature and found it just a few meters away, obscured by dust. He approached cautiously, ready for any attack. Upon reaching Yagura, Naruto saw that he had lost an arm and a leg, blood streaming from his eye, and a fatal wound in his abdomen. Yagura's pink eyes transformed into the Sharingan before fading away, and he began to cry. Yagura expressed his gratitude for stopping his actions, admitting that even though he was under control, it did not excuse the harm he had caused. Naruto, confused, questioned how he could be controlled as a Jinchuriki. Yagura explained that he had been in his office when he suddenly found himself in his mental space, chained alongside the Sambi, facing a masked man with a spiral pattern and a Sharingan. He had been powerless as this man forced him to harm his own people. Yagura asked Naruto to free the Sambi, pleading that it was merely a victim of the circumstances. Seeing the sincerity in Yagura's eyes, Naruto nodded, despite his anger towards the one who had manipulated him. Yagura smiled, closing his eyes, and moments later, a red chakra began to emanate from his body, floating beside him as he opened his eyes one last time. He requested that Naruto tell his village how sorry he was for not being strong enough to protect them. With that, Yagura took his final breath, collapsing. Naruto approached, using a piece of his clothing to wipe the blood from Yagura's face while the Sambi began to materialize beside him. The Sambi, a three-tailed turtle with spikes on its shell and a red underbelly, stood before Naruto, who noticed he was low on chakra and needed to leave. He lifted Yagura's body, intending to give him a proper burial, not as a crazed killer, while floating on water with his chakra. He glanced back at the Sambi, expressing regret that he could not fulfill Yagura's request at that moment, especially with Akatsuki hunting the bijou. With determination, Naruto approached the Sambi and sealed it away with the help of his chains. Kurama explained the situation to Sambi, mentioning that the name was Isabu, not Sambi. Naruto, feeling determined, decided to reunite with the resistance and the girls. He ran quickly, eager to resolve everything as he was tired and hungry. As Naruto sprinted, he carried Yagura's body in his arms. In the distance, he spotted the resistance and the girls, prompting him to run towards them. Upon his arrival, the resistance was shocked to see Yagura's body and began to celebrate their victory. The girls approached, checking for any injuries and sighed in relief when they noticed that Yagura only had bruises that were healing. Ao stepped forward, expressing gratitude for everything Naruto had done. Naruto, however, requested one thing in return. He wanted Yagura to be buried alongside the other Mizukichi. The others looked at him with annoyance, and instead of arguing or listening to their complaints, Naruto cast a genjutsu, using the mist around them to enhance its effect. The illusion showed Yagura expressing gratitude for his freedom as he passed away, but Naruto altered the memory to suggest that he would take Sambi to the grave with him. When the genjutsu ended, everyone fell silent, clenching their fists in anger, not at Naruto but at the man who had mentioned their Mizukichi. To them, Yagura was their leader, manipulated by someone who only wished to harm them. They directed their hatred towards that man, vowing to kill him when they found him. With a renewed sense of purpose, they declared that Yagura, their Mizukichi, would be buried with his predecessors, and they would rebuild Kirigakure no Sato in his honor. Together, they resolved to return home as brothers. Ao exclaimed with all his might, cheering as several ninjas brought a cloak to escort their Mizukichi home. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto's mission in Kirigakure. Kushina was now living with them, her treatment progressing well. She could walk with the aid of crutches until her body fully adjusted, which would take another 2 weeks. Naruto was at home, reclining on the living room couch, with Kurenai resting her head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. He wore shorts and a white shirt adorned with a dragon design on the back, while Kurenai donned red shorts that reached her thighs and a black tank top. Her hair flowed freely, gently brushed by Naruto's hand. They enjoyed the peaceful silence of the moment, having returned from their mission in Kirigakure, as Anko was busy in the IT department handling paperwork to take Ino on as her student. Yugao had gone out with Hinata and Hana to buy a good weapon for Hinata's new Juken style, taking Gamachan along without Naruto noticing. Sum was in a meeting with her advisors, likely preparing to inform Kiba about her decision to move in with her alpha. Mikoto had taken Kushina for a stroll around the village, as it was now common knowledge that Kushina was alive, and she refused to stay home until fully recovered. Meanwhile, Haku was still undergoing treatment with Shizen, who informed her that due to her rapid recovery, she would remain in the hospital for rehabilitation for a month. However, there was no need for concern. Having been trained by Tsunade meant she was in good hands. Tsunade herself was in her office at the Hokage Tower, buried in endless paperwork, as Hiruzen, her personal advisor, had not shared the secret to finishing it quickly. Since returning from Kirigakure, there had been no significant missions, so she had been focusing on training and spending time with the girls. As Naruto enjoyed his quiet moment with Kurenai, she smiled at his gentle caresses, her eyes sparkling as she admired the beautiful gold ring with a rose-shaped ruby on her left ring finger. Naruto had proposed to her during their date the previous night, and Mikoto had joyfully shouted her approval. Anko had leaped in to kiss him, exclaiming her agreement, while Hana and Sum, with Anko's help, nearly whisked Naruto away to a room for what they jokingly referred to as their wedding night. Hinata and Ino watched this unfold, feeling a twinge of jealousy but accepting that it wasn't their time to marry yet, as they were still growing adolescents. They decided to wait for the right moment, with Naruto promising to ask for their hands in marriage from their parents when the time came, which brought smiles and gratitude from the girls. Another change was that Ino was now also Naruto's girlfriend, a result of a mission where they had to act as a princess and prince from different regions. Ino had gained the courage to confess her feelings to Naruto on their way back, apologizing for the pain she had caused him in the academy and bracing herself for rejection. However, Naruto accepted her feelings and shared his involvement in the arc, which only strengthened Ino's resolve to pursue their relationship. Ino also asked Anko to be her mentor, a request that Anko gladly accepted, eager to teach her all her tricks and perhaps one day create a powerful partnership with her and Naruto. Since their return from Kirigakure, Mei, the ambassador from Kirigakure, had moved into the Uzumaki mansion after Naruto offered her a place to stay. Although she denied it, she had developed an interest in Naruto and wanted to spend more time with him. At that moment, she was busy with paperwork at the Hokage Tower. Naruto felt a bit bored but didn't mind, as he was with Kurenai, who snuggled happily against him. Kurenai asked what he planned to do next, adjusting herself comfortably and wrapping her arms around his neck, giving him a soft kiss. Naruto shared his intention to train at Mayaboku to become a sage, mentioning that he would leave only after his mother fully recovered, promising to stay with them until then. A month had passed, and Kushina was now able to walk and run normally, reintegrating herself into society. The shock of her return was palpable. Civilians who had once attempted to harm Naruto, along with some Chunin who joined in, were terrified at the thought of facing her wrath. On the other hand, the real issue was the civil council, who immediately sought to marry one of their children or relatives to Kushina to gain more power and influence. In the council room, a meeting was underway. Hamura suggested that Kushina be included in the clan restoration law, a sinister smile on his face as he believed they would get what they wanted. Naruto, glaring at the elder, retorted that he would never allow useless civilians to manipulate his mother, earning laughter from several shinobi council members, with Tsum being the most vocal in her amusement. The tension in the room was thick, as Naruto stood firm against the council's intentions. It was only for the members of the Hokage Council, Koharu remarked mockingly as she glared at Naruto, attempting to intimidate him. However, she had forgotten that he had faced Orochimaru 3 times. If that creepy snake didn't frighten him, an elderly woman drenched in balm and formaldehyde certainly wouldn't. My dear mummy, I have every right to be here as I am the leader of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. By the way, don't you think it's time for you to move to a retirement home? They're already working overtime here. It's time for those old, mummified bodies to rest and stop meddling in shinobi affairs that are none of your responsibility, especially clan matters, you disgusting mummies, Naruto said with a smirk, causing most of the clan leaders to burst into laughter. He settled into the chair reserved for the Uzumaki leader, positioned between the Uchiha and Inuzuka leaders, sitting elegantly and smiling with satisfaction at the sight of the elderly woman's face, which was about to explode with rage. Nothing pleased him more than that. That will be put to a vote. Raise your hands if you are in favor of placing Kushina Uzumaki under the Clan Restoration Act, Koharu declared with a sickly, manic smile, as if she had won a victory in this wickedness. Hayashi, Hamura, Koharu, and the civil council raised their hands. Naruto was not surprised that Hayashi had done so. He had known from the beginning. Raise your hands if you are against this barbarity of placing Kushina under the CR, Tsunade said, glaring at the civil council and the 2 elders, making them shudder in their seats. Naruto, Tsunade, Tsum, Hiruzen, Shikaku, Shuza, Inoichi, Murakumo Kurama, Shibi Aburame, and Mikoto Uchiha raised their hands. There are 11 votes against placing Kushina under the CRA and 8 in favor, Tsunade announced, feeling a sense of victory inside despite her serious demeanor. That's 8 in favor and 8 against, Tsunade. Not 11, Hamura said, irritated and confused. He hadn't even noticed that Mikoto was still present. That's where you're mistaken, my dear mummified elder. I am the leader of 2 clans, so I have 2 votes. And you didn't even notice that Mikoto Uchiha was here, which counts as another vote. So the vote count is correct. And let me remind the civil council and the elders that in shinobi matters, you have no voice or vote. For these matters, we are the Shinobi Council. The civil council deals exclusively with civil affairs, and if you attempt to interfere in matters that are not your concern, it is considered an act of treason, punishable by death. So keep quiet and say nothing more, civil. Naruto stated seriously, challenging the elders and civilians with his gaze. The elders glared at him with hatred, not wanting anyone to know about this law created by the second Hokage, which allowed them to maneuver more easily. That kid had ruined their plans. The civilians looked at him with wide eyes at his last declaration. The vote has been decided. Kushina Uzumaki is exempt from the CRA. By majority vote, the petition has been denied, Tsunade announced, feeling fireworks of joy inside for this small but significant victory over the elders. With Naruto in the council, things would be easier, and she could finally rid herself of those mummies. I want to make a few things clear here. 1. Mikoto Uchiha is exempt from the CRA. She is my fiancée, and both she and my mother are under the protection of the Uzumaki clan. 2. Konoha belongs to the Uzumaki clan. It was my clan that ceded this land to the first Hokage for the creation of the village. 3. Any act committed against my mother or my fiancé will be considered a declaration of war, and as the leader of the Uzumaki clan, I will immediately withdraw the clan's loyalty from Konoha, causing it to cease being one of the great villages. And 4. This is directed at Hayashi Hyuga. The main branch of the Hyuga clan must pay the penalty established in the original contract, including interest accrued over the years, for violating one of the clauses set by Mito Uzumaki, the former leader of the Uzumaki clan. She made it absolutely clear that under no circumstances could the seal be modified without the consent and verification of the current clan leader. Therefore, Hayashi-san Naruto Uzumaki, acting head of the Uzumaki clan and in full mental capacity, hereby sever the alliance with the Hyuga clan for modifying an Uzumaki seal without authorization and using it illegally for enslavement and torture. Naruto stated seriously, looking at Hayashi, who had turned paler than Orochimaru at the realization that this boy knew the Hyuga clan's greatest secret, known only to the elders, his father, the former leader, and himself. Now the main branch would have to pay an exorbitant amount that would undoubtedly leave them bankrupt. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone may leave, Tsunade said, amused, watching as a 13-year-old boy brought order and put the Hyuga leader in check within minutes. Certainly, things were looking up with Naruto as her new assistant and primary ally against the mummies and civilians. Tsunade declared that the meeting had concluded, dismissing the council members who were left unsettled by their failure to achieve their goals. This was an opportunity for them to gain more power in the village. If they couldn't obtain Kushina due to the CRA, there were still other means, especially since she was a widow. With this in mind, Naruto had 3 strategies to counter any actions from the council. First, due to the laws, civilians had no say in shinobi matters or clan affairs. If they interfered, it could be considered treason, punishable by severe consequences. Second, the lands of the village belonged to the Uzumaki clan, meaning they belonged to Naruto. He could reclaim these lands from the civilians since the village's symbol was the whirlpool, borrowed from the alliance with Yuzu by Hashirama and Mito. Essentially, the village was his property. Removing the symbol would mean the shinobi village would cease to exist. Third, the civilians owed Naruto a significant amount of money for the land they had used, and the Hyuga clan owed him for modifying their seal without the Uzumaki clan leader's permission. If none of these threats intimidated them, Naruto could still threaten to summon Kurama and finish the job of destroying the village, as forcing Kushina into the CRA would be considered a declaration of war. A week passed since that meeting, and Mikoto was helping Kushina train to rejoin the shinobi ranks. They were aiding each other, as Mikoto had also returned to training not long ago. Kushina's training progressed rapidly, just like Mikoto's, as they both only needed to refine their chakra control. After a few months, they were back to the same level they had been before stepping away from the shinobi life to focus on their families. Kushina regained her elite jounin rank. It could be said that she had returned to her former life in some ways, but things had changed. Now, she was aware that her best friends were dating her son, who was involved in the CRA. Seeing her best friend kiss her son felt strange, especially since they were both her friends and her students. Kushina decided to reclaim some of the businesses she had before falling into a coma and started new ventures. She chose one of the rooms in the house for herself, knowing that her son was at an age where having attractive women around would lead to certain situations. This realization began her internal struggle, as she had gone 13 years without contact with a man. Since her recovery, Kushina had been very close to Naruto, trying to make up for lost time with her son, so much so that she had forgotten he was no longer a little boy. Currently, Naruto was in the bathtub, holding his breath and trying to improve his lung capacity, knowing that fatigue could affect breathing during battle. Kushina called out to him, asking if he was done bathing, but he didn't respond. Concerned, she rushed to check on him, only to find the tub filled with soapy water and no sign of Naruto. Panicking, she called out his name. Suddenly, Naruto emerged from the tub, splashing water on Kushina, who was wearing a white shirt. He seemed surprised to see her. Kushina noticed something unusual about Naruto, but quickly turned away, feeling flustered. She realized that she needed to give him some space and hurriedly left the bathroom, her mind racing with thoughts she couldn't quite comprehend. Kushina sat down, placing her hands on her head, trying to shake off her confusion. She scolded herself for thinking of Naruto in a way that was inappropriate. Determined to clear her mind, she went to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of alcohol. After getting dressed, Naruto headed downstairs to find Kushina. He found her lying on the floor next to the bottle of alcohol, unresponsive. Worried, he approached her, trying to wake her up. As he lifted her, he felt the weight of her body against him, and in that moment he was overwhelmed by the situation. Kushina stirred, letting out a startled sound, which startled Naruto. He felt a rush of emotions he couldn't quite understand. As he tried to carry her to her room, he stumbled, and they both fell, with Kushina landing on top of him. Naruto was taken aback, feeling the warmth of her body close to his. He quickly pushed her off, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Kushina, waking up, looked at Naruto, and they both shared a moment of confusion and surprise. Kushina shook her head, trying to dismiss the strange feelings that had surfaced. She knew she had to focus on her training and her responsibilities as a mother. They both needed to navigate this new chapter in their lives, one that was filled with challenges and the need for understanding. Kushina ran and then sat down beside Naruto, resting her leg on his stomach. She expressed her love for him with a gentle kiss on his cheek. However, she quickly reminded herself of the reality of their relationship as mother and son. Regaining her composure, she noticed the anger rising within her at the thought of what had transpired. As she stood up, she dressed and made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Naruto. A short while later, Naruto descended the stairs, still a bit sleepy. Upon seeing Kushina, he felt a rush of emotions. Kushina noticed his gaze lingering on her, and she felt a mix of warmth and concern as she approached him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Kushina, feeling a rush of warmth, gently pressed Naruto's face against her chest. She guided his hands to her waist, encouraging him to hold her tightly. As she leaned in closer, she whispered softly in his ear, urging him to be more assertive. The connection between them deepened, and they both felt a surge of excitement in the moment. Kushina was feeling overwhelmed with emotions as she reflected on her recent actions. She had given her all to Naruto, and despite knowing it was wrong, she couldn't shake the feelings that lingered. As she sat there, she thought about how she was a terrible mother for what had transpired. Mikoto arrived, noticing Kushina's tear-streaked face. Concerned, she asked what had happened. Kushina, still sobbing, confessed that she felt like a bad mother. Tsum joined them, urging Kushina to share her troubles. In the comfort of their home, Kushina poured out her heart, feeling the weight of her guilt. After wiping her tears, Kushina hesitated before revealing the truth. She admitted that it had been years since she had been close to a man, and she felt lost in her emotions. She explained that while cooking the day before, she had called out to Naruto, who was in the bath. When he didn't respond, panic set in, and she rushed to check on him. Kushina recalled how she had found Naruto emerging from the tub, water and shampoo cascading down. In that moment, she felt a rush of emotions that confused her. As she stood there, she realized the depth of her feelings, grappling with the complexity of her situation. She felt a rush of warmth as she thought about Naruto, biting her lip with a longing that was hard to ignore. Her friends looked on in surprise at the way she spoke so openly about her feelings for him. Feeling a bit shy, she decided to leave the room. Later, she found herself in the kitchen, having a little too much to drink, unaware that Naruto had come to find her in that state. Mikoto sighed, expressing her disbelief. She pointed out that their clans had a history of complicated relationships. Some added that they couldn't help because they were in a relationship with him, reminding Mikoto not to forget that fact. Mikoto crossed her arms, questioning whether it was wrong for her, as the leader of the Uzumaki clan, to engage in such behavior. Kushina, confused, asked what that had to do with anything. Mikoto dismissed the topic, pondering whether it was wrong to have NTMT relations. Kushina affirmed that it was indeed wrong, even if it felt good. In the kitchen, Naruto called for his mother. Kushina smiled and kissed him, encouraging him to sit down and eat. She had prepared something romantic but was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected reaction. Blushing, she decided to proceed with caution. As the atmosphere shifted, Kushina found herself drawn to Naruto in a way that surprised her. She called out to her friends, instructing Naruto to stay still. Mikoto, curious, reached out to touch Naruto, while Tsum leaned in closer to observe. Naruto, overwhelmed by the situation, reacted instinctively. Kushina suggested they move to the bedroom, hinting at a surprise. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Tsum remarked on the situation, tasting the remnants of their earlier encounter and expressing her excitement. Mikoto, equally intrigued, wanted to join in the fun. However, Kushina firmly stated that Naruto was hers and urged them to go to bed, as she had plans. As Kushina left the kitchen, she began to remove her clothing on her way to Naruto's room. Mikoto and Tsum exchanged glances, eager to see what would unfold. Utilizing their stealth skills, they climbed to the roof of Naruto's room and peered through openings to witness the unfolding scene. Kushina presented something new to Naruto, asking if he liked it. The moment escalated quickly, with Naruto expressing his desires, and Kushina responding eagerly. The tension in the room grew as they engaged in an NTMT act, lost in their own world. Kushina urged Naruto to move quickly, her anticipation evident as she embraced him. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, and the two were caught up in their connection, unaware of the curious eyes watching from above. Kushina felt a surge of sensitivity. She longed to become a mother. She urged Naruto to be quick, wanting him to release inside her. As she wrapped her legs around him, she experienced overwhelming pleasure that made her body tremble. Overcome by sensations, she turned to the side, presenting herself to Naruto, who gazed at her with desire. Mikoto and Tsum, hearing Kushina's soft tones, felt a rush of excitement, almost losing control of themselves, but Naruto and Kushina were lost in their own world. Naruto moved slowly, finding it challenging to penetrate fully, but he thought that if he pushed harder, he could succeed. He expressed his love for Kushina, feeling the warmth of their connection. As he moved deeper, Kushina was overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, her body responding to Naruto's movements. She became almost unresponsive, her tongue hanging out and her eyes glazed over, swaying with the rhythm of Naruto's actions. He called out to her, expressing his affection before reaching a peak of pleasure. Afterward, as Naruto drifted off to sleep, Kushina lay beside him, lost in her own world. Tsum and Mikoto quietly approached, gently moving Kushina aside to see Naruto. They noticed he was starting to soften, but with a little encouragement, he quickly regained his firmness. Hana was the first to take the initiative, trying to take him in, but struggled to manage it completely. Tsum, eager to help, stepped in, but Mikoto found it difficult to take him fully, coughing slightly from the challenge. Frustrated, Tsum expressed her disappointment at not being able to manage it all. Tsum excitedly jumped up, her joy evident as she moved closer to Naruto. However, Kushina quickly intervened, pulling Hana away from him. She expressed her disapproval, stating that they were being foolish. Mikoto apologized to Kushina, explaining that Naruto was their partner. Tsum insisted that they should be allowed to be with Naruto. Tsum was filled with a longing for connection. After a few moments of intimacy, she collapsed onto Naruto's body, a smile of joy on her face as she leaned closer, her breath warm against his skin. Her movements were rhythmic, a dance of emotions shared between them, as she reveled in the closeness they had found. Naruto paused, wanting to take a moment. He suggested that Mikoto take her time and enjoy herself. Mikoto happily agreed and positioned herself, but found it challenging to adjust. Kushina gently guided Mikoto, helping her find her rhythm. Mikoto felt overwhelmed, her legs trembling as she leaned against Kushina for support, her eyes fluttering. She expressed her desire for Kushina to take the lead. Naruto eagerly agreed, lifting Mikoto slightly, allowing for a deeper connection. Mikoto lost herself in the moment, feeling a rush of emotions that left her faint, but Kushina was there to steady her. Afterward, Kushina carried Mikoto to her room, and soon after, she did the same with Tsum. After spending time with Naruto, Mikoto fell asleep beside him, while Kushina and Hana shared a peaceful night together. The next morning, Naruto and Kushina headed downstairs for breakfast, but the girls had their own tasks to attend to. After their meal, they left, leaving Naruto, Mikoto, and Tsum behind. Following breakfast, Naruto returned to his room, feeling a surge of excitement. Kushina entered, playfully teasing him. She approached Naruto, her demeanor cheerful yet shy. She playfully engaged with him, and they shared tender moments, filled with affection and warmth. Kushina expressed her love for Naruto, and he reciprocated, embracing her tightly. As they exchanged passionate kisses, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. Mikoto, feeling playful, whispered for them to be careful. Suddenly, Kushina noticed Tsum and Mikoto entering the room, catching them off guard. Naruto, curious about the noise, turned to see what was happening, but Kushina gently urged him to focus on her. She reassured him, saying she would be right back and asked him to wait. As Kushina stepped out, she playfully called out to the girls, who were eager to join in the fun. Mikoto teased her, and Kushina playfully rolled her eyes, pretending to be annoyed. Tsum chimed in, suggesting they spend some time with Naruto, promising to leave Kushina alone afterward. Kushina hesitated but eventually agreed, expressing her love for Naruto once more. Naruto, still curious about her outfit, wondered why she had returned dressed that way. Kushina believed that this time, it was not just about the outfit, she was going to put on a special show for her love. Mikoto entered the room, moving gracefully and beginning to undress slowly. Naruto, sitting at the edge of the bed, watched her with anticipation. Mikoto revealed her red lingerie, which accentuated her figure, and asked how she looked. Naruto smiled happily, telling her she looked beautiful. Mikoto, feeling the excitement, could hardly contain herself. She removed her panties and bra, leaving on her black stockings. As she opened her legs, she drew closer to Naruto, who was captivated by the moment. The atmosphere was charged with desire as they shared a passionate connection. The lights dimmed, and Naruto began to explore the girls around him, his hands roaming as he enjoyed their company. The excitement in the room grew, and the girls responded to his touch with soft sounds of pleasure. Tsum, feeling particularly eager, positioned herself on all fours, inviting Naruto to join her. She was flushed with anticipation, urging him to be quick. Naruto, drawn in by her enthusiasm, obliged, and the energy in the room intensified as they moved together. Kushina and Mikoto watched Tsum, unable to resist the allure of the scene unfolding before them. Tsum's reactions were intoxicating, and the atmosphere was filled with an electric tension. As the night progressed, the girls found themselves caught in a whirlwind of emotions and sensations, each moment heightening their desires. They shared kisses and playful touches, lost in the thrill of the experience. Eventually, exhaustion set in, and they collapsed, content and fulfilled. The following morning, the girls awoke, memories of the previous night flooding back, leaving them both exhilarated and sore. Mikoto expressed her delight, and Naruto, still groggy, stirred awake. After some time, he left to train, while Mikoto and Tsum sat on the sofa, their thoughts lingering on the previous night. Kushina noticed something was off and asked what was wrong. Mikoto, feeling a lingering sensation, hesitated but was interrupted by Tsum, who was unable to contain her excitement any longer. Tsum expressed her desire for Naruto, and Mikoto agreed, both eager for his return. They playfully engaged with each other, their desires evident as they waited for Naruto to come back from training. As they prepared for his return, they knew what they truly wanted, and the anticipation built within them. When Naruto finally returned, He headed straight for the shower, leaving the girls to ponder their next moves. Mikoto felt a mix of anxiety and longing as she thought about her son returning home. She wished for their time together to be filled with excitement and passion. Sum interrupted her thoughts, urging everyone to focus on what truly mattered. Sum then excused herself, mentioning she needed to use the restroom, her hand resting on her stomach. Mikoto urged her not to say that and to hurry. Kushina, shaking her head, called Sum foolish for her. As Sum walked away, a smile crept onto her face as she climbed the stairs, feeling pleased with herself. Mikoto envisioned her son as a wonderful husband and father, her heart swelling with happiness. Kushina, however, challenged her, insisting that Mikoto would not marry him. Mikoto playfully questioned if Kushina would marry him instead. Kushina admitted she would if it were possible, but circumstances made it impossible. Mikoto admired Kushina's leadership, acknowledging her strength. Kushina looked at Mikoto with a puzzled expression, questioning her once again about her heritage. Mikoto teased her, calling her silly and suggesting they eat first before discussing anything else. Kushina, feeling impatient, wondered why Sum was taking so long and asked for help in setting the table. Mikoto remarked that Sum was indeed taking her time, and Kushina noted that the bathroom was next to the stairs, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, both Mikoto and Kushina were startled and rushed out, calling out for Naruto in surprise. Moments earlier, Sum greeted Naruto with affection, her demeanor playful and inviting. Naruto, filled with joy, admired her. Hana, feeling bold, asked if he liked her body, her excitement evident. Naruto smiled, expressing his admiration. Hana guided Naruto to sit on a bench, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they shared a moment of intimacy. Sum gasped, feeling the warmth of Naruto's affection, her heart racing with excitement. Hana fell onto Naruto's lap, her body positioned closely in front of him. As he noticed her flushed cheeks, he playfully nibbled at her, causing her to tilt her head back in delight, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Sum watched the scene unfold, feeling a mix of amusement and excitement at the playful interaction. Naruto was feeling the pressure as he pushed forward slowly, eager to go as deep as he could. With a powerful move, he moved Hana slightly, leaning forward and resting on her, bracing himself with his arms on the ground while allowing the rhythm to take over. Sum surrendered to each of Naruto's movements, letting herself be carried along by the force of his actions. Sum found herself feeling overwhelmed as she sat beside Naruto, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She couldn't help but admire him, feeling a rush of warmth that made it hard to focus. Mikoto, noticing Sum's distraction, asked her what she had to say for herself. Sum stammered, admitting that she had been unable to find satisfaction and that seeing Naruto had stirred something deep within her. As Sum and Anko glanced at Naruto, who remained unaware in his room, they exchanged looks of intrigue. Sum's heart raced at the thought of him. Just then, Kushina entered the scene, announcing that she would prepare something special to eat for everyone. She mentioned that she would take care of a few things before returning, expressing her gratitude for Naruto's support and affection. After Kushina left, Naruto took a shower to refresh himself. Later that evening, Sum and Hana arrived, dressed elegantly, with Sum sporting a touch of makeup. They noticed the other girls chatting comfortably, but Naruto was still in his room. Sum asked about him, and Mikoto playfully teased her for being so bold. Hana echoed her surprise, noting that Sum seemed ready for a special occasion. Just then, Anko entered, greeting everyone cheerfully and hugging Hana. She complimented Sum on her appearance, suggesting that Naruto would surely appreciate it. Sum blushed at the compliment. Anko, always confident in her style, remarked that she preferred to dress lightly, feeling it was perfect for the night. Kushina emerged from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was almost ready and that she would fetch Naruto. Hana, feeling out of the loop, wondered what was happening, frustrated that she seemed to be the only one unaware of the unfolding events. Mikoto encouraged everyone to hurry up so they could finish dinner, winking at Kushina, who insisted that they would eat first. As Naruto descended the stairs, he was immediately embraced by Kushina and Mikoto, his head nestled comfortably between them. He felt a mix of warmth and confusion, surrounded by the affection of the two women. In the sky, Mikoto enjoyed the feeling of being close to both of them. She sat beside Naruto, feeding him and encouraging him to open his mouth. However, Kushina lifted Naruto and moved him to another spot, away from Mikoto, seating him next to her and Hana. Kushina, feeling affectionate, leaned in and kissed Naruto on the lips, her cheeks flushed. She exclaimed how delightful his kisses were, her eyes sparkling with love, and declared her deep affection for him. The other girls noticed that there was a nearly empty bottle of sake on the table where Kushina was sitting. Mikoto sighed, realizing that Kushina had a tendency to become overly affectionate when she drank. She admitted to enjoying Kushina's kisses, noting that it was peculiar how Kushina only kissed girls. Naruto, confused, called out for his mother. Hana leaned in and kissed Naruto, while Tsum playfully sat him on her lap. Anko took a large swig of sake and leaned in to give Naruto a deep kiss, causing him to blush and feel dizzy. Hana called out to Anko, while Tsum continued to kiss Naruto, slowly removing his shirt. Naruto, feeling lightheaded, didn't protest. Hana, feeling bold, began to remove Naruto's pants, her eyes widening in surprise as she took in the sight before her. Hana, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, leaned in closer, her heart racing. Anko joined her, playfully matching Hana's movements, and the two shared a moment of playful interaction. Mikoto, feeling overwhelmed, called out for Kushina to stop as she felt the effects of Kushina's playful nature. Meanwhile, Tsum playfully nibbled on Naruto's neck, eliciting soft sounds from him, which only fueled the excitement among the girls. Hana, feeling emboldened, decided to take a step further, moving closer to Naruto and expressing her feelings. She hesitated, realizing the challenge before her, but Anko encouraged her, insisting that nothing was impossible. The atmosphere was charged with playful energy as the girls navigated their feelings and desires in a light-hearted manner. Hana crouched silently, feeling a wonderful sensation in her abdomen. With a joyful expression, hearts sparkled in her eyes as she began to do strong squats, enjoying the rhythmic thumping within her. She loved this feeling. She continued her movements. She admired Naruto, thinking about how amazing he was. Meanwhile, Naruto, lost in thought, was reminded of Kushina, his mother, as he felt Hana's presence close to him. Hana's happiness radiated as she expressed her affection for Naruto, feeling a rush of emotions. Anko, eager for her turn, playfully urged Hana to let her have a moment. Hana, still focused on Naruto, felt a surge of excitement and joy. As Naruto moved, Hana experienced a delightful electric sensation coursing through her body, making her feel more alive than ever. The connection between them deepened, and Hana's face lit up with joy, savoring the moment. Elsewhere, Kushina and Mikoto continued to enjoy their time together, and Hana found herself happily joining them, feeling the warmth of their friendship and the joy of being surrounded by those she cared for. Tsum found herself in a playful situation, sandwiched between two lovely girls. She declared it was her turn, but Anko insisted it was hers. Ignoring Anko, Tsum playfully placed Naruto on the table and climbed on top of him, spreading her legs in a teasing manner. Tsum complimented Naruto on his looks, and he responded with admiration for her beauty. Tsum, feeling delighted, leaned in to give Naruto a kiss, asking if she was really that pretty. Naruto, caught up in the moment, expressed his fondness for her. Tsum playfully teased him, enjoying the attention. In a surprising twist, Naruto turned the tables, taking a more dominant role, which caught Tsum off guard but ultimately thrilled her. As a few drops fell, Anko found herself drenched. She wondered if she still looked attractive. Naruto, filled with joy, jumped around Anko, who stumbled backward. He admired her and felt a rush of excitement as he drew closer to her. Anko experienced a mix of sensations, feeling pleasure wash over her. She felt overwhelmed but intrigued by the intensity of the moment. As Naruto pressed closer, Anko felt a warmth that surprised her, yet she found herself enjoying it. She took a moment to catch her breath, wanting to savor the experience. However, when Naruto shifted his focus, Anko felt a mix of surprise and anticipation. She wrapped her legs around him, urging him to continue, expressing her desire for more. Naruto, smiling, moved with a sense of urgency, causing Anko to react with a mix of pleasure and excitement. She felt overwhelmed by the sensations, her body responding in ways she hadn't expected. Despite the intensity, she wanted him to keep going, losing herself in the moment. As the experience reached its peak, Anko felt herself drifting, her senses heightened. She surrendered to the feelings, letting herself relax as Naruto continued, both of them caught in the whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, Hana was peacefully sleeping beside her mother, unaware of the unfolding events. When she awoke, she felt revitalized but quickly realized something was amiss. As she moved the covers, she found Naruto beside her, both of them exposed. A wave of surprise washed over her as she sensed an unusual warmth within her. Hana took a moment to process the situation, feeling a mix of confusion and excitement. She swallowed hard, her heart racing as she looked at Naruto, who was still asleep but smiling in his dreams. Feeling a rush of emotions, she decided to embrace the moment, wrapping her arms around him and enjoying the closeness, even as her heart raced with uncertainty. Kushina, noticing the stirrings, asked if Hana was awake, bringing a new layer of awareness to the scene. Hana was surprised to find Kushina beside her, not only because she was there but also because she was naked. As she turned, she noticed Tsum also naked and still asleep. What astonished her the most was seeing Hana and Mikoto underneath Anko, who was comfortably sleeping with her feet resting on Hana's chest, while Anko used Mikoto's legs as a pillow. Hana wished she could spend more time with Naruto, as she still lived in her clan's residence with her mother. She felt a mix of emotions as she tried to process the situation. Tsum swallowed hard at the sight and felt an urge she couldn't ignore. Kushina, noticing the atmosphere, asked what had happened the previous night, recalling that only Tsum and Anko were supposed to join in. Hana expressed her confusion, wondering if they had planned to leave her out. Tsum explained that the Uzumaki clan couldn't handle their drinks and often forgot everything the next day. She teased Kushina about the kiss she had given Mikoto, which surprised and indignant Kushina, who had no recollection of it. Mikoto reminded her that it had happened after she started drinking. Kushina was baffled, not understanding how they ended up in her son's bed or why Hana was naked with him. Hana revealed that Anko had kissed Naruto while intoxicated, leading to a series of events that spiraled out of control. Kushina was outraged, demanding to know what had happened the night before. Tsum admitted that they couldn't help themselves and that her daughter had taken the opportunity to be with Naruto. Hana, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disappointment, realized that she had given him her first time. Tsum remarked on how the Uzumaki clan often made foolish decisions when drinking, leading to wild nights that were quickly forgotten. Kushina sighed, suggesting they chalk it up to a crazy night. Tsum agreed, noting that it might have been too much for Hana. As they exchanged glances, Kushina closed her eyes and gently placed Naruto back in bed, covering him so he could continue sleeping. She began handing out clothes to everyone, helping them get dressed. Naruto decided it was time to leave, and as he prepared to go, everyone hugged him goodbye. Just then, Hinata appeared, smiling at Naruto. After Hana, Anko, and Tsum had said their goodbyes, Kushina realized the time and mentioned needing to go somewhere. Mikoto offered to accompany her, while Hinata suggested they all head home together. Naruto agreed, but as Hinata looked at him, she noticed something unusual. He excused himself to the bathroom, but once inside he couldn't shake off his feelings and remembered the magazine in his backpack. He took it out, unaware that Hinata was using her Byakugan to watch him. Hinata saw Naruto and, feeling a rush of excitement, found herself drawn into the moment. She imagined being close to him, and as he reached a peak, she felt overwhelmed by her own emotions. When Naruto finally emerged from the bathroom, Hinata was waiting for him, feeling a mix of shyness and eagerness as she noticed him again. She greeted him, her cheeks flushed, and asked if they were ready to go. Naruto responded affirmatively, but he noticed something seemed off with her. Hinata felt a bit flustered as she walked alongside Naruto, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was eager to get home, relieved that her mother was out, allowing her to spend time with Naruto. With a cheerful laugh, she suggested they head home. Kushina greeted them warmly, acknowledging both Naruto and Hinata. She then asked Naruto to accompany her to meet one of her associates, to which he agreed, bidding farewell to Hinata. As they walked away, Hinata sighed, calling out for Naruto, her mind racing with thoughts. Feeling a rush of emotions, she hurried home and dashed into her room, quickly changing into something more comfortable. Meanwhile, Naruto took Kushina's hand and led her into a secluded alley, where he playfully teased her. Kushina hesitated, urging him to be cautious. Naruto, filled with excitement, expressed his eagerness. As they shared a moment of intimacy, Kushina glanced around nervously, wanting to ensure they weren't seen. Despite the thrill of the situation, she felt a mix of emotions. As they continued, Kushina felt a surge of exhilaration, urging Naruto to be quick. She couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement, her heart racing as they shared their connection. Naruto, overwhelmed with affection, expressed his feelings, and they shared a tender moment. Kushina playfully invited him closer, and they found themselves lost in the moment, feeling the thrill of their secret rendezvous. They exchanged glances, both aware of the excitement and risk of being discovered. After their moment together, Kushina suggested they take a break, wanting to catch their breath before heading back to the bustling streets. They shared a light-hearted conversation, both aware of the lively atmosphere around them as families filled the streets for shopping. Kushina playfully touched the tip of Naruto's nose, expressing her hope that they wouldn't take too long to get home. They walked through the crowd, appearing like a mother and son, but in reality, they shared a deeper bond, and Naruto thought about holding hands like a couple. As they strolled, Naruto smiled and squeezed Kushina's hand a little tighter. Kushina smiled back at him. They soon arrived at a spacious, casual cafe where they could enjoy some tea or coffee. A cheerful voice greeted them. Kiyoshi, a familiar face, called out to Kushina, surprising Naruto with his familiarity and bright demeanor. Kushina returned the greeting, saying she had come to check on the business. Naruto felt a surge of jealousy seeing Kushina smile at Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi acknowledged Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder, but Naruto turned away, feeling annoyed. Kushina explained that Naruto could be a bit shy at times. Kiyoshi understood and suggested that while they reviewed some paperwork, Naruto could play or enjoy some sweets. Naruto, feeling protective, insisted he would stay with Kushina. Kiyoshi shrugged it off, saying they would only be busy with paperwork. Kushina smiled and agreed. As they entered a lounge area, Kiyoshi handed Kushina some paperwork, mentioning he had completed the bank transactions. Kushina thanked him and reviewed the documents while Kiyoshi prepared some snacks and tea. Kiyoshi invited them to enjoy some tea, handing Kushina a cup and a plate of cookies. She took a sip and closed her eyes, savoring the calming flavor. For a moment, Kiyoshi was captivated by her peaceful expression. Naruto, feeling irritated by Kiyoshi's gaze on Kushina, let out a frustrated sound. Kiyoshi offered Naruto a cup of tea with a smile, but Naruto accepted it reluctantly, still glaring. Kushina apologized for her son, explaining that he was just very protective of her. Kiyoshi reassured her that it was no problem. They continued discussing the business, with Kushina complimenting Kiyoshi's good attitude. This only fueled Naruto's jealousy. Suddenly, another person entered the room, announcing that a delivery had arrived. Kiyoshi excused himself, but Kushina said she would leave. Kiyoshi insisted she couldn't go yet, suggesting they talk more or have dinner later that evening. Kushina hesitated, and Naruto, feeling possessive, stepped in front of her, declaring she couldn't go. Kushina tried to reason with him, but Naruto insisted she would be busy. Kushina then told Kiyoshi they would meet at 8, leaving Naruto surprised. Kiyoshi happily agreed to pick her up, and Kushina confirmed the plan. Frustrated, Naruto released Kushina's hand and stormed out. Kushina called after him, trying to understand why he was upset. He remained silent, walking home in anger. Once inside, he paused in the living room, and Kushina waited for him to speak. Kushina asked why he had left so abruptly. Naruto turned to her, expressing his anger over her agreeing to dinner with Kiyoshi. Kushina laughed, explaining that Kiyoshi was just a business partner and that they had had similar dinners before, discussing business expansion. She reassured him that there was nothing to be jealous about. But Naruto, feeling overwhelmed, pulled Kushina closer and gently pushed her onto the sofa. She protested, asking him not to be so forceful. In a moment of passion, Naruto kissed her deeply, and Kushina surrendered to the moment. He declared that she belonged to him and warned her not to go, pointing out that Kiyoshi had shown interest in her. Kushina, confused, tried to recall if Kiyoshi had looked at her that way, dismissing Naruto's concerns as a misunderstanding. He was a good boy, but perhaps jealousy made him see things differently. Naruto felt uneasy as he watched Kushina prepare for her evening out. She was engaged in discussions about expanding her business, and this dinner was important to her. Naruto, feeling frustrated, retreated to his room, his emotions swirling. Kushina, unaware of his turmoil, sighed in disappointment, wishing he could understand that her dinner was just a meeting. She resolved to do something special for him upon her return. As the evening progressed, Kushina got ready and approached Naruto's room, promising she wouldn't be long. However, he remained silent, still upset. Determined to make things right, she left with plans in mind. Later, as Naruto heard the doorbell ring, he rushed downstairs, hoping to prevent Kushina from leaving. But by the time he arrived, he saw her walking away with Kiyoshi, both smiling, which pierced his heart. Feeling despondent, he turned and walked in the opposite direction, his thoughts clouded with hurt. He reflected on how Kushina had said she loved him, yet here she was, dining with someone else. Just then, Irika appeared behind him, giving him a start. Irika noticed Naruto's distraction and offered to chat. Initially reluctant, Naruto eventually agreed to grab a bowl of ramen with him. As they sat at Ichiraku, Irika inquired about what was bothering him. Naruto sighed heavily, expressing his frustration about his mother going out with Kiyoshi, mocking the name as he spoke. Tsuchi chuckled, teasing Naruto about his jealousy, but Naruto insisted it was just a work dinner. Irika pointed out that what he was feeling was indeed jealousy. Naruto, feeling cornered, admitted his feelings, lamenting that Kushina had ignored his wishes. Irika gently reminded Naruto that Kushina was an adult capable of making her own decisions. He suggested that Naruto should allow her some space to explore her own happiness, which surprised Naruto and made him storm off in anger. Tsuchi and Irika exchanged glances, acknowledging that Naruto cared deeply for Kushina, and it was natural for him to feel protective. Ayam chimed in, noting that Kiyoshi seemed infatuated with Kushina, but it appeared that Kushina was more interested in her son's stories than in Kiyoshi. As Naruto continued walking, he overheard women discussing Kiyoshi's charm and how he and Kushina made a perfect couple. The thought pained him, and he felt compelled to head towards the restaurant area instead of leaving. Meanwhile, Kushina and Kiyoshi were discussing potential business locations, but Kiyoshi wanted to shift the conversation to something more personal. Just as he was about to confess his feelings, the waiter interrupted them, causing Kiyoshi to lose his chance to speak. Kushina, realizing the time, excused herself, leaving some money on the table. Kiyoshi hurried to catch up with her, eager to express what he had been unable to say earlier. He finally confessed that he had liked her for a long time and wanted to go out with her. Kushina, flattered but hesitant, was about to respond when Kiyoshi unexpectedly embraced her. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto was nearby, witnessing the display of affection, his heart sinking further as he processed the scene before him. Kushina touched her chest in surprise and ran home. She felt the need to apologize to Kiyoshi, pulling away from their embrace. She explained that she couldn't go out with him, stating he was a good guy but she only saw him as a friend. As she hurried away, Kiyoshi held her hand, asking if there was someone she liked, expressing his willingness to try harder. Kushina smiled and revealed that someone very special already held her heart, making it clear that she couldn't date Kiyoshi. He released her hand, watching her leave, feeling a deep sadness. After some time at Naruto's house, he sat on his bed, covered with a blanket and leaning against the wall. Almost half an hour passed before Kushina returned home, calling out to Naruto that she had brought snacks. When she received no response, she went to his room and found him with a small frog on his shoulder. He opened his eyes to see her for a brief moment before both he and the frog vanished in a puff of smoke. Kushina rushed to stop him, but he had already disappeared, leaving her alone in the empty room, kneeling on the floor in tears. Flashback, 30 minutes earlier, Naruto was in his room when he heard someone calling him. Following the voice, he found Gamakichi and Gamatatsu, who informed him that they had accepted him for training in Myaboku to learn the sage mode of the frogs. After delivering the news, they disappeared, and Fukasaku appeared to explain the details of the month-long training. When Naruto heard his mother's voice, he chose not to respond. She came to check on him, but he was unwilling to talk, merely glancing at her before leaving with Fukasaku. In flashback, Naruto appeared alongside Fukasaku in Myaboku, where Shima was already waiting for them. Fukasaku remarked that it might have been better for Naruto to say goodbye to Kushina. Naruto firmly stated he would prefer not to discuss her and asked when the training would begin. Fukasaku suggested they eat first, and Shima served Naruto a bowl of grilled worms and crickets, which he promptly vomited after eating. Fukasaku insisted they start the training. Fukasaku began explaining that senjutsu involves taking natural energy from the environment for use. He emphasized the importance of being aware of one's own energy and the natural energy around them. He then demonstrated by lifting a frog statue with some effort, causing a slight tremor. He instructed Naruto to become one with nature to absorb natural energy, explaining that he needed to feel it and allow it to accumulate around him. This connection would enable him to control the flow of natural energy within and outside his body. Fukasaku warned Naruto that sensing natural energy could be challenging for animals and that it wouldn't happen instantly. He asked Naruto to extend his hand, revealing a special frog oil that could attract natural energy. Naruto felt something unusual coursing through him, but Fukasaku cautioned him about the risks involved. Suddenly, Naruto panicked as his arm began to resemble that of a frog. Fukasaku quickly intervened, using a fan to tap Naruto on the head, returning him to normal. Fukasaku explained that balance was crucial. Too little energy would prevent him from forming senjutsu, while those who turned into frogs truly became one with nature. He pointed out the stone statues that represented those who had failed in the past, warning Naruto that if he began to turn into a frog, he would keep hitting him until he returned to normal. He noted that even Jiraiya had struggled to master it perfectly, but he had still done quite well. Meanwhile, at the Uzumaki mansion, Kushina was crying while holding a piece of Naruto's clothing close to her chest. Mikoto, Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, and Hinata returned home after a mission and were surprised to find Kushina in tears on the living room sofa. Mikoto, knowing Naruto would never want to see her mother sad, approached her, gently lifting Kushina's face to meet her gaze. She asked what was wrong, why she was crying, and where Naruto was. The last words spoken by Mikoto made Kushina cry even harder, a fact noticed by the other girls, including Tsum and Hana, who had just arrived to visit them. Kushina expressed her feelings of regret, stating that she had ruined things. Mikoto, confused, asked what exactly had been ruined. Kushina explained that she and Naruto had a disagreement after meeting with her associate. Her associate had suggested going out for dinner, and while Kushina saw nothing wrong with it since they had dined together before, Naruto did not approve and asked her not to go. He had expressed that he wanted something more with her, but she didn't believe him and accepted the invitation. Mikoto guessed that her associate had confessed his feelings and kissed her, which Naruto, who had followed her, witnessed. Kushina confirmed that her associate had indeed declared his feelings and embraced her, but she had rejected him and returned home. When she arrived, she called for Naruto, but there was no response. She went to his room and saw him with his eyes closed next to a small frog. When he opened his eyes, Kushina felt overwhelmed by the pain and betrayal in his gaze, and then both he and the frog vanished. She had tried to stop them, but it was too late. The girls embraced Kushina to console her. After hearing her story, Mikoto took her hand, and together with the other girls, they headed to the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen needed to know where Naruto might have gone. Upon arrival, they burst through the door without regard for whether Hiruzen and Tsunade were busy. Tsunade greeted them, asking what brought them there at such an hour. Mikoto stated that they needed to speak with the third Hokage. Kushina urgently asked if he knew where Naruto had gone. Hiruzen inquired what had happened for Naruto to leave so suddenly. Kushina admitted that she had made a mistake. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade looked at her, expecting a more detailed explanation. Kushina recounted that she had gone with Naruto to visit an associate, but he noticed that Kyoshi wanted something more from her, which upset him. Kyoshi had asked her to dinner, and despite Naruto's request not to go, she had ignored him. During dinner, after discussing business, Kyoshi confessed his feelings and embraced her. In that moment, she realized Naruto had been right, so she rejected Kyoshi and returned home, bringing a gift for Naruto. When she got home, she called for him, but there was no answer. She found him sitting in his room with a frog, and when he looked at her, his gaze felt cold before they both disappeared. Hiruzen realized where Naruto might be and confirmed that he was at Mount Myaboku. Unfortunately, only Jiraiya could communicate with them, and he was not in the village. Hiruzen reassured Kushina that Naruto would return. She just needed to wait. Kushina felt helpless, asking if there was anything she could do. Hiruzen expressed his regret, explaining that Naruto had asked for permission to train there during the Chunin exams, and he had granted it before she had awakened. Tsunade suggested that they should go home and rest, assuring them that Naruto would return if they gave it time. Kushina, Mikoto, and the other girls returned home, but Kushina still felt uneasy. At Mount Myaboku, Naruto was under the oil fountain absorbing natural energy, beginning to take on a frog-like appearance. Fukasaku struck him, causing the natural energy to be expelled. He explained that anything the shadow clones experienced would be transmitted back to the original. Naruto was using clones to learn more quickly. Fukasaku dispersed the dozen clones Naruto had created before striking him again. Naruto expressed his surprise at how difficult it was to train to sense natural energy. Fukasaku reminded him that true power could only be obtained through hard work. Naruto asked what he meant, and Fukasaku pointed out the vast amount of chakra within him. Determined, Naruto jumped into the oil fountain, prompting Fukasaku to scold him for trying to harm himself. During lunch, he ate the insects prepared by Shima. By the end of the day, orange shadows had formed around Naruto's eyes. Fukasaku encouraged him to try lifting a statue, and Naruto began to do so. Fukasaku cheered him on, and Gamakichi congratulated him when he succeeded in tossing the statue aside. Fukasaku reminded Naruto not to treat their ancestors carelessly. It seemed that Naruto had somehow mastered controlling the energy using the oil, which would actually accelerate his recovery instead of exhausting him. As Naruto continued to train with his clones, which had taken on frog-like appearances, he began to strike them. Fukasaku instructed him to follow him to a field of stalagmites. He told Naruto to take a plank to the top and meditate. As Naruto attempted to meditate, he lost his balance and fell, but Fukasaku caught him with his tongue just as the plank shattered. This cycle repeated itself multiple times, and Naruto wondered who would have thought that staying still could be so difficult. Naruto had made significant progress in his training, with Fukasaku guiding him through the final stages. After a week of hard work, Naruto found his center and achieved balance, allowing him to absorb natural energy. Fukasaku noted that Naruto had developed the shadowed eye that indicated he was becoming a sage. Naruto expressed his newfound connection with nature, but as he spoke, he lost his balance and fell, only sustaining minor scrapes. Fukasaku announced the beginning of the last part of Naruto's training, combat. Naruto needed to learn the frog kata. After a long day of training, Fukasaku, exhausted, suggested they call it a day. While Naruto practiced katas with Fukasaku during the day, he secretly worked on a technique he had been developing with Jiraiya at night. Jiraiya had helped him combine his wind nature with the Rasengan, creating a technique he called the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. However, he struggled to maintain its form when launching it. Determined, Naruto experimented with how the Rasen Shuriken reacted to natural energy. To his delight, he found that it stabilized the technique, allowing him to launch it successfully. Upon impact, it would tear through its target and create a wind dome, bombarding the target with countless wind blades at a cellular level. With his training complete, including mastering the Rasen Shuriken, Fukasaku presented Naruto with a cloak adorned with the kanji for Sage of the Frogs, signaling that he was ready to return. Fukasaku also handed him a sealing scroll and instructed him to open it at home, along with a key for the seal. A month had passed since Naruto left for Myaboku, and during this time, Kushina felt devastated. She had awaited news but received none, which troubled her. The other girls seemed unaffected by Naruto's departure, and one night, she discovered the truth. She caught a messenger frog and asked if Naruto had sent any messages for her. The frog simply replied that it had seen everything, which was the message Naruto had left. That day, Kushina realized why Naruto had left. He had witnessed her embrace with Kiyoshi, and she had dismissed his concerns about Kiyoshi's feelings for her. Now, she understood her mistake and recognized that she was truly in love with Naruto, beyond just their physical connection. She anxiously awaited his return, knowing that his month of training was nearly over. Ino, who had requested to be Tsunade's apprentice after the exams, occasionally visited Naruto's home for updates on him. With these thoughts in mind, Kushina lay on Naruto's bed, hugging his pillow, hoping for a positive change when he returned. In a burst of smoke, Naruto appeared in the center of the village and decided to report his return. He knocked on the door of Tsunade's office and received a response from within. Naruto announced his return, and Hiruzen remarked that it meant his training had gone well. Naruto confidently affirmed this. Tsunade then suggested he go home, as someone was waiting for him. Naruto frowned, realizing who she meant. Tsunade encouraged him to talk to her, assuring him she would explain everything. Naruto left the Hokage Tower and headed to the Uzumaki mansion. Upon entering, he found Kushina sitting on the sofa with a bag beside her. She turned to see him and exclaimed his name. Naruto hesitated, addressing her as Mom, which surprised Kushina. She questioned why he had left, and Naruto replied with a hint of bitterness, asking why it mattered to her. He then mentioned Kiyoshi, acknowledging him as a good guy. Kushina confirmed this but was puzzled by his comment. She admitted that Kiyoshi had confessed his feelings to her, but Naruto interrupted, expressing his awareness of her relationship with Kiyoshi, having seen them together. Kushina, taking Naruto by the shoulders, looked at him seriously and insisted that Kiyoshi was a good person but that her heart belonged to Naruto. Naruto, feeling hurt, mentioned how he had heard others say Kiyoshi had been in love with her for a long time and that they seemed happy together, which made him feel sad. Kushina took Naruto's hand, assuring him that she was happy with him and always felt joy when they were together. She guided him to the sofa, resting her head on his shoulder. Naruto questioned why she had rushed to go to dinner with Kiyoshi, to which Kushina laughed, explaining that she had been shopping for something special for him. Curious, Naruto asked to see the bag, but Kushina playfully told him to go to his room, promising to bring the surprise soon. He went upstairs, feeling relieved after their conversation, eager for Kushina's return. Meanwhile, two women entered the house, bickering, but they paused upon seeing Kushina's bright demeanor. Mikoto inquired about what had happened, and Kushina excitedly announced that Naruto had returned. She mentioned that she had picked up their outfits and even bought one for herself. Mikoto teased Kushina about her new outfit, suggesting that Naruto would love it. Kushina smiled at the thought, imagining herself in a new bikini and feeling a rush of excitement. Yugao asked if they had done anything daring in public, to which Mikoto responded with playful curiosity, hinting at the fun they might have had. Kushina felt a rush of excitement as she considered her plans. Yugao, visibly frustrated, expressed her disappointment, claiming the idea was originally hers. She had even prepared a revealing bikini and envisioned a night out with Naruto. This revelation surprised both Kushina and Mikoto, who were momentarily speechless. However, as they imagined the scene, they began to think about their own adventures with Naruto. Mikoto inquired about Tsum, Anko, and Hana, to which Yugao explained that they were on a mission. The Inazukas and Hyugas had been assigned a joint task, but since Tsum and Hana were unavailable, they were seeking assistance from others. It was well known that Tsum and Hana were exceptional trackers, unmatched by anyone else. As Kushina finished putting on her bikini, she suggested that the others leave her alone with Naruto for the day. Yugao and Mikoto nodded in understanding and retreated to their soundproofed rooms. Kushina entered Naruto's room, feeling bold. She playfully engaged with him, expressing her delight in their shared moments. As they enjoyed each other's company, Kushina felt a surge of affection and excitement, urging Naruto to be close to her. The atmosphere was charged with energy as they moved together, sharing playful gestures and tender touches. Kushina felt a sense of joy and anticipation, eager for the connection they shared. The next morning, after a restful night, Kushina prepared breakfast for Naruto and the girls, who were still asleep. She heard footsteps and turned to see Yugao, Mikoto, Enko, Kurinai, and Hinata entering the kitchen. Hinata remarked on Kushina's cheerful demeanor, to which Kushina responded with surprise. Mikoto noted that it seemed like Kushina and Naruto had reconciled. As Kushina hummed a tune while cooking, she awaited Naruto's arrival for breakfast, knowing they had missions to prepare for. Naruto descended the stairs quietly and embraced Kushina from behind, planting kisses on her neck. Kushina encouraged him to sit down as breakfast was ready. The meal was unusually quiet, prompting Kushina to ask if something was wrong. Naruto shared a strange dream he had, mentioning 3 old women who warned him that they shouldn't be there. He explained that he and his friends were supposed to be somewhere else. Kushina found this odd, and just then, 3 figures emerged from the mist: Ino, Hinata, and Tenten. Naruto was surprised to see them, thinking they were on a mission. Hinata explained she had been with Kurinai-sensei when she suddenly appeared there, and Ino and Tenten confirmed the same. A sense of foreboding filled the room as dark presences entered. Kushina sensed something ominous and questioned their intentions. The figures introduced themselves as Cloto, Lachesis, and Atropos, revealing their connection to a prophecy that foretold a significant event involving Naruto. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, the 3 women spoke cryptically about a hero and a fateful decision that would change everything. Hinata, confused, learned that she was the mortal avatar of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. This revelation left everyone in shock, as they grappled with the implications of their destinies intertwined with ancient prophecies. Lachesis informed Naruto that he was a demigod. He questioned the term, clarifying that it referred to the child of a god and a mortal. Cloto pointed out that he had yet to open what the frogs had given him. Curious, Naruto asked how she knew about it. His mother, Kushina, also inquired about the frog's gift. Unsure, Naruto opened the scroll, revealing a spear, a katana, and a letter. He picked up the letter while Kushina took the katana in her hands. As he opened the letter, he read that if he was reading it, it meant the sender was dead. The sender had been feeling a bad premonition for some time, sensing something watching them. He could not leave his family's legacy in just any place. The letter was from Horus, a god and lord of the skies of Egypt, who had ended up in the territory of the Shinto gods, which had diminished his power. Upon arriving, he realized he was not the only god to visit this place. He felt the energies of Ares, Athena, Hestia, and others he did not recognize. Horus entrusted Naruto with the mind of his best friend, Thoth, the god of wisdom and architecture, and the divine energy of his uncle Seth, the Egyptian god of war. He had hidden the spear of his grandfather, Are, the sun god. Horus acknowledged that Naruto and Kushina had been living together since he had left. In his final effort, he had healed Kushina as much as he could so that she could survive and care for Naruto. He wanted Kushina to find happiness and love, just as they once had. Along with the letter, he left the spear and a katana made of chakra metal and Stygian iron, a gift he had obtained through a deal with another god. He urged Kushina to use the spear wisely, as it represented the power of her grandfather, the power of the sun. Naruto embraced Kushina, who was in tears, and the room fell silent until Hinata spoke up. She concluded that if Naruto was the son of Horus and Kushina was the daughter of a god, it meant everyone present in the room was a demigod. Lachesis confirmed Hinata's conclusion, naming Tenten Higurashi as the granddaughter of Ares, the Greek god of war, and Ino Yamanaka as the daughter of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and desire. Ino interrupted, insisting her mother was just an ordinary villager, not a goddess. Hinata suggested that it was more accurate to say Ino's mother was her stepmother. Ino was taken aback, questioning why she had not been told. Naruto reminded her that it was not easy to reveal that her mother had abandoned her, especially since she had not come to see her. Meanwhile, in another realm, Zeus shouted angrily at Hades, causing thunder to rumble as he confronted his older brother. Hades, unimpressed, asked what Zeus wanted this time. Zeus accused Hades of breaking his oath, to which Hades retorted, reminding Zeus of his own past actions involving demigods. He pointed out that while his daughter was now an adult, Zeus had fathered 2 demigods with the same mother. Zeus demanded the return of his spear and insisted that Hades' son, Poseidon, should retrieve it. He warned that if Hades' legacy posed a threat, he would destroy it. Hades fiercely defended his family, warning Zeus not to harm his daughter or grandson as he had done with his own children. Hades expressed his anger at Zeus for his past decisions, highlighting the consequences of his actions. As Hades departed, gods like Apollo and Aphrodite sighed, feeling the weight of his presence. Zeus, in a fit of rage, summoned a storm, directing a lightning bolt toward the demigod camp. Hera intervened, chastising Zeus for acting like a child and pointing out that Hades was a better husband than he was, as he remained faithful despite his exile. Hestia, observing the scene from her usual spot by the hearth, sighed at her brother's departure. She knew well the feelings he harbored for many, especially Demeter, Poseidon, Zeus, and Ares. Hestia spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. She described Naruto as a polite young man with a deep love for the girls around him, sensing a familial bond among them. Curious, Hera asked Hestia to show them the young demigods, accompanied by Demeter, Athena, Aphrodite, Apollo, and Hermes. Hestia agreed, noting that Naruto was a pleasant and wise young man who had likely faced many challenges in his life. Hestia frowned, concerned about the young man who had matured too quickly for his age and his own good. Zeus remained silent, his gaze fixed on Hestia as she introduced a young man with blood-red hair, whose well-built physique suggested agility and speed. It was clear that this potential threat was well-trained. Aphrodite was captivated by the young man, feeling a warmth in her chest that she couldn't quite understand. Something within her hinted that he would offer her something she had always sought, though she couldn't pinpoint what it might be. Hera, on the other hand, felt a sense of curiosity about the young warrior. His serious expression spoke of someone who had faced countless life-and-death battles and emerged victorious. Apollo sensed something familiar about him and caught a fleeting vision of the future involving the young man, along with a fragment of a prophecy. The heir of the forgotten Pantheon will rise, and the slumbering primordial will awaken to find him. Whether Olympus lives or falls, only he will decide. At the same time at the camp, as Naruto and Kushina were claimed, a black light enveloped them, and chains emerged from Kushina's back, transforming from gold to black with golden accents. Chiron stepped back, recognizing the material of the chains. Kushina's chains had become Stygian iron. Stygian iron was a magical metal capable of absorbing the essence of monsters, hindering their regeneration, and it could harm gods, titans, and giants alike. It also held power over ghosts and other creatures of the underworld, but what Chiron didn't know was that it was an alloy of chakra and Stygian iron, allowing the chains to wound both mortals and mystical beings. Naruto approached the man before him, addressing him directly. Chiron acknowledged Naruto's knowledge of his true name and questioned how he knew it. Naruto explained that he could see through the illusion, easily recognizing Chiron's horse half, which made discovering his true name simple. Chiron then offered to have a camper show them the cabins. Stepped outside, Naruto raised an eyebrow at the vastness of the place. He glanced around and noticed the hill with the pine tree nearby, sensing that the tree held a trapped soul. Ahead of them stood a series of cabins arranged in a U-shape. Chiron called out to a young demigod named Silena, who turned at the sound of his voice. He requested that she show Naruto and his group around the cabins. Silena, with her striking blue hair and beautiful blue eyes, greeted them with a warm smile. As Silena led the way, she began explaining the cabins and which ones they would be staying in. She informed them that there were 11 cabins in total, each representing a Greek god. Unfortunately, there was no cabin for Lord Hades, so they would have to stay in Lord Hermes' cabin, which appeared to be one of the most populated. Just as Silena finished speaking, the ground trembled, and a beautiful black cabin with touches of gold and blood-red rose from the earth between the cabins of Zeus and Poseidon. The cabin's walls were made of solid obsidian, adorned with a skull above the door and torches that burned day and night. Inside, the mahogany bunks were draped with blood-red velvet cushions and blankets, and a corner held a shrine dedicated to Hades, decorated with bones and jewels. Silena expressed surprise at the sudden appearance of Lord Hades' cabin, noting that they now had 13 cabins. Naruto nodded and turned to Silena, curious about her divine parentage. She revealed that her mother was Aphrodite, pointing to a pink cabin nearby. She then continued to list the other cabins, including those of Demeter, Dionysus, Athena, Apollo, Ares, Hephaestus, Hera, Zeus, Artemis, and Poseidon. As they walked, Naruto's attention was drawn to Clarice, who seemed to be sizing them up. She remarked that there was fresh meat, and with a mischievous glint in her eye, she declared that it was time to give them an official welcome, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Clarice attempted to grab Naruto, but he vanished before she could react. Startled, she found herself facing cold metal against her neck. Naruto had appeared behind her, holding a kunai, before casually returning it to his pocket. Clarice was left in shock, wondering who he was. They arrived at the big house, where Chiron noticed Naruto appeared bored while Clarice seemed a bit lost. He realized that her plan for a grand welcome had failed. Inside the big house, Naruto spotted a blonde girl and Chiron around a table with another person he hadn't met yet. Chiron introduced Naruto to Mr. D, who was seated with a can of soda in hand. Mr. D wore a leopard print shirt and had messy black hair, with a slightly portly figure and a scruffy appearance, resembling a youth football coach. He welcomed Naruto to Camp Half-Blood, noting that it was refreshing to see a demigod who wasn't an idiot. Dionysus looked at Naruto with curiosity as the young boy spoke. Naruto expressed that he could sense a divine energy emanating from him, a signature that felt different from others. As the sun set, Naruto approached a pine tree atop a hill, feeling its unique life energy surrounding the camp and providing protection. Closing his eyes, Naruto placed his left hand on the tree. Suddenly, he felt a pull, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast white room, not alone. A girl stood before him, her eyes wide with surprise. She had short, spiky hair, electric blue eyes, and freckles on her nose, dressed in punk-style clothing. To Naruto, she was strikingly beautiful. The girl introduced herself as Talia and explained that they were in limbo. Talia observed Naruto, noting his tall and handsome appearance, with pale skin and blood-red spiky hair. Intrigued, she asked how he had arrived there, as no one had entered this place before. Naruto shrugged, admitting he had no idea how he got there, but it didn't matter. Talia sighed, sharing that it was a long story. She smiled faintly at Naruto, who expressed his willingness to listen. She revealed that she was a demigod, the daughter of Zeus. In turn, Naruto shared that he was the grandson of Hades, the son of Horus. With curiosity, he asked if she was ready to tell her story. Talia nodded and recounted her journey with Luke and Annabeth, how they were found by a satyr named Grover Underwood, who tried to take them to Camp Half-Blood. They were pursued by monsters from the underworld, and upon reaching the camp, a group of monsters attacked. To protect her friends, Talia sacrificed herself on Half-Blood Hill, and to save her soul from Hades, Zeus transformed her into a pine tree. Naruto expressed admiration for her bravery and asked how long she had been there. Talia estimated it had been over 5 years. Naruto offered to visit her occasionally, promising to share his own story next time. Talia smiled, grateful for the companionship. As Naruto prepared to leave, he embraced Talia, who felt a blush rise to her cheeks as he vanished. The next morning at 5:45 a.m., the sun touched the horizon while most of the camp slept. However, Naruto, the redhead, was meditating, unaware that he was surrounded by nymphs and various animals drawn to his presence. The harmony he radiated with nature attracted many creatures, creating a serene atmosphere. After a time, Naruto opened his eyes, breaking his connection with nature. It felt strange to meditate again, but the forest had called to him. Meanwhile, Artemis felt a shift in the natural flow around her, warm and calm like a lake. However, her tranquility was abruptly interrupted, causing her to narrow her eyes in annoyance at the disturbance in nature, which had become less tainted but still damaged. Zoe, observing her mistress, asked if something was wrong, noticing the sudden change in Artemis's demeanor. For reasons unknown, Artemis felt an urge to strike something. Back at the camp, Naruto sensed an invasion of his personal space and decided to stop connecting with nature. He glanced back at the dryads and naiads watching him, feeling uncomfortable. The young Uzumaki then turned to Dionysus, who was inquiring about card games. Naruto asked if he knew how to play, missing the taste of alcohol. Dionysus responded with a smile, asking which game they would play. The two began a game, and Karan observed them with a monotone expression, noting the pile of drachmas accumulating in front of Naruto and Kushina, while Dionysus had a smaller stack and a newly forged curved sword from Hephaestus's children. The situation spiraled out of control as they broke several rules. Dionysus, despite being forbidden from drinking alcohol, was injecting it instead. Naruto, meanwhile, enjoyed a chocolate milkshake laced with liquor. They were also allowing a minor to gamble, which Kushina seemed unconcerned about. The atmosphere was lively, with music echoing from afar as children danced. Hermes's children managed the betting, while Hephaestus's offspring crafted weapons due to the ongoing card game. Karan felt the need to intervene but was distracted by the chaos Dionysus unintentionally caused, which seemed to have no effect on Naruto. Unbeknownst to them, a group of nymphs was watching Naruto intently. A satyr approached Karan, warning him that the nymphs were on strike, demanding a wise figure, but none were present. Quiron's eyes widened at the realization of the problem at hand, knowing it was not his fault but rather the nymphs' doing. Dionysus knew this day would come, the day of the nymph war. He stepped forward, his mischievous glint reminiscent of days gone by. The centaur was about to respond when he noticed Naruto drawing a katana from his belongings. Naruto was ready, wearing a colander as a helmet. Annabeth, who had arrived earlier, was exasperated and shouted at them, questioning their sanity. Both Naruto and Dionysus turned to her simultaneously, stating that sanity was overrated. This caused everyone to roll their eyes, while Kushina laughed heartily at the duo. Chiron observed that they were not the only ones prepared, noticing several children of Ares armed and ready. Silena stared intently at her friend Clarice, who was applying war paint as suggested by Dionysus. Chiron, losing his patience, bellowed that there would be no war or fighting and demanded everyone behave. He warned Mr. D that if he didn't act appropriately, he would call his wife, and he threatened Naruto with the possibility of being used as a mannequin by the daughters of Aphrodite. The children of Ares groaned in disappointment, while the daughters of Aphrodite regarded Naruto as if he were their next target. Chiron decided to investigate what the nymphs wanted and finally put an end to this troublesome situation. Some satyrs attempted to calm the nymphs, who were insisting on their demands. Chiron's voice boomed as he questioned what was happening. A satyr named Lu Blay explained that the nymphs were angry and claimed that a sage needed to stay. Chiron's eyes widened in surprise. He was confused because sages had long been extinct, and the closest thing to them were the huntresses. Lu realized that Chiron was stressed and hadn't noticed the signs. He pointed out that the nature around them had been purified and was cleaner than before. Chiron's eyes opened wide as he finally grasped the significance of this revelation. He focused on the nymph who seemed to be the leader, knowing they would have a lengthy conversation. Meanwhile, most campers were gathered, watching the new red-haired camper with keen interest. The 4 main cabins were present, each observing the spectacle. The cabin of Athena was taking notes, the children of Hermes appeared intrigued, the children of Ares were surprisingly attentive, and the cabin of Aphrodite was there to see the new handsome boy. Naruto and Kushina were training the genin in the clearing when Chiron approached, curious about the ninja's impressive combat skills. It was unusual for a daughter of Aphrodite to enjoy fighting, but he could see that Ino balanced her talents well between battle and beauty. Chiron called out to Naruto, stating they needed to talk. The red-haired boy was led to where the dryads were organizing a protest. Naruto felt the intense gazes of the unusual women and satyrs surrounding him. Chiron quickly asked if Naruto was a sage, his stress evident in his tone. Naruto looked confused by the question, prompting a satyr to suggest that it was all a misunderstanding. The satyr sighed in disappointment, while Chiron also noticed Naruto's expression. Naruto insisted that he was indeed a sage, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The eyes of the satyr and Chiron widened in disbelief, while the nymphs and most of the satyrs stared at him intently. Chiron requested that Naruto demonstrate his sage abilities. Naruto assumed a lotus position and began to meditate, tuning out everything around him. Artemis felt a comfortable calmness wash over her, as the purification of nature not only brought her peace but also enhanced her power. She wished to embrace the warmth of nature, forgetting all her worries. Zoe and the huntresses observed their goddess, who seemed to radiate happiness and tranquility. In the camp, the atmosphere shifted dramatically to one of absolute peace. Predators and prey alike gathered around the sage, approaching him with calm curiosity. The nymphs were no exception. Every being connected to nature reveled in this moment. The daughters of Demeter, alongside the children of Hermes, felt the essence of nature emanating from a single point. Suddenly, Naruto's breathing synchronized with the wind, and his heartbeat calmed alongside the earth's slumbering rhythm, sending a shiver through his body. His presence seemed to blend seamlessly with nature itself. Shadows of red and orange flickered beneath his eyelids, and a single breath from him caused every animal to tremble with delight. Meanwhile, Artemis leaned against a tree with her eyes closed, experiencing a profound peace that only those connected to nature could understand. However, her tranquility was abruptly interrupted, and she cursed in frustration. Back at the camp, Naruto disconnected from this serene state, coughing violently and expelling blood, which alarmed those around him. Chiron immediately inquired if he was all right, snapping out of his trance as he noticed Naruto's condition. Most regained their composure as the coughing subsided, and Naruto met Chiron's gaze. He reassured Chiron that he was fine, explaining that purifying the environment felt like consuming poison and then expelling it, which left his throat sore. Chiron continued to watch Naruto closely as he stood up and brushed off the dirt. He thought to himself that this would certainly complicate things. The nymphs wouldn't want to let him go, and he still had to deal with the issue of the lightning bolt. With a deep sigh, he prepared for the challenges ahead. As the sun began to set, Sally called out to Percy. They needed to escape. Percy's voice faltered as he glanced through the muddy rear windshield. A figure loomed at the edge of the road, sending a chill down his spine. It was a dark silhouette of a massive man, reminiscent of a football player, holding something over his head. The upper half of his body appeared bulky and blurred, and his raised arms made it seem as though he had horns. Sally spoke firmly, urging Percy to exit the car. She attempted to open the driver's side door, but mud blocked their escape. She quickly directed him to the passenger side, insisting he needed to run. She pointed to a large tree in the distance, explaining that beyond that hill lay a farm in the valley. She instructed him to run and not look back, to seek help and not stop until he reached the door. Percy was reluctant to leave his mother behind. Her pale face and sad eyes reminded him of the times she gazed at the ocean, filled with worry. He insisted she come with him, wanting her help with Grover, who was groaning softly. As the figure approached, Percy realized it wasn't a blanket over the man's head. It was his monstrous head, with horns protruding. Sally warned Percy that the creature was after him, and she couldn't cross the property line. Despite Percy's protests, she urged him to go, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. With determination, Percy lifted Grover and pushed the door open against the rain. He refused to leave his mother behind, insisting they would go together. But Sally reiterated that he needed to run. Percy, not waiting for her reply, dashed out, pulling Grover from the car. Surprisingly light, Grover still required their combined strength to move swiftly. They stumbled through the wet grass, glancing back at the creature. It towered over them, its physique resembling something from a muscle magazine, with bulging muscles and a terrifying presence. The creature wore only bright white underwear, a comical sight overshadowed by its fearsome appearance. Its thick brown hair began at its midsection and grew denser towards its shoulders, while its neck was a mass of muscle leading to a monstrous head with a long snout, cruel black eyes, and enormous horns. Percy recognized the creature from one of Mr. Brunner's early stories. He blinked away the rain, realizing the danger they were in. Sally confirmed it was the offspring of Pasiphae, expressing regret that she hadn't realized how much it wanted to harm them. She warned Percy not to speak its name, as names held power. The tree still seemed far away, at least 100 meters uphill. Percy glanced back again, seeing the creature leaning over the car, sniffing around. It wasn't looking through the windows but rather searching for them by scent. Sally explained that the creature's sight and hearing were poor, but it would soon realize their location. Suddenly, the creature roared in anger, grabbing Gabe's Camaro by the torn roof. The car creaked and groaned as it was lifted overhead and thrown down the road, crashing onto the wet asphalt and skidding for half a mile before stopping. The gas tank exploded, filling the air with chaos. Sally reminded Percy that when the creature saw them, it would charge. She instructed him to wait until the last second to leap aside, as it couldn't change direction easily once it started running. Percy wondered how she knew all this, and she admitted she had been worried about an attack for a long time, regretting not preparing him better. The creature began to advance, having caught their scent. The tree was now just a few meters away, but the hill was becoming steeper and slicker. Sally, exhausted but resolute, urged Percy to go, reminding him of her earlier instructions. Percy sprinted to the left, turning to see the creature looming over him, its eyes filled with rage. It reeked of decay as it lowered its head and charged, its sharp horns aimed directly at him. Percy thought he would never be able to escape, but he stood his ground and, at the last moment, jumped aside. The creature barreled past him like a freight train, roaring in frustration as it turned its attention to Sally, who was trying to lead Grover away from danger. They reached the top of the hill, where Percy spotted the valley below, just as his mother had described, with the warm glow of a farmhouse shining through the rain. But it felt impossibly far away. The creature growled, fixating on Sally as she slowly retreated down the hill, trying to draw it away from Grover. She called out for Percy to run, insisting she couldn't go any further. The creature lunged at her, and despite her attempts to dodge, it caught her by the neck as she tried to escape. He lifted her while she struggled, kicking and hitting the air. Percy called out for his mother, his voice filled with urgency. Sally caught Percy's gaze, managing to stifle one last word, "Go!" Then, with a furious roar, the monster closed its fists around her neck, and she dissolved before Percy's eyes, transforming into a brilliant golden light, as if she were a holographic projection. A blinding flash, and she was simply gone. Percy felt a surge of panic. He saw the Minotaur lunging at Grover, who lay helpless on the grass. The creature hunched over, threatening to crush Grover as if it intended to make him vanish too. Percy quickly removed his red rain jacket. He shouted, waving the jacket and running to the side of the monster. He called out, trying to divert its attention. The Minotaur turned toward him, shaking its meaty fists in anger. Percy patted the large pine tree and waved his red jacket in front of the beast. He charged forward, extending his arms to grab it, trying to dodge its movements. With his legs tensed, Percy couldn't jump sideways, so he leaped upward, kicking off the creature's head, using it as a springboard, twisting in the air and landing on its neck. He wondered how he had done that, but there was no time to ponder. A moment later, the Minotaur's head slammed against a tree, the impact jarring him. The Minotaur staggered, trying to shake him off, but he clung tightly to its horns to avoid being thrown. The stench of rotten flesh filled his nostrils as the Minotaur bucked and thrashed like a rodeo bull. Meanwhile, Grover began to whimper on the grass. Percy wanted to shout at him to be quiet. Grover whimpered about food, which caught the Minotaur's attention. The Minotaur turned toward Grover, stomping the ground and preparing to charge. Percy tightened his grip on one of its horns and pulled back with all his strength. The Minotaur tensed, letting out a surprised grunt before it hurled Percy through the air. He landed on his back in the grass, his head striking it. Percy got up, his vision blurry, but he held a horn in his hands, a jagged bone weapon the size of a knife. The Minotaur charged again. Without thinking, he rolled to the side and knelt. As the monster rushed past him, he attempted to move the broken horn into its side, just beneath its hairy ribcage, but he ended up throwing it toward Grover instead. Percy watched as the Minotaur roared and charged at them. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Minotaur, apologizing just before someone struck it in the face with great force, sending it flying through a series of trees in the forest. Percy saw that it was a red-haired boy who had hit the Minotaur. The boy instructed Grover to leave while he took care of the creature. As the Minotaur prepared to punch the red-haired boy, he deftly dodged the blow, using the Minotaur's own momentum against it. The ground shook as the boy leaped back, avoiding the charge. The beast rose again, charging at the boy with the speed of a car. Percy shouted in warning. The boy grabbed one of the Minotaur's horns, redirecting the monster and sending it crashing into the trees. The red-haired boy quickly pulled a kunai from his sleeve and threw it, but it bounced off the Minotaur's tough skin. He dashed into the forest, facing the beast head-on. The Minotaur charged at him on all fours, but the boy performed a handstand, propelling himself into a leap. He soared over the Minotaur, reacting swiftly to pull out his kunai and drive it into the creature's back, striking in a spot where its arms couldn't reach. The Minotaur jumped into the air, attacking the boy from above. The boy jumped backward, dodging the beast's strike, and landed gracefully against a tree, maneuvering in the air. The Minotaur's fist grazed the boy's head, but he remained unfazed, his expression calm. He threw another kunai, which whizzed past the Minotaur's head. The boy landed elegantly on the ground. It didn't take long for the Minotaur to attack again, striking with brute force while the boy focused on dodging and throwing kunai, which seemed to miss and only graze the Minotaur. The beast found itself in the middle of the battlefield, with the boy holding a kunai in each hand. The Minotaur lunged at him, but the boy couldn't completely evade it, leaving a cut on his cheek. He jumped back, driving both kunai into the ground with force. Everyone gasped in shock as the Minotaur became ensnared by fine metal wires that had been set up with the kunai he had thrown earlier. The wires wrapped around the Minotaur's body in various ways, rendering it immobile. The creature's life quickly faded as the boy rushed to the immobilized beast, taking the kunai in his hands to stab it in the heart. Golden dust erupted from the Minotaur, leaving behind a horn as the wires returned to their original position. The boy walked to retrieve a kunai lodged in a tree, causing all the kunai to return like torpedoes, embedding themselves into the tree while entangled in the metal wires. The scene shifted to Chiron, who saw the boy approaching them, holding the Minotaur's horn in one hand and dragging Percy and Grover behind him. He instructed them to take the boys inside. Chiron then asked Annabeth to keep an eye on Percy. The next day, Percy groaned as he opened his eyes. He was sitting on a lounge chair on a large porch, looking out over a meadow toward the green hills in the distance. The air smelled of strawberries. A blanket was draped over his legs, and a pillow supported his neck. While everything felt nice, he had other thoughts on his mind. He wondered where he was, noting that his tongue felt dry and unpleasant, and all his teeth ached. He noticed a tall drink on the table beside him. It looked like iced apple juice, complete with a green straw and a paper umbrella perched atop a maraschino cherry. He reached for it with trembling hands, nearly dropping it when he lifted it from the table. A familiar voice cautioned him, and he saw Grover leaning against the porch railing. Under one arm, Grover cradled a shoebox. He wore denim jeans, high-top Converse shoes, and a bright orange shirt that read Camp Half-Blood. Grover expressed his gratitude, saying he had saved Percy's life. He added that he had returned to the hill because he thought Percy might want this. He placed the shoebox in Percy's lap. Inside was a black and white bull's horn, the base jagged from a break, the tip stained with dried blood. Percy realized it wasn't a nightmare. The Minotaur, he thought. Grover shifted uncomfortably and asked how much Percy remembered after being unconscious for 2 days. Percy struggled to articulate his thoughts about his mother. Grover lowered his gaze, offering his condolences. He lamented feeling like a failure, the worst satyr in the world. Percy reassured him that it wasn't his fault, but Grover insisted it was his job to protect him. Percy felt dizzy, his vision swimming. Grover told him not to strain himself and helped him hold a glass, guiding the straw to his lips. Percy reluctantly took a sip, recoiling at the taste, which reminded him of his mother's homemade blue chocolate chip cookies, now in liquid form. He didn't realize he had continued drinking until the glass was empty, noticing that the ice cubes hadn't even melted. Grover inquired about how Percy felt. Percy replied that he felt capable of throwing Nancy Bobo Fit 100 meters. Grover responded positively, cautioning him not to risk drinking more of that concoction. He took the empty glass from Percy and placed it back on the table, urging him to follow as Chiron and Mr. D were waiting. Percy's legs felt unsteady as he walked. Grover offered to carry the Minotaur's horn, but Percy declined. When they reached the far end of the house, Percy held his breath, realizing they must be on the north coast of Long Island. The valley stretched down to the water, shimmering about a mile away. The landscape was dotted with buildings resembling ancient Greek architecture: a pavilion, an amphitheater, a circular arena, yet all appeared new, with their white marble columns gleaming in the sun. Nearby, a dozen high school kids and satyrs played volleyball, while canoes glided across a small lake. Children in bright orange shirts like Grover's chased one another around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods, and some practiced archery. At the end of the porch, Percy noticed two men sitting across from each other at a game table. The blonde girl who had fed him pudding was leaning against the bar next to them. Finally, there was Naruto playing a card game with the two men. Grover whispered to Percy that the man was Mr. D, the camp director, and advised him to be polite. He introduced the girl as Annabeth Chase, a camper who had been there longer than anyone. Grover pointed out Chiron, who was facing away from them. Percy first noticed that Chiron was in a wheelchair. Then he recognized the tweed jacket, brown hair, and scruffy beard. He called out to Mr. Brunner. Chiron acknowledged Percy and welcomed him to the camp, noting that they now had 4 for Pinnacle. He offered Percy a chair next to Mr. D, who looked at him with bloodshot eyes and let out a loud sigh. Mr. D welcomed Percy to Camp Half-Blood but made it clear he wasn't particularly pleased to see him. Percy moved a bit further away, having learned from living with Gabe how to recognize when an adult had reached their limit with alcohol. Mr. D was definitely a satyr. Chiron called for Annabeth, who stepped forward. He introduced her as the girl who had taken care of Percy until he recovered. Chiron instructed her to check Percy's bunk, suggesting he would be placed in cabin 11 for now. Annabeth agreed and Percy observed her. She seemed to be around his age, perhaps a few inches taller and much more athletic. With her intense tan and curly blonde hair, she fit the stereotype of a California girl, but her stormy gray eyes were striking and intimidating, as if she were assessing how to defeat him in a fight. Annabeth glanced at the Minotaur's horn in Percy's hands and then back at him. Percy expected her to exclaim about his bravery or how incredible he was. Instead, she bluntly remarked that he drooled in his sleep. Percy was taken aback until he heard Naruto chuckle, suggesting he had expected her to say something more complimentary. Percy then asked Naruto what had happened, to which Naruto replied that he had dealt with the Minotaur for now. Percy thanked him and turned to Mr. Brunner, asking if he worked there. Chiron corrected him, saying he was not Mr. Brunner but a pseudonym and that he could call him Chiron. Percy, still confused, inquired about Mr. D's name, to which Mr. D responded that names held power and should not be used lightly. Chiron interjected, expressing his relief at seeing Percy alive after a long time, mentioning his previous visit to instruct him. He explained that they had satyrs in most schools watching over students, and Grover had alerted him as soon as he met Percy. Percy felt that there was something special about the situation, so he decided to take it to the next level. He convinced the other Latin teacher to take a leave of absence. He tried to recall the beginning of the school year. It seemed like a long time ago, but he had a hazy memory of another Latin teacher during his first week at Yancey. Then, without explanation, that teacher disappeared, and Mr. Brunner took over the class. Percy wondered if Mr. Brunner had come to Yancey just to teach him. Chiron nodded and admitted that he had been uncertain about Percy at first. They had contacted his mother, and he had told her they were keeping an eye on him to see if he was ready for Camp Half-Blood. But there was still much for him to learn. However, he had survived, and that was always the first test. Percy acknowledged that he had help. Chiron was glad that he hadn't been torn apart. Mr. D then called on Naruto, who nodded in response. Mr. D looked at Percy with suspicion and asked if he knew how to play Pinnacle. Percy admitted that he did not. Mr. D explained, with impatience, how to play the game. Chiron remarked that there was much to cover and that their usual orientation film wouldn't be enough. Percy was confused and asked what kind of place this was and why he was here. Mr. D snorted, having asked the same question himself. He dealt the cards while Chiron smiled sympathetically at Percy. Chiron asked if Percy's mother had told him anything. Percy recalled her sad eyes looking out to sea, saying she was afraid to send him here, even though his father had wanted him to. She had wanted to keep him close. Mr. D commented that this was typical, as it often led to trouble. He then asked Percy if he was making a bid. Percy was bewildered by the question. Chiron explained that Percy's friend Grover was a satyr and that he had fought the Minotaur, which was no small feat. He continued, saying that great powers were at work in Percy's life. The gods, the forces known as Greek gods, were very much alive. Percy looked around the table, expecting someone to deny it, but all he heard was Mr. D shouting about a royal marriage and laughing as he scored points. Percy turned to Chiron, asking if he was saying that such a thing as a god existed. Chiron clarified that he meant God, with a capital G, was a different matter and that they wouldn't delve into the metaphysical. Percy was confused, as Chiron had just been talking about gods, plural, who controlled nature and human endeavors. Percy named some of the gods, like Zeus, Hera, and Apollo. A distant rumble echoed in the clear sky. Mr. D advised him to be less casual when mentioning those names. Percy argued that they were just stories, myths to explain natural phenomena, what people believed before science. Mr. D scoffed at the mention of science and posed a question about what people would think of it in 2,000 years, suggesting they would call it primitive nonsense. He expressed his amusement at mortals' lack of perspective. Chiron then told Percy that he could choose to believe or not, but immortality meant never dying, existing forever as he was. Percy murmured something about whether people believed in him or not. Chiron confirmed that if he were a god, he wouldn't want to be reduced to a myth, a story to explain a lightning bolt. Percy admitted he wouldn't like that but insisted he didn't believe in gods. Mr. D warned him that it would be better to believe, or one of them might incinerate him. Grover interjected, pleading for Mr. D to consider that Percy had just lost his mother and was in shock. Mr. D complained about being stuck in a miserable job working with kids who didn't even believe. He waved his hand, and a cup appeared on the table, filled with red wine. Percy was astonished, but Chiron barely glanced up. He warned Mr. D about his restrictions. Mr. D feigned surprise at the wine and lamented his old habits. He waved his hand again, and a device appeared beside him, inserting a needle into his arm and connecting a bag of liquor. Chiron winked at Percy and explained that Mr. D had offended his father some time ago by falling in love with a wood nymph who had been declared off-limits. Percy repeated the phrase, trying to grasp the implications. Mr. D confessed that his father loved to punish him, recalling the first time he was confined to a decade of prohibition for his actions. The second time, he had been sent to Camp Half-Blood, a summer camp for kids like Percy, where he was expected to be a better influence. Percy stammered, asking if Mr. D's father was. Chiron interjected, clarifying that Mr. D's father was Zeus. Percy mentally reviewed the names from Greek mythology, realizing the significance of the situation and the presence of satyrs around him. The way Grover shrank back as if Mr. D were his teacher was noticeable. Percy realized who he was facing. Mr. D was Dionysus, the god of wine. Mr. D rolled his eyes and remarked on the current state of youth, questioning if they still said, "Well, duh." Grover confirmed this with a stammer. Mr. D then turned his attention to Percy, who was still trying to grasp the situation. Percy expressed doubt about Mr. D's divinity, noting that he didn't look like a god. Mr. D met Percy's gaze directly, revealing a flicker of something powerful in his eyes, hinting at his true nature. Percy imagined visions of vines ensnaring the disbelievers, warriors intoxicated with battle lust, and sailors transforming in strange ways. Mr. D's voice dropped as he asked if Percy wanted to test him. Percy quickly declined, sensing the weight of the moment. Mr. D seemed to lose some of his intensity and returned to his card game, claiming victory. However, Karan pointed out that the game was not over yet, and Naruto revealed a winning hand, earning a smile from Mr. D. The atmosphere shifted as Mr. D announced he was tired and intended to take a nap before the evening's festivities, but first, he needed to discuss Grover's less-than-stellar performance on a recent task. Grover appeared anxious, and Percy couldn't help but worry about him. He turned to Karan, seeking reassurance. Karan explained that Mr. D wasn't truly angry. He simply disliked his job and was eager for a change after being punished for a long time. Percy learned that Mount Olympus, the home of the gods, had shifted locations over time, now residing in America, where the greatest power lay. Percy was overwhelmed by this revelation and questioned his own identity. Karan smiled and suggested they get Percy settled in cabin 11, where he would meet new friends and prepare for the lessons ahead. He mentioned the evening campfire and his fondness for chocolate. As Karan stood, Percy noticed something unusual. Karan transformed before his eyes, revealing himself to be a centaur, blending the upper body of his Latin teacher with the powerful form of a horse. The centaur expressed relief at being freed from confinement and invited Percy to meet the other campers. Once Percy adjusted to this new reality, he found the journey enjoyable, though he was careful to keep his distance behind Karan. They passed by the volleyball pit, where campers were busy, and Percy felt their curious gazes upon him. The camp itself was grander than he had imagined, resembling a luxurious resort. As he admired the eagle weather vane atop the building, he noticed a shadow moving in the attic window, giving him the unsettling feeling of being watched. When he inquired about it, Quiron's demeanor changed, and he dismissed the concern, insisting it was just the attic, where no living being resided. Karan encouraged Percy to move on, leading him through fields of strawberries, where campers were harvesting berries while a satyr played a cheerful tune. Karan explained that the camp's produce was sent to restaurants in New York and even to Mount Olympus, helping to cover their expenses. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the promise of new beginnings and adventures ahead. D had a peculiar effect on fruit plants. They seemed to thrive in his presence. While grapevines were the most responsive, Mr. D had restricted their cultivation, leading them to grow strawberries instead. Percy wondered if Grover would get into too much trouble. He thought about how Grover had been a good protector. Karan sighed and removed his tweed jacket, draping it over the horses as if it were a saddle. He explained that Grover had big dreams, perhaps bigger than what was reasonable. To achieve his goal, he first needed to show great courage by succeeding as a keeper, finding a new camper, and bringing them safely to Half-Blood Hill. Percy felt compelled to defend Grover, insisting that he had already accomplished that. Karan acknowledged Percy's point but reminded him that it wasn't his place to judge. The Council of Elders would decide, and he feared they might not see Grover's efforts as a success, especially considering the events in New York and the unfortunate fate of Percy's mother. Grover had been unconscious when Percy had dragged him across the property line, and it was Naruto who had defeated the Minotaur. The council might question Grover's worthiness. Percy felt a surge of guilt. If he hadn't slipped Grover a note at the bus station, perhaps things would have turned out differently. He hoped Grover would get a second chance. Karan shook his head, expressing his concern that Grover's previous attempt had already been his second chance. The council was unlikely to grant him another after what had happened 5 years ago. He had advised Grover to wait longer before trying again, as he was still quite young for his age. Percy was surprised to learn that Grover was 28 years old but still in 6th grade. Karan explained that satyrs matured at half the rate of humans, meaning Grover had been in the equivalent of high school for 6 years. Percy found this situation unfortunate, and Karan noted that Grover was a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and had not achieved much in forest magic. He hoped Grover might find another path now. Percy was curious about Grover's first attempt and wondered if it had truly been that bad. Karan quickly averted his gaze, and Naruto thought about Talia, who had become a tree. Karan suggested they move on, and Percy asked if the gods and Olympus were real. Quiron's expression darkened as he glanced at Naruto for a moment. He confirmed that there was indeed a place where spirits went after death, but he urged Percy to put that thought aside for now. Karan then led Percy and Naruto into the woods, advising them to be armed if they wanted to try their luck. Percy inquired about what they would be armed with, and Karan assured him they would find out soon enough. He mentioned that Capture the Flag would take place on Friday night and asked if Percy had his own sword and shield. Percy was confused, but Karan suggested that a size 5 would suffice and promised to visit the armory later. Percy was puzzled about what kind of summer camp had an armory, but there was much more to consider as the tour continued. He saw the archery range, the canoeing lake, the stables, the javelin range, the amphitheater, and the arena where Karan mentioned they held sword and spear fights. Percy asked about the sword and spear fighting, and Karan explained that it was part of the cabin challenges and was usually non-lethal. He then pointed out the dining area, an outdoor pavilion framed by white Greek columns on a hill overlooking the sea, with a dozen stone picnic tables and no roof or walls. Percy wondered what they did when it rained, and Karan looked at him as if he were being a bit odd, reminding him that they still needed to eat. Deciding to drop the subject, Percy followed Karan to the cabins, which were nestled in the woods by the lake. Naruto had seen them before. Naruto addressed Karan, saying he would see him later, and Karan nodded as Naruto disappeared from view. Naruto reappeared in front of Talia's tree, touching it and entering a limbo state. Inside, he found Talia sitting on the ground. He greeted her, and she asked what he was doing there. Naruto explained that he had promised to share his story, sitting beside her. He told her about his world, his birth, and the concepts of shinobi, ninja, and chakra. Curious, Talia asked how he had come to be there. Naruto mentioned that it was a long story but first presented her with a gift, a blue stone tied with a black cord, inscribed with the kanji for dragon. Talia was intrigued and admired its beauty. Naruto explained that if she ever wanted to talk or needed his help, she could touch the stone, and he would always be there for her. Grateful, Talia thanked him and kissed him on the cheek, a slight blush appearing on her face. Naruto felt his own cheeks warm as he disappeared from the limbo, leaving Talia smiling at the necklace. Later, Percy asked Karan if he was truly the Karan from the stories, the trainer of Hercules. Karan confirmed that he was indeed that Karan. Percy was surprised to learn that he should not be alive, but Karan explained that he had been granted a wish by the gods long ago, allowing him to continue his work as a teacher of heroes for as long as humanity needed him. He acknowledged the sacrifices he had made for that wish but felt it was a necessary role. Percy pondered the idea of being a teacher for 3,000 years and asked if it was boring. Karan clarified that it was never boring, though it could be quite depressing at times. When Percy inquired about why it was depressing, Karan seemed to become difficult to read once more, prompting Percy to change the subject. Annabeth is waiting for us. Percy noticed Annabeth reading a book in front of the last cabin on the left, number 11. When they reached her, she looked at him critically, as if still contemplating how much he had drooled earlier. Percy tried to see what she was reading but couldn't make out the title. He thought to himself, "Is my dyslexia improving?" Then he realized the title wasn't even in English. The letters appeared to be Greek. There were images of temples, statues, and various types of columns, resembling an architecture book. "Annabeth," Chiron said, "I have archery classes with the instructors at noon. Take Percy from here." "Yes, sir." Cabin 11. Chiron gestured to the door for Percy. "Make yourself at home." He left them alone. "Where's Naruto?" Annabeth asked Percy. "I'm here," Naruto said, appearing behind her. Annabeth dropped her book and stepped back. She turned to Naruto, expressing her surprise. "Don't do that," she exclaimed. Naruto ignored her and picked up the book she had dropped, opening it to read. Interesting book," he commented. Annabeth was taken aback. "You can read it." "Yes, I know Greek, Japanese, English, French, Latin, and so on." "Really?" Annabeth replied, intrigued. "Yes." Naruto handed her the book back. Annabeth took the book from him, impressed. "Wow," she said. They looked inside the cabin, which resembled an old summer camp cabin, with a focus on the old. The worn threshold and peeling brown paint added to the atmosphere. Above the door was a symbol of a staff with wings entwined by two serpents. Inside, it was crowded with children, far more than the number of bunks available. Sleeping bags were strewn across the floor, making it look like a gym where the Red Cross had set up an evacuation center. Naruto and Percy stood at the door, observing the campers who were staring back at them. "Okay," Annabeth prompted. "Go ahead." Percy entered the cabin but stumbled as he crossed the threshold, drawing some laughter from the campers. "Great first impression, Percy," Naruto teased as he and Annabeth followed him inside. Annabeth announced, "Percy Jackson meets Cabin 11." Regular or undetermined? Someone asked. Percy was unsure how to respond, but Naruto said, undetermined. A collective groan followed. A boy slightly older than the rest stepped forward. Now, campers. That's why we're here. Welcome, Percy. You can have that spot on the floor right there. The boy was about 19, tall and muscular, with sandy short hair and a friendly smile. He wore an orange tank top, cutoffs, sandals, and a leather necklace with 5 clay beads of different colors. The only unsettling feature about him was a thick white scar that ran from beneath his right eye to his jaw, like an old knife cut. This is Luke, Annabeth introduced, her voice sounding different. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Percy swore he saw her blush. When she noticed Percy looking, her expression hardened again. He's your counselor for now. This is luck. I sensed a negative emotion coming from him. I need to keep an eye on him, Naruto thought. For now? Percy asked. You are undetermined, Luke explained patiently. They don't know which cabin to place you in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes all newcomers and visitors. Naturally we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers. Percy glanced at the small section of floor that had been assigned to him. He had nothing to mark it as his own, just the horn of the Minotaur. But then he remembered that Hermes was also the god of thieves. He looked around at the faces of the campers, some grim and suspicious, others grinning foolishly, and a few eyeing him as if waiting for a chance to pick his pockets. How long will I be here? Percy asked. Good question, Luke replied. Until you are determined. How long will that take? The campers all laughed. It will take a while, Percy, Naruto said. Come on, Annabeth urged Percy. I'll show you the volleyball court. I've already seen it. Come on. Annabeth grabbed Percy's wrist and pulled him outside. Naruto raised his eyebrows at this as the campers of Cabin 11 laughed. Once they were a few steps away, Annabeth said, Jackson, you need to do better than that. What? Percy replied. Annabeth rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, I can't believe I thought it was you. What's your problem? Percy asked, annoyed. All I know is that I fought a bull and another thing, and it was Naruto who took it down. Don't talk like that, Annabeth exclaimed. Do you know how many kids at this camp would wish they had your chance? To get killed? To fight the Minotaur? What do you think we trained for? Percy shook his head. Look, if what I fought was really the Minotaur, the same one from the stories. Yes. Then there's only one. Yes, Annabeth confirmed. And it died like 1,000,000 years ago, right? Theseus killed it in the labyrinth. So, Percy began. Monsters don't die, Percy. They can be defeated, but they don't die, Naruto interjected. Both turned to him as he appeared seemingly out of nowhere. They have no soul. You can disperse them for a time, but they are primal forces, archetypes. Eventually, they reform. Great. Percy muttered. The Fury. I mean your math teacher. She's still out there, Annabeth said. How did you know about Mrs. Dodds? Percy asked. You talk in your sleep. Percy inquired. You almost called her something. A Fury? They're the torturers of Hades, right? Annabeth nervously glanced at the ground, as if hoping it would open up and swallow her. You shouldn't call them by name, not even here. We refer to them as the kindly ones, if we have to speak of them. Look, is there anything we can say without thunder? Percy asked. And why do I have to stay in cabin 11, of all places? Why is everyone so crowded? There are plenty of empty bunks out there. He pointed to the first cabins. Annabeth turned pale. You don't just choose a cabin, Percy. It depends on who your parents are. Who your parents are, she clarified. My mom is Sally Jackson, Percy said. She works at the candy store in Grand Central Station. At least she used to. I'm sorry about your mom, Percy, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your other father. Your father. He's dead. I never knew him. Your father is not dead, Percy, Naruto stated. Percy looked confused. What do you mean, Naruto? Your father is a god, Naruto explained. What? How else would they allow you to be here? Percy learned that he was a demigod. He questioned how he could be sure of this, and Annabeth explained that demigods typically exhibit dyslexia and often have ADHD as well. Percy then wondered about Naruto, who didn't seem to have ADHD. Annabeth was taken aback by this. Naruto interjected, explaining that he was not from their world and that he was the son of an Egyptian god, Horus. He believed this was why he didn't experience the typical ADHD symptoms found in demigods. He also mentioned his extensive training and heightened senses, impressing both Percy and Annabeth. Percy asked how ADHD could be beneficial. Annabeth explained that it sharpened battlefield reflexes, keeping one alive in real fights. She noted that Percy's attention issues stemmed from being overly aware of his surroundings, as his senses were more acute than those of a regular mortal. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted them. Clarice approached with her cabin mates, calling out to Percy. Annabeth sighed, suggesting Clarice find something else to do. Clarice, dismissively calling Annabeth princess, promised to explain things later. Annabeth, frustrated, warned Clarice to back off, but before Percy could react, Clarice grabbed him and began dragging him toward the girls' bathroom. As they went, she dropped her minotaur horn, which Annabeth picked up, glancing at Naruto for help. Naruto reassured her that Percy could handle himself and hoped he would learn to keep quiet. Percy struggled against Clarice's grip, but it was futile. She pulled him into the bathroom, which smelled like any public restroom. Her friends laughed as Percy tried to summon the strength he had used to fight the Minotaur, but it was nowhere to be found. Clarice taunted him, pushing him toward a stall. Just then, the plumbing rumbled ominously. Clarice's grip on Percy's hair loosened as water erupted from the toilet, spraying over him and hitting Clarice in the face, causing her to stumble back. The other toilets joined in, creating a chaotic scene as water gushed everywhere, drenching Clarice and her friends. As the water subsided, Percy found himself in a dry area, surrounded by a circle of dry floor, while Annabeth and Naruto remained completely unaffected. The transparent dome that had protected them vanished, and Naruto declared Percy the new master of the bathroom. Outside, Clarice and her friends lay in the mud, while other campers gathered to gawk at the scene. Clarice, drenched and furious, glared at Percy, threatening him with dire consequences. Before Percy could respond, Naruto covered his mouth, warning him to stay quiet to avoid further trouble. Naruto then used a calming technique on Clarice, putting her to sleep and instructing her friends to take her back to their cabin. As they complied, Annabeth turned to Percy, suggesting they team up for the capture the flag game. Word of the bathroom incident spread quickly among the campers, who pointed and whispered about Percy wherever he went. Annabeth showed him around, and they eventually returned to the lake, where the path led back to the cabins. Annabeth mentioned she had training to attend and reminded him about dinner. Percy gazed at the lake, wishing for clear answers. His heart raced when he spotted two teenage girls sitting cross-legged at the dock's base, smiling and waving at him like long-lost friends. He hesitated but returned their greeting, feeling overwhelmed by the attention. Annabeth cautioned him not to encourage them, explaining that naiads could be quite flirtatious. Percy repeated the term, feeling both intrigued and bewildered. "I want to go home," Percy said. Annabeth frowned and explained that he was home, that this was the only safe place on Earth for kids like them. Percy then asked about her father, to which Annabeth replied that he was a professor at West Point and that she hadn't seen him since she was very young. He taught American history. Percy was curious about her mother. Annabeth straightened up and stated that her mother was from Cabin 6, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and battle. When Percy inquired about his own father, Annabeth told him it was unknown, as no one knew who he was. With a cautious look, Annabeth mentioned that perhaps his father would send a sign, as that was the only way to know his father had to claim him as his son. Sometimes it happened, but not always. She explained that the gods were busy, with many children to look after, and sometimes they ignored them. Percy thought about the other kids he had seen in Hermes' cabin, teenagers who looked sad and depressed, as if they were waiting for a call that would never come. He felt trapped, wondering if he would be stuck there for the rest of his life. Annabeth clarified that it depended on the camper. Some stayed only for the summer, while others, like them, were year-round campers. They attracted monsters in the mortal world, which could sense them and would come to challenge them. Most demigods would find their way to camp or face dire consequences by the age of 10 or 11. A few managed to survive in the outside world and became famous, but very few were like that. Percy asked about Naruto, and Annabeth explained that he was different. His father belonged to another pantheon, and his grandfather was one of the three greats, Hades. She elaborated that there were different gods, and Naruto's father was an Egyptian god. When Percy wondered if monsters could enter their camp, Annabeth shook her head, stating that they couldn't unless intentionally summoned or stored in the woods. Percy was puzzled as to why someone would want to summon a monster, and Naruto chimed in from behind, mentioning it was for practice fights. Annabeth explained that the camp's borders were sealed to keep mortals and monsters away. From the outside, mortals saw nothing unusual, just a strawberry farm. Naruto pointed out a large pine tree, and Annabeth was surprised he knew about it. He explained that he could feel the shield created by the tree. Percy learned that Annabeth had been at camp since she was 7 years old. She showed him a leather necklace with 5 clay beads of different colors, similar to Luke's, but hers also had a large gold ring, like a college ring. Each August, on the last day of summer session, campers received a bead for surviving another year. Annabeth had been there longer than most counselors, who were all in college. Percy felt a sense of victory, but as he was about to join the celebration, Annabeth's voice echoed in his mind, asking where he had learned to fight like that. Suddenly, she appeared before him, holding a Yankees baseball cap. Percy realized she had orchestrated the situation to ensure he faced Clarice while Luke attacked from the flank. Annabeth shrugged, saying that Athena always had a plan. She was about to jump in to help him but noticed his injured arm. Percy explained it was a sword cut, but Annabeth insisted it was more than that. The wound had vanished, leaving only a faint scar that quickly disappeared. Confused, Percy watched as Annabeth contemplated the situation. She instructed him to get out of the water, and though he was hesitant, he complied. As he stepped out, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and Annabeth caught him before he could fall. Suddenly, a menacing growl echoed through the woods, followed by a howl that silenced the campers. Annabeth drew her sword, and they spotted a massive hunting dog with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, staring directly at Percy. In a flash, Annabeth shouted for Percy to run, trying to shield him, but the creature was too fast. It lunged at her, a shadow with teeth, and just as it struck, chains emerged from the ground, binding the creature and pulling it away from Percy. Then, amidst green flames, Naruto appeared like a ghost, clad in standard ANBU armor. He instructed Annabeth to take Percy with her, and she nodded, leading him away while noticing the chains that held the hunting dog were connected to Naruto. Naruto faced the creature, pulling it closer with the chains. As he got within reach, the chains vanished, and he disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing in front of the beast. He struck the creature, sending it skidding near the water. A ball of black flame formed in Naruto's right hand as he leaped into the air, grasping his spear that shimmered with the power of the sun before coming down upon the hellhound, engulfing it in flames. The campers were taken aback by the display. Someone from the Ares cabin exclaimed in awe, and murmurs spread among the campers. Naruto noticed many girls from various cabins gazing at him with admiration, while the girls from the Aphrodite cabin blushed intensely. Annabeth looked towards where the hellhound had been, only to find it had vanished. Luke approached, momentarily forgetting the banner in his hand, his moment of glory fading away. Chiron approached Mr. D, exclaiming that the creature was a hellhound from the fields of punishment, which should not have been present. Mr. D remarked that someone had summoned it, someone within the camp. Clarice overheard and pointed at Percy, accusing him of being responsible for the creature's appearance. Chiron dismissed her accusation, and Annabeth turned to Percy, noting his injuries and urging him to get into the water. Percy insisted he was fine, but Annabeth insisted otherwise, prompting Chiron to take a look. Percy, too exhausted to argue, stepped back into the stream, and as the campers gathered around him, he felt a surge of energy. They watched in astonishment as the cuts on his chest began to heal. Percy attempted to apologize, unsure of why this was happening, But he realized the campers were not focused on his healing, they were staring at something above him. Annabeth pointed out the glowing green hologram that was beginning to fade, revealing a three-pronged spear, a trident. Annabeth murmured that this was not a good sign, and Chiron announced that the campers should kneel, even those from the Ares cabin and Naruto, who both appeared reluctant. Percy, confused, asked about the significance of the trident, and Chiron explained that it belonged to Poseidon, the earth shaker, stormbringer, and father of horses. The campers were shocked to learn that Percy was the son of Poseidon, a revelation that left them in awe. Chiron informed Percy that he would be assigned to his father's cabin, and Percy nodded as he and Luke gathered their belongings. Mr. D turned to the campers, declaring that the show was over and instructing them to return to their respective cabins. As the campers dispersed, only Naruto and Chiron remained. Naruto remarked on the significance of having the three children of the three great gods at camp, prompting Chiron to question how he knew about Talia. Naruto explained that he had learned about her from the first day at camp, and when pressed further, he revealed that Talia herself had shared this information with him. Chiron was intrigued, and Naruto elaborated on his connection to Talia, explaining that he could sense her spirit within the tree. He had to provide a thorough explanation about Talia to Chiron, Annabeth, Grover, and Luke, while Mr. D remained indifferent. Chiron was pleased with the news, and Grover was bouncing around excitedly, while Annabeth smiled, and Luke appeared conflicted. Naruto then turned to Talia, expressing his admiration for her and noting that he felt a stronger connection to his divine heritage since they had been claimed. He transformed his head into that of a golden falcon, showcasing his abilities. Talia complimented his eyes, and Naruto returned the sentiment, promising to find a way to free her soon. He asked if she would like to go out with him, and Talia, blushing, agreed. After a brief exchange, Naruto mentioned that he had informed Chiron about their ability to communicate. Talia was curious about Chiron's reaction, and Naruto noted that he had been surprised. As they parted ways, Naruto found himself next to Talia's tree. The following morning, Percy experienced a mix of emotions. He had his own cabin, a space to call his own, filled with his belongings, yet he felt utterly miserable. Just as he began to feel accepted, the attack had made him feel isolated, as if he carried some rare disease. The campers avoided him, and he sensed their whispers about the hellhound. The incident had sent a clear message. He was the son of a powerful god, and the monsters would stop at nothing to hunt him down, even invading a camp that had always been considered safe. Some campers looked at Naruto with fear, while others admired him, and a few girls blushed at the sight of him. The cabin was too anxious to train with Percy after the recent events, leading to one-on-one lessons with Luke instead. He pushed harder than ever, not afraid of causing injury in the process. Luke promised that Percy would need all the training he could get as they practiced with swords and lit torches. They were going to attempt the decapitating Viper Strike again, aiming for 50 more repetitions. Annabeth continued to teach Percy Greek in the mornings, but she seemed distracted. Whenever he spoke, she frowned at him as if he had just struck her. After their lessons, she would walk away muttering to herself about a quest, Poseidon, and needing to devise a plan. Even Clarice kept her distance, her venomous glare making it clear that she wanted to take revenge on Percy for breaking her magical spear. One night, Percy entered his cabin to find a newspaper at the entrance, a copy of the New York Daily News, opened to the Metro page. The article took him nearly an hour to read. As the angrier he became, the more the words seemed to blur on the page. Boy and mother still missing. Freak car accident. By Eileen Smythe. Sally Jackson and her son Percy have been missing for a week following their mysterious disappearance. The severely burned 1978 Camaro was discovered last Saturday on a northern Long Island road, its roof torn off and front axle broken. The car had flipped and skidded several hundred feet before exploding. Mother and son had gone for a weekend getaway to Montauk but left abruptly under mysterious circumstances. Small traces of blood were found in the car and near the accident scene, but there were no other signs of the missing Jacksons. Residents in the rural area reported seeing nothing unusual at the time of the accident. Mrs. Jackson's husband, Gabe Ugliano, claimed that his stepson, Percy Jackson, is a troubled boy who has been expelled from numerous boarding schools and has exhibited violent tendencies in the past. The police have not stated whether Percy is a suspect in his mother's disappearance but have not ruled out foul play. Below are recent photos of Sally Jackson and Percy. The police urge anyone with information to call the following toll-free hotline to report any leads. Percy crumpled the paper and tossed it aside, then collapsed onto his bunk in the empty cabin. Later that night, Naruto and Percy shared the same dream. In it, Poseidon and Zeus battled in Greek armor while Hades cheered from the sidelines with ghostly cheerleaders. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth awakened them. It sang a haunting invitation to come down. The ground beneath them split open, revealing a chasm leading to the center of the earth. Percy felt his feet slip, and darkness enveloped him. He vanished. Naruto stood in the air, observing the darkness below and the two malevolent eyes staring back at him. He questioned the presence with a cold tone, demanding to know who it was. The voice taunted him, asking why he was not afraid. Naruto declared that he feared no coward. He felt the intent to kill emanating from the figure. The voice responded, calling him an insolent child and promising to teach him some manners. Naruto rejected the offer, asserting that this was his mind and the figure was unwelcome. With that, Kurama materialized behind him, roaring fiercely and unleashing powerful waves of energy. The dream world shattered, and Naruto awoke. He heard Grover's voice calling from outside his cabin, urging him to open the door. Grover was visibly shaken and insisted they needed to get to the big house. Naruto opened the door and asked what was wrong. Grover only urged him to hurry. After a brief moment, Naruto returned to his room to change. He left a note for Kushina about where he would be. Then, he placed a hand on Grover's shoulder, and they both vanished. They reappeared next to Percy, who looked deep in thought. Grover expressed feeling dizzy, but Naruto ignored him and focused on Percy, who seemed preoccupied. He commented on the weather, noting the misty rain approaching from Long Island Sound. Percy mentioned they needed an umbrella, but Grover assured him that it never rained unless they wanted it to. Naruto remained silent. At the volleyball pit, they saw the kids from the Apollo cabin playing a morning game against the Satyrs. The Dionysus twins were tending to the strawberry fields, but everyone appeared tense, keeping an eye on the brewing storm. Percy, Grover, and Naruto made their way to the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at a table playing cards in his Hawaiian shirt, while Chiron occupied a nearby chair. They were engaged in a game against invisible opponents, cards floating in the air. Dionysus acknowledged their arrival without looking up, referring to them as our little celebrities. Naruto thanked him for the welcome, and Dionysus invited them closer, making a pointed remark about not accusing him just because of Percy's lineage. A flash of lightning illuminated the clouds, and thunder rattled the windows of the house. Dionysus dismissed the tension, while Chiron feigned interest in his cards. Grover shifted nervously, his hooves tapping against the railing. Dionysus expressed his frustration, suggesting he would incinerate their molecules if he had his way, but Chiron insisted that such actions would go against his mission to keep the campers safe. Chiron pointed out that spontaneous combustion was indeed a form of harm. Dionysus, however, had decided to hold back, contemplating turning Percy into a dolphin and sending him back to his father. Chiron warned him against such thoughts, but Dionysus relented, offering one more option that he deemed foolish. He stood up, letting the invisible cards fall to the table, and announced he was heading to Olympus for an emergency meeting. He warned that if Percy was still there when he returned, he would turn him into a bottleneck in the Atlantic. He added that if Percy was smart, he would realize that was a much more sensible option than what Chiron had in mind. Dionysus transformed a playing card into a plastic security pass and snapped his fingers, causing the air around them to shimmer and warp. He transformed into a hologram, then into a gust of wind, and finally vanished, leaving only the scent of freshly crushed grapes. Naruto thought to himself that it was good, but his was better. Chiron smiled at both of them, though he appeared tired and tense. He asked Percy and Naruto, along with Grover, to take a seat. They complied, and Chiron placed his cards on the table. He inquired about the Hellhound. Percy admitted that it had frightened him, and he was grateful to Naruto for keeping him alive. Naruto remarked that the creature was weak, just like the bull they had faced. Sweat dripped from their brows. Chiron warned Naruto that he would soon face a strong opponent, while Percy would encounter something even worse before it was all over. Percy asked what he would be facing. Chiron explained that it was a quest. Naruto nodded in agreement, while Percy looked to Grover, who was crossing his fingers in hope. Percy then asked Chiron what the quest entailed. Chiron grimaced, stating that the details were the difficult part. Thunder rumbled through the valley as storm clouds gathered at the edge of the beach. The sky and sea appeared to be boiling together. Percy realized that Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus were fighting over something valuable that had been stolen. Chiron and Grover exchanged glances, and Chiron settled back in his wheelchair, surprised by Percy's insight. Percy felt a bit embarrassed for knowing this. He explained that the weather had been strange since Christmas, as if the sea and sky were at odds. After speaking with Annabeth, he learned about a theft, and he had been experiencing troubling dreams. Grover affirmed that he had suspected something was wrong. Chiron ordered Grover to be quiet, but Grover insisted that it was indeed Percy's quest. Chiron reminded them that only the oracle could determine the truth. He stroked his scruffy beard and confirmed that Percy was correct. Zeus and Poseidon were having their worst argument in centuries over something valuable that had been taken. A lightning bolt. Hades was simply enjoying the chaos. Percy laughed nervously, unsure of what a lightning bolt entailed. Chiron warned him not to take it lightly, explaining that he was not referring to a simple spark but a powerful 2-foot-long bronze cylinder, capped with explosive energy. It was the master bolt of Zeus, the symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts were modeled. It was the first weapon forged by the Cyclopes for the war against the Titans, capable of immense destruction. Percy was shocked to learn that it had been stolen. Chiron clarified that it was believed to have been taken by them. Percy's mouth dropped open, while Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chiron explained that Zeus believed they were involved. During the winter solstice, Zeus and Poseidon had argued, as they often did, about who was favored by their mother, Rhea. Afterward, Zeus realized that his master bolt was missing, taken right from under his nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon, even though a god could not directly usurp another's symbol of power. Zeus suspected that Poseidon had convinced a human hero to steal it for him. Chiron continued, explaining that Zeus had good reason to be suspicious. The Cyclopes forges were under the ocean, giving Poseidon influence over the makers of Zeus's bolts. Zeus believed Poseidon had taken the master bolt and was secretly having the Cyclopes create illegal copies to challenge Zeus's rule. The only thing Zeus was uncertain about was which hero Poseidon had used to steal the bolt. Now that Poseidon had openly claimed Percy as his son, and given that Percy had been in New York during the winter holidays, Zeus believed he had found his thief. Naruto questioned why he was involved. Chiron explained that as Hades' legacy, he was also under suspicion. Zeus and Hades had a long-standing rivalry, and Zeus believed Hades was conspiring with Poseidon to take his throne. Naruto dismissed the notion with indifference. Percy protested that he had never been to Olympus and insisted that Zeus was mistaken. Chiron and Grover exchanged nervous glances at the darkening sky, which seemed to be closing in on them. Grover reminded Percy that they should avoid calling the Lord of the Sky crazy. Chiron suggested that Zeus might be paranoid, but pointed out that Poseidon had tried to overthrow Zeus before. He looked at Percy, expecting him to remember a specific question from his final exam about a time when other gods had trapped Zeus until he promised to be a better ruler. Percy thought to himself that he could hardly be accused of stealing a god's weapon, as he couldn't even steal a slice of pizza without getting caught. He realized Chiron was waiting for him to respond. He guessed that it had something to do with a golden net used by Poseidon, Hera, and others to trap Zeus. Chiron confirmed his guess, explaining that Zeus had never trusted Poseidon or Hades. Poseidon denied stealing the master bolt and was offended by the accusation. The two had been arguing for months, threatening war, while Hades had distanced himself from the conflict. Now, Percy's involvement had become the last straw for Zeus. Grover interjected, explaining that if he were Zeus and believed his brothers were plotting against him, the sudden revelation of new heroes Percy and Naruto could certainly raise suspicions. Percy insisted that he hadn't done anything wrong and that Poseidon hadn't stolen the Master Bolt. Chiron sighed, acknowledging that most rational observers would agree that theft was not in Poseidon or Hades's nature. However, Poseidon was too proud to convince Zeus otherwise, and Hades had grown complacent. Zeus demanded the return of the Master Bolt by the summer solstice. It was June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wanted an apology for being called a thief on the same date, and Hades didn't care at all. He just wanted the matter resolved before it escalated. He had hoped that diplomacy would prevail, that Hera, Demeter, or Hestia would help the three brothers see reason. But their arrival had only inflamed Zeus's temper. Now, none of the gods would back down. Unless someone intervened, unless the Master Bolt was found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there would be war. Percy wondered how armed conflict would look. It would be chaos, the world in turmoil. Nature would be at war with itself. The Olympians would be forced to choose sides between Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Destruction, devastation, millions of casualties. Western civilization would become a battlefield so vast that it would make the Trojan War look like a mere water balloon fight. And Percy Jackson and Naruto Uzumaki would be the first to feel Zeus's wrath. It began to rain. The volleyball players stopped their game and looked silently at the sky. Percy wore a look of astonishment, while Naruto showed no emotion. He was waiting for them. Percy realized he needed to find the missing bolt and return it to Zeus. Chiron suggested that what better offer of peace could there be than for the son of Poseidon and the legacy of Hades to return Zeus's property. Percy questioned where the bolt could be if Poseidon didn't have it. Chiron's expression turned serious as he mentioned a prophecy he had received years ago, some lines of which made sense now. But before he could say more, they needed to officially accept the quest and seek the oracle's counsel. Percy looked at Grover, who nodded encouragingly. He agreed, stating it was better than being turned into a dolphin. All eyes turned to Naruto, who wanted to know the parameters of the mission. Chiron explained that he needed to retrieve the Master Bolt by any means necessary and ensure everyone returned safely. Naruto found this too vague, expressing that he wouldn't go without clear parameters. Chiron apologized, explaining that it was the first time someone had asked for specifics. Usually, quests were accepted immediately. Regardless, it was time for them to consult the oracle. They climbed 4 flights of stairs that ended beneath a green trapdoor. Percy pulled the rope, and the door opened, revealing a wooden ladder. The warm air from above smelled of mildew, rotting wood, and something else, an odor reminiscent of biology class, the scent of reptiles, the smell of snakes. They held their breath and ascended. The attic was cluttered with remnants of Greek heroes. Cobweb-covered armor, once bright shields now speckled with rust, old leather trunks adorned with stickers that read Ithaca, Circe's Island, and Land of the Amazons. A long table was piled high with glass jars filled with pickled items, hairy claws, enormous yellow eyes, and various other monster parts. A dusty trophy mounted on the wall resembled a giant snake's head, complete with horns and a full set of shark teeth. The plaque read, Hydra Head No. 1, Woodstock, New York. By the window, sitting on a wooden tripod stool, was the most terrifying reminder of all, a mummy. Not the kind wrapped in cloth, but a human female body reduced to a shell. She wore a tie-dyed summer dress, numerous beaded necklaces, and a tiara atop her long black hair. The skin on her face was thin and leathery over her skull, and her eyes were hollow, like marbles had replaced the real ones. She had been dead for a very long time. She sat up on the stool and opened her mouth. A green mist erupted from the mummy's mouth, swirling thickly around the floor, hissing like 20,000 snakes. Percy stumbled back, trying to reach the trapdoor, but it slammed shut. Then they heard a voice in their heads, announcing itself as the spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python. Percy wanted to say he was at the wrong door, just looking for the bathroom. Naruto noticed Percy was frightened and encouraged him to calm down and breathe. Percy nodded. He asked about his destiny. The mist thickened, swirling around the table with the jars of monster parts. Suddenly, 4 men appeared, sitting around the table, playing cards. Their faces became clearer. It was Smelly Gabe and his friends. Gabe turned to Percy, speaking in the rough voice of the oracle, warning him that he would go west and face the god who had turned against him. Gabe's friend on the right added that he would find what was stolen and see it safely returned. The guy on the left tossed 2 poker chips and said he would be betrayed by someone who called him a friend. Finally, Eddie delivered the worst line of all. In the end, he would not be able to save what mattered most. Percy was too stunned to respond, but when the mist retreated, coiling into a massive green serpent and sliding back into the mummy's mouth, he shouted for answers about what it all meant. Naruto urged him to leave. The mist tail disappeared into the mummy's mouth, and she leaned back against the wall, her mouth closing tightly as if it hadn't been open in 100 years. The attic fell silent again, a room filled with memories. This time, it was Naruto who asked about his destiny. The oracle replied that he would need to find the lost, to bring back the absent, and to seek the help of the earth to recover the land devastated by the sun. The duo returned to Chiron's presence. He asked if everything went well. They dropped into a chair at the table. Percy explained that the oracle had said he would recover what had been stolen. Grover leaned forward, excitedly chewing on the remnants of a diet soda can, exclaiming that it was great news. Chiron pressed for the exact words of the oracle, emphasizing their importance. Percy recounted that the oracle had said he would go west and confront a god who had turned against him. Percy was determined to recover what had been taken from him and ensure its safety. Grover sensed his resolve. Chiron, however, did not appear satisfied and inquired if there was anything else. Percy hesitated, feeling the weight of unspoken truths, and finally replied that there was nothing more to share. Chiron warned Percy that the oracle's words often held double meanings and advised him not to dwell too much on them, as the truth would only become clear with time. Percy felt that Chiron suspected he was withholding something troubling, but he was eager to shift the conversation. He asked where he was supposed to go and who the god in the west was. Chiron prompted Percy to think critically. If Zeus and Poseidon were to weaken each other in a conflict, who might emerge victorious? Percy guessed that someone else might want to take charge. Chiron confirmed his suspicion, mentioning a being who had been discontent since the world was divided, whose power would grow with the demise of many, and who harbored resentment towards his brothers for forcing him to swear not to have more children, a vow that had already been broken. Naruto identified the figure as Hades. Chiron acknowledged that the Lord of the Underworld was indeed a possibility. He recounted how a fury had pursued Percy, confirming its allegiance to Hades. Grover expressed concern, noting that Hades despised heroes, especially if he discovered Percy was a son of Poseidon, while Naruto was safe due to his lineage. Chiron continued, explaining that a hellhound had entered the forest, a creature that could only be summoned from the fields of punishment, indicating that Hades must have had a hand in it. Naruto interjected, reminding Chiron of an important point. Zeus also blamed Hades for the theft of the Master Bolt. If war broke out, Hades might side with Zeus and Poseidon. Chiron asked who else could be involved if not Hades. Naruto replied that it was someone more sinister and darker than his grandfather. Chiron was taken aback, realizing the implication. Percy, confused, asked what they were discussing. Chiron advised that it was better for Percy to remain unaware for now, instructing him and Naruto to venture into the underworld, locate the Master Bolt, and uncover the truth. Percy felt a wave of despair wash over him. He questioned why they couldn't simply inform the other gods if they suspected Hades. Chiron explained that suspicion and knowledge were not the same. Even if the other gods suspected Hades, they could not retrieve the bolt themselves due to ancient rules preventing them from crossing into each other's domains without invitation. Heroes, however, had certain privileges and could go anywhere, challenging anyone, as long as they had the courage and strength to do so. Percy realized he was being used. Chiron revealed that Poseidon had claimed him at a critical moment, indicating a desperate need for his son. Percy wrestled with a mix of emotions: resentment, gratitude, happiness, and anger at the realization that Poseidon had ignored him for years only to suddenly require his assistance. Percy asked if Chiron had always known he was Poseidon's son. Chiron admitted he had his suspicions and had consulted the oracle. Percy clarified his mission. He was to go to the underworld, confront the Lord of the Dead, find the most powerful weapon in the universe, and return it to Olympus before the summer solstice in 10 days. Chiron confirmed each step of the task. Grover, feeling a surge of bravery, stood up, ready to join them. Percy felt relieved, grateful for Grover's support. Chiron explained that the entrance to the underworld was always located in the West, currently situated in the United States, specifically in Los Angeles. Percy suggested they take a plane, but Grover protested, warning that flying would put them in Zeus's domain, where they would be in danger. Chiron emphasized that as Poseidon's son, Percy would be at risk if he flew. Thunder rumbled ominously as Percy decided they would travel by land instead. Chiron confirmed that 2 companions could accompany Percy, with Grover being one. The other had already volunteered if Percy accepted the help. Naruto revealed that Annabeth was the final companion. Annabeth appeared, ready for the quest, expressing her eagerness to help. She acknowledged that while Athena was not fond of Poseidon, she was the best choice to ensure Percy did not fail. Chiron informed them that they would be taken to the Manhattan bus terminal that afternoon, after which they would be on their own. As the storm raged above, Chiron urged them to pack quickly, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. Naruto slowly sank into the ground, leaving everyone in shock. Annabeth questioned what had just happened, and Percy admitted he was just as puzzled. Later, Talia clarified the situation, stating that Annabeth, Grover, and Percy were embarking on a quest for the Master Bolt. Naruto confirmed they were heading to the underworld. He saw her sad face and reassured her that she could talk to him anytime through her necklace. Talia expressed her concern about the dangerous quest ahead, urging Naruto to take care of himself and watch over Annabeth and Grover. Naruto nodded and promised to do so before giving her a hug and saying it was time for him to go, vowing to see her later. As Talia leaned in and kissed him, Naruto was taken by surprise but reciprocated the gesture. Talia wrapped her arms around his neck, and he embraced her waist, bringing their bodies closer together. She felt joy as they shared the kiss, savoring the moment, and Naruto found himself enjoying it as well. They eventually pulled apart to catch their breath, and Naruto was the first to express his astonishment. Talia's cheeks flushed as she wished him good luck, reminding him not to forget their date and to return safely. Naruto nodded and vanished from the limbo. He reappeared outside the tree, feeling a slight blush on his face as he remarked on the new experience before disappearing again. Percy decided to leave the Minotaur's horn in his cabin, packing only an extra change of clothes and a toothbrush into a backpack Grover had found for him. The camp store lent him $100 in mortal money and 20 gold drachmas, which were as large as Girl Scout cookies, featuring images of various Greek gods on one side and the Empire State Building on the other. Chiron mentioned these coins could be useful for non-mortal transactions. He also provided Annabeth and Percy each with a canteen of nectar and a Ziploc bag filled with squares of ambrosia, meant for emergencies if they were seriously injured. Chiron explained that ambrosia was divine food that could heal almost any injury but was lethal to mortals. Too much could cause a demigod to become very feverish, and an overdose would literally burn them. He noted that Naruto could consume it without issues. Annabeth wore her magical Yankees cap, a birthday gift from her mother when she turned 12. Grover donned his fake feet and pants to pass as human, sporting a green Rasta-style hat to hide his curly hair, which would flatten in the rain, revealing only the tips of his horns. His bright orange backpack was filled with junk and apples for snacking, and he carried a set of cane tubes his goat father had carved for him, though he only knew 2 songs that sounded rather poor on the tubes. They bid farewell to the other campers, taking a last look at the strawberry fields, the ocean, and the big house before climbing the Half-Blood Hill to the tall pine tree. Chiron awaited them in his wheelchair, accompanied by a man Percy recognized from his recovery in the infirmary. The man wore a chauffeur's uniform, and Percy noticed extra eyes on his hands, face, and neck. "This is Argus. He will take you to the city and keep an eye on things," Chiron explained. They heard footsteps behind them and turned to see Luke running up the hill in basketball shoes. He greeted them with enthusiasm, and Annabeth blushed as she always did around him. Luke wished Percy good luck and handed him what appeared to be a normal pair of sneakers. As Luke called out, "Maya!" wings sprouted from the heels of the shoes, startling Percy so much that he dropped them. The shoes flapped on the ground until the wings folded away. "That's amazing!" Grover exclaimed. Luke smiled, reminiscing about how the shoes had helped him on his quest, a gift from his father. However, he wore a sad expression as he mentioned he didn't use them much anymore. Percy felt uncertain about how to respond, thanking Luke for the gift. Luke seemed uncomfortable, urging them to slay some monsters for him. Naruto calmly reassured Percy that they might encounter some challenges along the way. Ignoring Percy's outburst, Naruto urged them not to waste any more time and vanished. Percy and Luke shook hands, with Luke giving Grover a friendly pat on the head and a farewell hug to Annabeth, who looked like she might faint. Once Luke was gone, Percy pointed out that Annabeth seemed to be hyperventilating. She denied it, and he teased her about letting Luke capture the flag in her place. They reached the other side of the hill, where a white SUV awaited at the roadside. Naruto and Argus were already there. Percy picked up the flying shoes, feeling a sudden sense of foreboding. He glanced at Chiron, who shook his head, indicating that using them wouldn't be wise for him. Disappointed but understanding, Percy then had an idea. He asked Grover if he wanted a magical item. Grover's eyes lit up as he eagerly tried on the shoes, calling out, "Maya." He lifted off the ground but quickly lost control, crashing sideways as his backpack dragged along the grass. The shoes continued to bounce up and down like a playful puppy. Chiron encouraged Grover to practice, assuring him that he just needed more experience. Grover zoomed off down the hill like a runaway lawnmower, heading toward the truck. Before Percy could follow, Chiron grabbed his arm, expressing regret that he hadn't trained him better. He lamented that Naruto didn't need training, but Percy did, wishing he had more time to prepare him like he had for Hercules and Jason. Percy hesitated, not wanting to sound selfish for wishing he had a magical item to aid him on his quest. Chiron suddenly exclaimed that he couldn't let Percy leave without something. He pulled out an ordinary disposable pen from his coat pocket and handed it to Percy. It was a simple black pen with a removable cap, likely worth 30 cents. Percy was taken aback and expressed his gratitude. Chiron explained that it was a gift from his father, something he had kept for years, not realizing Percy was the one it was meant for. The prophecy was now clear to him. "You are the chosen one," Charon had said. Percy recalled the trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He removed the cap from the pen, and it grew longer and heavier in his hand. In an instant, he held a gleaming bronze sword with a double-edged blade, a leather-wrapped grip, and a flat hilt adorned with gold studs. It was the first weapon that truly felt balanced in his hand. "The sword has a long and tragic history that we shouldn't delve into," Charon explained. "Its name is Anaklusmos." "Riptide," Percy translated, surprised at how easily the ancient Greek came to him. "Use it only in emergencies," Chiron instructed, "and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but this sword will not harm them in any case. It is celestial bronze, forged by the Cyclopes, tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, and cooled in the river Lethe. It is deadly to monsters and any creature from the underworld, as long as they don't kill you first. But the sword will pass through mortals like an illusion. They simply aren't significant enough for the sword to harm them. And I must warn you, as a demigod, you can be killed by celestial or ordinary weapons. You are twice as vulnerable." "Good to know," Percy replied. "Now let's recap the pen." Percy touched the cap of the pen with the tip of the sword, and instantly, Riptide shrank back into a regular pen. He tucked it into his pocket, feeling a bit anxious since he was known for losing pens at school. "You can't lose it," Chiron said. "I can't lose what?" Percy asked. "The pen." Chiron clarified. "It's enchanted. It will always reappear in your pocket. Try it." Percy hesitated but threw the pen as far as he could toward the hill, watching it disappear into the grass. "It may take a few minutes," Chiron said. "Now check your pocket." Percy felt the pen was still there. "Okay, that's extremely good," Percy admitted. "But what if a mortal sees me pull out a sword?" Charon smiled. "The mist is a powerful thing, Percy." "Mist?" "Yes." When divine or monstrous elements mix with the mortal world, they generate mist, which obscures human perception. You will see things as they are, in half-light, blood, but humans will interpret things very differently. Remarkable, really, the lengths to which humans will go to fit things into their version of reality. Percy placed Riptide back in his pocket. Quran. Percy began. When you say the gods are immortal, I mean, there was a time before them, right? 4 ages before them, actually. The time of the Titans was the 4th age, sometimes called the Golden Age, which is definitely an inappropriate name. This, the era of Western civilization and the rule of Zeus, is the 5th age. So, what was it like? Before the gods? Quran pursed his lips. Even I am not old enough to remember that, child, but I know it was a time of darkness and savagery for mortals. Kronos, the lord of the Titans, called his reign the Golden Age because men lived innocent and free of all knowledge. But that was mere propaganda. The Titan King cared little for your kind, except as snacks or a source of cheap entertainment. It was only in the early reign of Lord Zeus, when Prometheus the good Titan brought fire to humanity, that your species began to progress. Even then, Prometheus was labeled a radical thinker. Zeus punished him severely, as you may recall. Of course, eventually, the gods warmed to humans, and Western civilization was. Our parents are rivals, she explained with a sigh. She continued, how many reasons do you want? Once, my mother caught Poseidon with his girlfriend in Athena's temple, which was a huge disrespect. Another time, Athena and Poseidon competed to be the patron god of Athens. Your father created some silly saltwater spring as his gift. My mother created the olive tree. The people saw her gift was better, so they named the city after her. They must really like olives, he remarked. Oh, forget it. In that case, Talia and I would have hated each other because of our lineage, Naruto said. Do you know Talia, daughter of Zeus? Since when? Percy asked. Naruto glanced at Grover and Annabeth. He thought they had told him. What did you say? Percy questioned. I can talk to Talia, Naruto replied. How? Percy, I'm the legacy of Hades. I can see her spirit, Naruto explained. So, what does she look like? Percy inquired. She is the most beautiful girl I've ever met, Naruto said. Traffic slowed them down in Queens. By the time they reached Manhattan, it was sunset and starting to rain. Argus dropped them off at the Greyhound station in the Upper East Side, not far from Percy's mother and Gabe's apartment. Percy noticed a soaked flyer in a mailbox with his picture on it. Have you seen this boy? He tore it up before Annabeth and Grover could see, but Naruto had already caught a glimpse. Argus unloaded their bags, made sure they got bus tickets, and then left, keeping an eye on them as he drove away. Percy looked a bit further into the distance until they had to move on. The rain continued to fall. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover were restless waiting for the bus, so they decided to play a little hacky sack with one of Grover's apples. Annabeth was amazing, bouncing the apple off her knee, elbow, and shoulder. Percy wasn't too bad either. The game ended when Percy threw the apple to Grover, and it got too close to his mouth. In a huge goat-like bite, Grover devoured the hacky sack core, stem, and all. He blushed, trying to apologize while Annabeth and Percy laughed. Finally, the bus arrived. As they lined up to board, Grover started looking around, sniffing the air as if he caught a whiff of his favorite cafeteria treat, enchiladas. What is it? Percy asked. I don't know, Grover said tensely. Maybe it's nothing. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought. Percy felt relieved when they finally boarded and found seats together at the back of the bus. Naruto took their backpacks, which sank into his shadow. Annabeth nervously tapped her Yankees cap against her thigh. When the last passengers boarded, Annabeth placed her hand on Percy's knee. Percy, she said. An elderly woman had just entered the bus. She wore a wrinkled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless orange knit hat that shaded her face. She carried a large paisley handbag. When she lifted her head, her black eyes glimmered. Mrs. Dodds, Percy thought. She looked older and more withered, but it was definitely the same wicked face. Percy shrank back in his seat. Behind her came two other elderly women, one in a green hat and the other in a purple one. Otherwise, they looked exactly like Mrs. Dodds, the same bony hands, paisley bags, and wrinkled velvet dresses. 3 demonic grandmothers. They sat in the front row, right behind the driver. The 2 in the aisle crossed their legs over the walkway, forming an X. It was casual, but it sent a clear message: no one leaves. The bus pulled away from the station and headed down the slippery streets of Manhattan. She didn't stay dead for long, Percy said, trying to keep his voice steady. I thought you said they could be dispelled for life. I said if you're lucky, Annabeth replied. Clearly you're not. Naruto added, Percy, this is the right hand, my grandfather. They probably won't stay down for long. All 3 of them, Grover groaned. Say immortal. Okay, Annabeth said, clearly deep in thought. The Furies. The 3 worst monsters from the underworld. No problem. We'll just escape through the windows. They don't open, Grover whined. What about a back exit? She suggested. There isn't one, Naruto said. They won't attack with witnesses, will they? Percy asked. Mortal eyes aren't good, Annabeth said. Their brains can only process what they see through the mist. They'll see 3 old ladies attacking us, right? Annabeth considered this. It's hard to say, but we can't count on mortal help. Maybe an emergency exit on the roof? Silence, all of you, Naruto said. I'll handle this. They reached the Lincoln Tunnel, and the bus plunged into darkness, except for the lights in. It was eerily quiet without the sound of rain. Mrs. Dodds stood up. In a low voice, as if rehearsed, she announced to the entire bus, I need to go to the bathroom. So do I, said the second sister. Me too, said the third sister. Everyone began to move down the aisle. I've got it, Annabeth said. Percy, take my hat. What? You're the one they want. They turn invisible and go down the aisle. Let them pass you. Maybe you can get to the front and escape. But you guys. There's a chance they won't see us, Annabeth said. You're a child of the big 3. Your scent could be overwhelming. But Naruto is also one of the big 3, Percy pointed out. Yes, but he's Hades' grandson, their master, Grover said. And I can handle myself, Naruto added. I can't leave you, Percy insisted. Percy, Naruto said coldly, go. Percy's hands trembled. He felt like a coward, but he put on the Yankees cap. When he looked down, he saw that his body was no longer there. He began to creep down the aisle, managing to slip into an empty seat just as the Furies passed by. Mrs. Dodds stopped, sniffing the air, and looked directly at Percy. His heart raced. Apparently, she didn't see anything. She and her sisters continued on. Percy reached the front of the bus. They were almost through the Lincoln Tunnel. He was about to press the emergency stop button when he heard a horrible wail from the back row. The old ladies were no longer old. Their faces remained the same, but their bodies had withered into leathery witch-like forms with bat wings and hands and feet like gargoyle claws. Their bags had transformed into whips of fire. The Furies surrounded Grover and Annabeth, cracking their whips and hissing, demanding to know where he was. The other passengers on the bus screamed, huddled in their seats. They had seen something, that much was clear. Annabeth shouted that he wasn't there, that he had left. Naruto interjected, telling the Furies to return to where they came from. As the Furies raised their whips, Annabeth drew her bronze knife, while Grover prepared to throw a snack can from his bag. Meanwhile, Naruto remained seated calmly. One of the Furies taunted them, suggesting that just because Naruto was the legacy of the master, they would go easy on him. Naruto's response was devoid of emotion, sending chills down their spines and radiating a menacing aura. He expressed his disbelief that the 3 of them possessed enough power to handle him. Annabeth and Grover noticed the Furies trembling in fear.